Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome TechCrunch Editor-in-Chief, Matthew Panzarino.
Hello, everyone. Those of you that are here this early in the morning, looks like our after party's having some after effects. We have a great program today. Obviously, the big show is our Startup Battlefield Finals, which will happen a little bit later. We've got a great group of companies for you. We have some great speakers. First, though, Angie Nwandu from Shade Room, Garry Kasparov will talk to us about AI and politics. We have later on today, just after our Battlefield Finals, you'll want to stick around and you'll want to download a new app called MIXhalo. So MIXhalo.com/TC. Download that app. Michael Einziger of Incubus and Pharrell will demo this new tech for you. You'll be very, very excited to try it out. I've checked it out. It's pretty impressive. So we're looking forward to that. So thank you very much for being here. We'll get right into the show, and we'll see you all later.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Disrupt MC and TechCrunch editor, Jordan Crook.
Really appreciate all 20 of you for being here this early. You are the shining stars, the apples of my eye. Can you have more than one apple of your eye? Hey, thanks for waving. It's nice to see you. You should come back there. Anyway, okay. We're just going to jump right into our first panel of the day. So please welcome to the stage from the Shade Room, Angie Nwandu, and our moderator, Anthony Ha.
Hey Angie, thanks for joining us.
Hello, I'm so happy to be here.
So I should bring up, you kind of made our title look bad because we came up with the title of this panel a little over a month ago. 8.6 million followers can't be wrong, referring to how many followers the Shade Room had on Instagram. Now you guys are up to 9.3 million.
Yes.
So where's this growth coming from?
You know, I mean, we get 400,000 to 500,000 followers per month. It's insane. And the growth is all organic when it comes to the Shade Room. It wasn't until a couple of months ago that we've actually started to put, create an advertising budget, which is less than $1,000 a month, because we know that word of mouth is just the best, and organic growth is the best kind of growth you can have, and that's how we literally have grown. As far as like followers, it's been all word of mouth.
Right.
Which is great.
So just to be clear, so there's a tiny amount of paid advertising, but it's less than $1,000 a month.
Yeah, we just started doing it because we're like, well, maybe we should do some advertising, but we don't spend a lot of money on it because the majority of our followers come because someone told them to come, or because they just saw our content somewhere and just, it resonated with them. So that's how we get the majority.
So I want to go back to 2014 when you started the Shade Room.
Right.
At the beginning, it was just you. I believe you were between jobs, and you decided to just start this Instagram account.
Yeah.
What was going on there?
I started the Instagram account out of necessity, and it was necessity for me. I wanted to be a writer, and I did not know how I was going to be able to take care of myself. And so the first thing, I just was trying stuff. I tried a script, and it went to Sundance, and so then I said, well, let me try, to do a blog. And it's so crazy because at the time I didn't know how to create a website, and so I just decided that I was watching some inspirational video that was like, just do it. And so I was like, I'm going to do it regardless of whether I know how to make a website. And so because I didn't have a website, I was publishing directly to Instagram, which actually was one of the major reasons why the Shade Room is here today and why it grew so fast, was because at the time, websites were struggling to find out their relationship to social media. And you guys know, how many times do you go to www. for content anymore? Now you just see it on Facebook. Somebody shared the article, or somebody posted about it on Instagram, or you saw it on Twitter. People don't go to www. anymore. And so that's how we kind of merged the two. We said, okay, well, you're on social media, you're already looking at your friends' pictures. We're going to give you content in your feed so that as you're already doing what you normally do every day, you're getting, updates from the Shade Room. And it's insane. We post about 30 to 80 times a day on social media, and they love it. The more we post, the more people follow.
So I want to know a little bit more about how you do that, but let's stick with 2014 for a second. So
Yeah.
Do you remember what your first post was?
Yes, my first post was describing what the Shade Room was.
Okay.
And I was like, the Shade Room is really the truth room, and this is where the truth comes to light. And that was the first one. The second one was Apollo, Real Housewives post, and me just like going in on Apollo. I think he was like treating Phaedra wrong or something like that. And so that's how, that was the first post.
And did you know right away this is like basically what the format's going to be? It's going to be this image, but there's going to be like this little article underneath, and that kind of all came together pretty quickly?
No, actually I had no clue what it was. In the beginning I was just saying my opinion, and it was starting to catch on really fast. I think in the first week and a half we had 10,000 followers. So people were really resonating with, my voice at the time. And what we have done well as a company is we always listen to our audience. And that's the most important thing that you can do is listen to your audience. And so we listened to them. At one point, they got tired of my voice because it was biased. Like there were certain celebrities I didn't like, or, I had a certain opinion on things. And, the roommates became such a big force, like in community, that they kind of took over and they said, we don't want you to speak to us anymore from your voice. Like this is our blog. Like they literally took ownership of the blog. And I could have continued to be the voice and ignore them, but I decided to listen to them and say, hey, as crazy as this is, me saying I'm taking myself off of the blog and removing myself, but I had to, and I gave it to them, and now they're the voice. We only, put up stories that they want to see, and we adapt to their opinion because we're a reflection of that community, our community. So that's kind of how, we were able to grow past that point.
And so, you said that, it kind of resonated right away, but still at the beginning it was still you. When was the point when you realized, oh, this isn't just my, fun side project, this could actually be what I'm doing for the next few years, and this is going to be a real company?
Yeah, it was on other media companies, and we started to influence the news. And this was early on. This was probably month 6, with 500,000 followers. And I just noticed that we could say something and it would have influence. And then we got deleted. And when we got deleted, people were literally protesting. They literally contacted Instagram and just made sure that they put the page back up because it was such a loyal following. And so that's when I knew. I said, we have something here. We have something really great. And I think, one of the things people always wonder, what did we do different from the other media companies? And I think what we did different is we have modeled our company after social media.
Yeah.
When you think about the average digital media company, they are providing content to their viewers and their audience, and the content that they're providing to the audience is they try to make it resonate with the audience. They try to see which content does well and does best, and it's really about entertainment. With us, we noticed that we were like, let's model ourselves after the biggest social media, because we started on social media. So we took the concept of social media and brought that to our digital media company in the sense that we offer our audience more than just entertainment. Even though we do have big advertisers, GMC, Verizon, McDonald's, we still have small business advertising as well that's affordable for businesses that are startups in our community. And so with that being said, we've helped start 400 businesses. Our roommates, we will put them and feature them on our blog, whether they're making jingles for us every day, or whether it's a roommate talk where they get to actually express their own opinion. Whatever it is, we incorporate them into the blog so that they have more of a benefit, not just entertainment, but it's a platform for them that they can use to, get a following or build their business. And so because of that, we become a utility, and we become more than just entertainment. We become a source and a utility, and that's what brings our followers back, and that's what keeps them loyal to us as well.
They're not just coming to the Shade Room for news; they're coming because they are a part of this community.
They are a part of this community. They know they can take an article down if they want to. They can put an article up if they want to. They can voice their opinions. They can send us videos. This is their site. They can advertise their business with us. So it's like Instagram. Instagram is not just entertainment. It is also a utility. You can use it for business and to grow your following and to build a brand. And these are the things that we allow, and we're going to allow even more so in the future for our audience, the roommates.
So you talked about, how social media, that's basically that's what the shade room is. That's where like the success comes from.
Yeah.
I mean, there's also this downside which many media companies think about, which is that, as you said, you were taken down. You were also taken down from Facebook, and I mean you're back up on everywhere now. But it illustrates this idea that that your fate is not necessarily in your own hands.
Right.
How worried are you about that?
Well, I think that it's the way the times are. Even if you are a BuzzFeed, if BuzzFeed were to get their Facebook taken down, they would take a major hit, as a lot of their traffic comes from Facebook. And at the end of the day, social media, a lot of our traffic, any media company comes from social media. And so, you can say that what we did was we tried to build our company backwards, and we're successfully doing that. We started off on one platform, social media, then we started to spread across other platforms, then we started to build our website backwards with the traffic, using social media traffic, and now we're going into video. And I would say that the key is to build a brand that can survive outside of social media as well, that can survive on any social media platform. Any platform that comes will, take the shade room there, and we're trying to live on and off of social media, because what we provide for them is something that they'll be searching for, whether it's on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, or a shade room talk.
So you accept that, I mean, that you're kind of going to be going through all these different platforms, and maybe they may rise and fall, but at least you're not putting all your eggs in one basket.
No, we're not, and we're also focusing on building our video, up so that we can actually have, we built the website backwards. The website is doing well. It's constantly growing, and so now we just want to build our video department, because we're trying to be a digital network, and so definitely we want to come off of social media, but we understand the importance of social media and how it's important for every digital media company in this industry, really.
Right.
Yeah.
Wait, so when you got taken down, what did you get taken down for?
When we got taken down, we still don't really have a clear, because I know that Facebook said it was for copyright, but we haven't received the actual report. And then we ended up talking to them, and we were able to come back. But I think we've changed our strategy for Facebook. Now it's very hard. I mean, it's a thin line when you're talking about copyright, because a lot of blogs are now a lot of websites are coming to social media to kind of build their social media page, but they don't know how, because a meme could be a copyright, and a meme is viral. It's meme culture, so it's definitely a thin line, but we have a relationship with Instagram and Facebook, and we're abiding by those lines.
And I mean, also when you talk about copyright, is that also a bigger issue? Because as you said, you really want the audience to be driving a lot of the content. So does that create more risk that they're going to sort of try to be like, hey, you should post this photo or whatever, and it's something that you shouldn't be posting, essentially?
Right. I mean, well, a lot of our content is user-generated, which is good for us, so we will get exclusive videos from our roommates themselves, because they're everywhere. So if a celebrity is and we don't just do celebrity, gossip, and entertainment. We have, diversified our content to fashion, politics, but, a lot of our content does come directly from the user, so it's exclusive to us, because they're sending it directly to us through our website, and so, that's how we handle that. But as far as copyright, like you said, it's hard. I mean, if you want to talk about meme culture and Pepsi, you know what I mean? That ad, literally.
Right, that great ad.
Yeah, it was pulled down through meme culture. Meme culture is so important. Black Twitter is so important, and we are like Black Twitter as a media company. And so, it's definitely important to have that element to our business, and so we're still trying to, we've pretty much figured it out. We haven't had any copyright issues since.
Okay.
So we figured it out, but we definitely want to continue to, find new ways to give them the content without being restricted.
And you guys have like a newsroom of people who are going through all this user-generated content. Just talk me through the process.
Yeah, so we have, a team of writers and editors and videographers who go through the content that our roommates wake up in the morning and they're emailing us. And I mean, they don't care if they've seen the content on 10 different websites. It's about the community, which is the same thing when we're talking about how we fashion our site off of social media. Mm-hmm. Social media is about the community, and so are we. They come for the comments, they come for, to fellowship with other roommates. And so that's the main purpose. They just want to hear what they have to say. It's a forum. And so for us, you know, they wake up in the morning, they're sending us whatever content they want us to talk about. We go through the content. Obviously, we have to see what's real, what's fake. Obviously, we have to, you know, vet it, make sure that we can actually post it. But then we start posting, and we don't care if it's important to us, if we even know who the people are. If we get 100 DMs about one topic, it's definitely going up. And so that's kind of how we run the site. Yeah.
So, when you, one of the things you said about the Shade Room is that you started it with the idea that it was going to be for Black people by Black people.
Yes.
So when you looked at the media landscape at the time, what did you think was missing about I guess particularly about how Black celebrities were portrayed?
I think that in the beginning, when we first started, the way that Black celebrities were portrayed was not necessarily in the positive light. You know, I don't want to tear down any sites, but I know that someone could have died. You know, a Black artist could have died, and maybe he had a long history of success, but the headline would be a crackhead, dies at, this age. And there was just a lot of degradation when it came to like the titles and the content. And so when I came in, it was important for me to convey celebrity gossip in a way that was less, degrading
right.
to the artist, because we don't talk about family, we don't talk about, we don't actually have an opinion, it's the roommates, we just present the news, what happened, right. And the roommates are the ones that, comment and have an opinion on these things. And so for us, it was very important to have that for us, by us, because now I have a responsibility to make sure that we are seeing, there's a large spectrum with the kind of news that we report. It's not just negative news, but it's positive news as well. It's a reflection of the community, but I feel that because it's for us by us, we've been able to have an accurate, reflection right. of the community. And so, and speaking of that for us by us, obviously we make the content geared towards the Black community, yeah. But everybody follows. We have a huge following in the UK, in Canada, literally everywhere, India, Mexico, and I think it's the same thing when you look at the content, Blackish, how to get away with murder, Scandal, Black content is very popular, and so, yeah, and so we have been able to attract a large audience, really a large and diverse audience by just focusing on Black content, which is interesting.
Well, and you mentioned that there is this sort of broader interest, and I know you've given some interviews where you've sort of alluded to the idea that that Hollywood has kind of come knocking, and maybe there's been some acquisition offers as well.
The block is hot for the Shade Room right now. Literally, we have been approached by every studio you can imagine in Hollywood. We have all the deals on the table, but I think for me, I have a huge vision for what I see the Shade Room being in the future, and we want to be our own network. So to me, going to television when the majority of our audience is on mobile, 93% of our audience is on mobile. So they don't watch TV unless we tell them to, unless and when I say we, I mean like media sites, unless we're telling our audience to tune into VH1 or tune into, this show, or we're advertising it, they don't know about it because they're not watching TV anymore. And so for us, we don't really necessarily want to go to television. We decided that we wanted to stay on digital where they are and provide programming for them as well. Since they come to us for the news and everything else, we're like, well, hey, on Tuesday we have this web series available for you to watch. On Wednesday we have this for you. And so we definitely want to be able to offer that programming and an alternative to television at this point.
Right. So when, Fox or Sony or Disney comes to you and says, hey, we want to buy you, do you immediately like, oh, I'm not interested? Or you're having that conversation?
No, we are definitely having the conversation. We're not interested in acquisition at any point in the future, but we've been having conversations about partnerships and obviously investors. We have the conversation, and I'm not completely closed out to investors, but when the right partner comes,
yeah, because you guys you've been self-funded so far, essentially.
Well, we have one investor, which was a non-traditional VC.
Okay.
And it's indie VC. Basically, what they do is they don't take equity unless you sell. And so even if we were to sell, we still have 93% ownership is under me. And so I think that, like I said, we want to grow, but we want to grow organically. And I think that sometimes when you take investment money, you're forced to grow before your time. I've seen it a lot of times, and I've seen that a lot of people now are selling shares. And it just and that's it, you know what I mean? Like selling content, you know what I mean? And so for me, I think that it's so important for us to stay true to our core. And if we get an investor, they would have to allow us to have that creativity and that control to stay true to our core as well. Yeah.
Are you guys profitable right now, so you don't have to worry
We're
about that?
extremely profitable.
Extremely
I'm just
profitable.
playing, no, I'm just playing. No. We're doing well. We're definitely, able to invest back in our business ourselves, and so bootstrapping, and that's exactly what we're doing. So let's see how long we can bootstrap. There's never been a unicorn digital media company that bootstrapped their way up. Let's see.
So we're almost out of time, but I guess one last thing I wanted to ask you is, in this context of social media, all these celebrities also have a direct line to their fans. So in that environment, why do they need something like the Shade Room?
Well, they need something like the Shade Room because it provides a balance. It's like where they meet, The celebrities can see what the roommates feel. We're the people's blog. So what we're reporting is how the climate of, social media at the time. And so they're able to the celebrities are able to come into the Shade Room and control their narrative because they know that they can trust us to repost exactly what they said. We don't alter it. If they come in and say this story is false, we'll give them that, and it creates a meeting point because they, even though the celebrities are on social media and it seems like it's so personable, when you think about it, there's thousands of comments. There's no direct communication with that one, unless you say something bad, maybe. but with that celebrity, and so we create that communication. They'll actually respond directly to the roommates, and so you know what I mean. And so they're getting that. And like I said, it's the community, it's the roommates and what they have to say. They're one of the most funny, brutal, audiences I've ever met in my life. They're brutally honest, and so people love that entertainment of being able to, see the comments and see what people are saying, and so it's because of the community, the bridge point between celebrities and not even just celebrities, politicians, Pepsi. They can talk to Pepsi directly through meme culture and have it put on a platform like ours that has millions of followers, and it'll just spread, and you know what I mean, or whatever. And so it's a combination of things.
Right, it's kind of like where it all comes together.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Angie, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you guys for having me.
After you guys. All right, I'm really excited about our next guest. He's a bit of a legend. You might have heard of him. He was the 13th World Chess Champion. He's the chairman of the Human Rights Foundation, and his name is Garry Kasparov. Please welcome him to the stage, as well as our moderator, Deven Coldway.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Kasparov.
Thank you. Good morning.
So you have a new book out, and it's very interesting. I read it all, and in it you talk about the origins of many concepts of AI that we're familiar with now, and how they sort of have their genesis in the history of chess. Why do you think that chess has been such a fruitful testbed for these ideas in people?
I think it's natural that for the founding fathers of computer science, for Alan Turing, for Claude Shannon, chess wasn't kind of ultimate test because the game was there for a long time, and traditionally people believe that playing chess is a sign of great intellect. So for them, making a machine playing chess and eventually winning a chess game against top players and even the world champion would be an ultimate accomplishment.
Yeah.
And I have to say that they spend a lot of time by using chess for practical purposes. Few people know that Alan Turing wrote the first chess playing program in 1952. The problem, there was no computer to run it, and he just used a piece of paper to calculate the moves.
A theoretical machine.
Yes, exactly, a theoretical machine. And in 1997, the dream came true. But as a matter of fact, Deep Blue, that played the match, IBM supercomputer, I lost the match to Deep Blue 20 years ago, and the book was timed for this 20th anniversary. I always want to remind people that I won the first match.
You did, yeah. It was really the rematch.
To be fair, and Deep Blue was not intelligent unless you consider the output, the definition output. In this case, grandmaster level chess intelligence. Then yes, but in the broader sense, Deep Blue offered us very little of input into the mysteries of human intelligence.
Yes, and even in the mysteries of chess, inhuman was a phrase that you uses the word inhuman a lot to describe it, the way it moved, the way it's played. And I've heard that term a lot when strong players play against strong AIs. They talk about its gameplay style being inhuman. Can you explain why that is?
You cannot solve chess because, in theory, it's a mathematically infinite game. The number of legal moves is 10 power 45, that's more than number of atoms in the solar system. But it's not about solving the game, it's about winning the game. And the machines are unbeatable today, and I can say that it was either my curse or my blessing that I became world champion at a time when machines were very weak. I left professional chess when machines were unbeatable. Because humans cannot play the same steady game. We are well vulnerable. We can make mistakes or even inaccuracies, which are not so important in the games between humans, but with machine you will be immediately punished for any loss of vigilance. So machines are better than humans, whether it's chess or AlphaGo, but it doesn't mean that they can solve these games.
Right. And you just use humans are better than machines as well. This is part of something you come back to frequently is Moravec's paradox. In this idea that...
yeah, exactly, yes.
Not everybody may be familiar with it. You might
yeah, but it's again, in chess, you can actually see that while machines dominate the game because of the brute force of calculation, and they can crunch chess once database got big enough and hardware got fast enough and algorithms got smart enough. But there's still many things humans understand. So machines don't have understanding. Machines don't recognize the strategical patterns. And machines don't have purpose. And it's quite important that we should find a way to bring together this I believe, complementary skills, to combine the skills. And while licking my wounds after loss to Deep Blue, I thought, why not to bring us together and just what I call advanced chess. Now they call freestyle chess, where you can have humans playing with machines, either machine assisting humans or other way around, and creating a new combination that could work well even beyond chess.
Now that chess is not a solved game, but one where a computer is basically unbeatable, do you think that there is another game or another environment that has become the new chess for AI, the new test bed, where there's Go, obviously?
Yeah, it is the difference between Deep Blue. As I said, it was as intelligent as your alarm clock. Okay, losing to $10 million alarm clock didn't make me feel any better. AlphaGo is a new generation of what you may call AI, because again, Deep Blue was nothing but AI. But the problem with AlphaGo that you have many versions of self-learning program, and you cannot identify why program 5, iteration 5 is better than iteration 10.
Yeah.
With Deep Blue, if you have a couple of hundred years to spare, you can actually go to the bottom of every decision.
Yes.
And you can find out, why certain move was made. With AlphaGo program, you can only guess. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges with the new generation of AI, that we will not be able to identify why things went wrong, so how to debug it, because it's literally the black box. And I think this is one of the greatest challenges that we'll be facing.
Yes, indeed. Have you ever played Go, by the way?
I know the rules, but I try to stick to chess.
That's probably good.
By the way, there are many other versions of chess across the world, including the Japanese chess called shogi. I know the rules, but I prefer our European version.
All right.
I feel most comfortable with.
Well, I hear you're pretty good at it, so. On the topic of humans and computers complementing each other, you were optimistic, the way many of us aren't, about millennials, basically. Essentially, the idea that young people embrace technology, especially communications technology, in a way that we find frightening, us old people, basically.
You're old, yeah?
I'm old.
I'm 54, come on.
So you're optimistic about that, but you're also critical about some of your students, the chess players, who overly embrace the computer's moves, and they don't understand why they did things. And Magnus Carlsen, of course, is a big exception to this.
Yes.
But I'm curious about this tension between your ideas.
there is something called progress, and certain things are inevitable.
I've heard
but
of it.
there are obviously, consequences. And one of the consequences that you just mentioned is that young players, and it's not only about chess. I think it goes beyond chess. But in the game of chess, working with young rising stars, grandmaster level players, I could see it very clearly that they were almost hijacked by the machine. They looked at the screen and they always wanted to find a solution. Instead of trying to use machine, as Magnus Carlsen did when I worked with him, and I'm sure he still does it, just to prove your point of view, to confirm some of your strategical expectations, they're looking for solution. And I think that happens across the board with people in all walks of life. We are paralyzed by the machine. We believe that the answers are there, and we just have to push more buttons, to slide finger a few more times,
yes.
and the answer will be there. So I always want to quote Pablo Picasso, who said computers are useless because they can only give you answers. And the life begins with the question, and the search begins with the question. And if we're looking for new ideas, for new horizons, we have to find the right questions. And here, machines are not very helpful yet.
Yes, indeed. You touched a lot on this in the book, and there was a lot of very interesting quotations. I do highly recommend the book, by the way. And as you say, we're paralyzed by the machine in how we want to use it, but we're also, when we look into the future, a lot of the conversation about AI and computers is sort of hand-wringing and panicky. Is that justified, or is this fear justified, or is it holding us back?
No, it's easy to scare people off talking about the bleak future, and Hollywood made a great contribution. Movies like The Terminator, The Matrix. So we think about the future. It's us versus the machines. We're in the race against the machines in a fight or even at war. I think it's wrong. Because if we are pessimistic, many bad things can happen. It's not just academic discussion, because future is a self-fulfilling prophecy. If we are pessimistic, if we're negative, we're not investing enough, we're not looking for opportunities that could be produced by bringing AI into our lives. I think the problem is not that AI is threatening our livelihood. It's another cycle. Machines have been constantly replacing all sorts of jobs, starting with farm animals and then manual labor. And again, the world hasn't stopped. We should not talk about jobs being lost, but about people suffering. It's very important to remember that we have to look for new opportunities. But in my view, the biggest challenge is not that the jobs being lost, but the challenge is that they're not being lost fast enough. Because unless you have a cycle moving fast, you will not be able to create new sustainable jobs. You will not be able to generate economic growth that will help to replace jobs that are being lost. And AI, it's just another challenge. The difference is that now intelligent machines coming after people with college degree, political influence, and Twitter accounts.
Yes, exactly. The jobs that are being lost are now suddenly they're valuable.
Yeah, absolutely. So I speak at many conferences, financial advisors and people from all sorts of white-collar jobs, and they are concerned. All of a sudden, they're concerned. But I believe that every profession will have to feel this pressure, because automation will help us to move forward. And again, it's called progress. I understand the consequences, but every coin has two sides.
Yes. And the other side of this one is that so many companies these days seem to, well, companies and people, we're all sort of susceptible to this idea that because AI, the new concepts of AI are so powerful, and because they have already accomplished so much, we apply them everywhere, and we think that they can solve anything. We were talking about fake news, basically, and the idea that we've had this huge problem with fake news, and then Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg come out and say, oh, well, we'll solve it with AI. But AI is part of the problem too, because it was the algorithm, it was the machine intelligence that produced the problem in the first place. I mean, not entirely, obviously, but
excellent point, because it's, as you said, AI was the source of the problem, because automation helped to create this fake news and to multiple them and just to poison the virtual reality and spread them around. And I think that if we look at this problem, at this battlefield, relying only on AI is a losing proposition, because you will be always losing if you are on defense. AI versus AI in the fake news industry will never win. You will need humans to help to identify the problem. And by the way, Facebook also is hiring thousands of people now to help AI to fight fake news. This is one of the areas of this cooperation. And I think it's now, while we are concerned, people are freaking out about AI just taking over some industries. It's 10, 20 years from now, our kids probably will be looking at us saying, wow, was it a time when people did drive cars?
Yeah.
So are you sure? Look
Seems
at the
dangerous.
Look at the statistics, you know. This is the most number of people killed in a car accident, so how could you do that?
Like,
so,
you really took place dead in the most dangerous activity in the world?
Yes, exactly. So I think it's important to understand that it's this, right now, at the time of the competition, the point of the competition, we're all concerned. Oh, it's so bad, it's so dangerous. But then it's, you know, it becomes normal, it becomes trivial, and then we move to a new level. I think the challenge is for us to always be creative, because certain things we can do, and machines I don't think will ever be able to replicate. It's things that involve emotions, passions, and by the way, purpose. I want to emphasize that even with all the algorithms on the world, machines will not have purpose, since probably we don't know, how to explain it. And one of the rules is anything that we know how we do, machines will do better.
Yes.
So, but there's still many things that we do without knowing how we do, and that's here where we can excel.
Yes, that's you sort of succinctly said the AI is often defined as whatever computers haven't done yet.
Yep.
And do you think that there's anywhere where we do have to be wary of AI, where we should be worried about where it is taking over instead of humans or something like that? Any specific areas you think?
Look, the problem is that says we can make all the guesses about the future,
yes,
and most likely we'll be wrong. that's when, again, I look in the past, and technology always deceives us. So we made predictions, and most of these predictions, they went wrong because we tried to base these predictions on our past experience. Mm-hmm. But speaking about the future in this fast-changing world, it's quite counterproductive, because our experience it's more like a liability, because we are not ready to predict what's happening. For instance, you look at some of the lucrative jobs today, like drone pilot or 3D engineer or social media manager. These jobs didn't exist 15 years ago. So how can we make predictions about 10, 15 years from now? And sometimes people talk about, oh, in 50 years, in 100 years, AI could do this. I don't care, because we should look at immediate problems. There will be other problems like overpopulation of Mars. An important problem, but maybe we can wait before discussing this.
Yes. We can wait a few minutes, yes. So, of course, in addition to your long and illustrious career in chess, you're the chairman at the Human Rights Foundation.
Yes, I am.
I'm curious about technology's role, if you've seen this, technology's role in helping communities that you've tried to help. You've mentioned bringing computers to small towns in Russia. You've brought back computers, and that's how that's improved the chess playing.
That was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago, but yeah. there must be equivalents of that. But of course, technology is not a panacea either.
No, it's not a panacea. It's a double-edged weapon, because the whole notion that information will inevitably lead to an open society, this notion has failed recently, because we could see regimes like Putin's regimes, or Iranians, or Chinese, or even North Koreans. They use technology, by the way, invented in the free world, to undermine the very foundation of the free world, and of course to topple the dissent in their own countries. Mm-hmm. So it's not automatic, and while we still should rely on open society and to spread of these ideas, we should realize the dangers of internet and the free space being polluted by the fake news and by the misinformation run by the states. Namely, of course, Putin's regime that is so sophisticated, not just in polluting the internet with the fake news, but also meddling with elections in the United States and across Europe.
Yes, and you, of course, have been a vocal opponent of Putin and sort of by extension at this point Trump. But I'm curious, having experienced the sort of depredations of that regime, how does it differ? Like, many of us certainly have not experienced that kind of that kind of direct interference with our internet connections, what we have access to, our communications. Like we live in we're very privileged to live in a free country, and many of us have not experienced that kind of oppression. Can you tell us a little about what you've experienced and how you've tried to change that in your career?
Look, many people thought that Putin regime would not be as dangerous as the Soviet Union, the communist dictatorship, because it didn't have an ideology. In fact, just because it didn't have an ideology to sell, it's even more dangerous. Because Putin doesn't care who he supports outside of Russia to spread chaos and to create more uncertainties and to undermine democracy as an institution and even as a concept, to spread doubts both in the free world and back in Russia, pointing out at the chaos in America or in Europe, saying, look, this is what you wanted for free and fair elections, forget about it. Because Putin is so flexible and he can wear many hats, he can support any force that is going against status quo, whether it's a far left or ultra-nationalists. And that makes him very dangerous. And he's not shy of using enormous financial resources and access to these technologies. And he's always looking for his counterparts, like the one that is now in the Oval Office, to participate in this process of dismantling the world order and moving away from the system that guaranteed prosperity and security after World War II.
The system, of course, can't guarantee prosperity, but I think that at least with technology and the internet and communications, we can guarantee communication, which is so essential to democracy. I think that that's at least something that has been very disadvantageous for Putin's regime, is that so much of what he does gets out. We hear about it, and it is internationally frowned upon, although it has apparently little effect.
No, but I think we should, may sound ironic, but we should probably praise Donald Trump for as a waking up call. It's a very important, because it's a catalyst. Trump, brought many young Americans into politics. People realize that it's not enough to be on the internet. You have to participate.
Yeah.
So it's very important. So you may call it a disruptive technology. And it's in fact, I think long-term it will work in our favor, in favor of democracy. And I think one of the important messages is that let's realize that we have phenomenal opportunities to use these technologies to do great things. And we have to participate. We have to be engaged. And for the young people who are just, concerned that, oh, what can we do? Everything has been already revealed, discovered, so we can be only consumers. My response is that, guys, you carry in your pocket or in your purse a device which is 1,000 times more powerful than Cray's supercomputer in 1976. Think how we can use it, think how you can participate, and just to create, better reality. And things will happen in the future anyway. And if we just, if we know what we want to do, if we know how to use this massive powers in our hands.
All right, let's do this. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Well,
welcome one and all to Build. How are we feeling
Mr.
today?
Kasparov,
How are we doing?
thank you very much for joining us.
Beautiful out.
Thank you.
Welcome. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us and hanging out today. Huge day here at Build.
Okay.
8 guests, the
So,
Ocho. We're doing
we
it
are
back
moving
to back
on
all day.
to a
Incredible talent
Battlefield
right here
Alumni
on the stage. And our
update.
first guest,
And my
super
very,
excited
very
to have
first
with us,
disrupt,
man.
May
I mean,
2011.
improv comedy,
The winner of
comedy
that
legend, let's
Disrupt
say
New
in general.
York
You
was
see him on
called
Veep, you
Get
know him from
Around, and they're going
UCB.
to tell us
Mr. Matt
what
Walsh
they're
is here.
up
Make
to
some noise
today.
for Matt.
Please welcome to the stage Jessica
My goodness.
from Get Around.
It's a great way to kick it off. So he'll be out in a moment. Joining him on stage, host and moderator for this particular conversation. If you've watched the show before, you're familiar with his work. And if not, you're in for a treat. I'm talking about Mr. Ricky Camilleri. And you're right to applaud. I see a couple of you rushing to applaud. And that's the correct response.
Get Around, my company here
That's the right way to do it. He's a great guy. So they're going to hang out. They're going to talk for a little bit right here on the stage. That's usually how it works. You can even hear them right now. So they'll come on out. They'll talk. We'll do audience Q&A. You guys can ask some questions. We'll keep an eye out for questions from those tuning in live. That's right, on the internet. Hi there, everybody watching us live. You can ask questions too. You can be a part of this. Just think it up and tweet at us at Build Series NYC. Very simple. You could also press the button that says submit a question on it. These are all options available to you right now, the person on the other side of that camera. So go for it. Think of something crazy. Ask it. Maybe it'll be here. Maybe it won't. I don't know. We'll find out together. Other things we're going to do together. Watch a clip from the show. And then we'll get Matt out here. And we'll do this. But before we go any further, as I mentioned earlier, you can hear them, which means they can hear you. So one more time, guys. Are we excited that Matt Walsh is here? Let's let him know.
We always saw hardware technology as a key strength and opportunity to make any car a connected car and to basically make it safe and seamless to car share. And since then, we've really evolved into a totally on-demand car sharing platform where we have fleet partners and all types of people sharing cars on the platform, with each car taking up to 10 cars off the road. One exciting thing is a few weeks ago, we actually launched in New York. So New York and Boston, new cities as of the last month, and you can use us whenever you need a car. Within a few taps, just rent it from the app. A few major partnerships are really propelling us forward. So we've partnered with some of the biggest car companies in the business, being a disruptive company and doing something really, really different. It took a while, but we now have major partnerships with Toyota and Mercedes and Ford and a lot of other players. And most recently, we announced a $10 million investment from Toyota as part of our $45 million Series C, which we announced last month. One other familiar name on this list is Uber. So, obviously we are both working towards a more efficient future, mobility being very simple in your pocket or on your watch. And so with Uber, they're actually enabling people to rent cars by the hour from a dedicated fleet that they have put on GetAround so that more people can actually participate on GetAround and Uber. As I mentioned, some exciting news, always a good sign, especially in these funding environments when you could keep raising and keep building value for the company. So we have major car companies, we're focused on rapid market expansion, and excited to continue to evolve the platform. So GetAround today, we have revenue in the tens of millions. We've raised over 85 million, half a million users. We're operating in 13 cities around the country and planning to continue expanding. So business is good, and users are loving the service, and more will have it soon. So you might have wondered what I'm doing with this on my arm. It's a little bit big for me, but we wanted to share something exciting and special with you guys that we haven't told anyone else yet. So as you can see, we've really been driving growth through some key partnerships and great partners, and we really see us making it so seamless that you don't need to own a car, or if you need one, or if you want to have one, that it's just very easy to use. It pays for itself. And so we've basically partnered with Samsung. We're the exclusive car sharing partner for their wearables. And basically how it works is if you need a GetAround car, rather than having to pull out your phone and unlock it, you can just unlock the car straight through the watch app. And if you have Bluetooth enabled, it can even just straight unlock like keyless go. So one lucky person here is going to get to have this watch off my arm. So I would encourage you guys to look under your seat and see if you've won the watch. And you're also getting some free GetAround driving credit so that you can use GetAround and have a fun new Samsung watch with the GetAround app on it. So if you have it, if you can stand up and hold the box, and we have a lucky winner here, so you can meet me backstage to get this arm off my watch, and you also have contact info in there so we can coordinate. Well, that was fun. Thanks, guys. Always good to start the morning off with a bang. So in the remaining time I have, I just want to talk to you a little bit about where we're going with the company and what we stand for. And we've always believed two major things: that it should be easier to own a car and have it on GetAround just to keep it for yourself, and that you don't necessarily have to own a car now. There's millions and billions of cars all over the place. So one thing we know is that when cars can drive themselves, it'll be even easier to share than ever before. So our product kind of mimics that future. It's the onboarding experience to self-driving cars. And we're proud to say that we're really building the technology that's going to help drive this future forward. And the last thing, as a lot of you know, the environment really matters to us so much, and we're very mission-driven. We have a triple bottom line impact with GetAround, so we're able to positively impact cities, the environment, and the local economy. So you could feel good about driving and feel good about sharing your cars. In a city like New York, which we plan to have thousands of cars here soon, each 1,000 cars takes 10,000 cars off the road, offsets 100 million pounds of CO2 emission, and injects over $10 million in the local economy. So that's just 1,000 cars. Imagine 10,000, a million, and millions of cars on the platform. Well, thank you. Try Get Around and keep in touch. I'd love to hear your feedback.
Awesome job, Jessica. One more update from our winner, our most recent winner. Please welcome to the stage Amin from Mobalytics.
Hello. How are you guys today? So they asked us to come back and tell us a little bit about what changed after TechCrunch. And a lot, but the first thing that happened is we had to carry a really big cup outside of the building and pack it, and that was painful. But we went from being people no one talked to, knew about, to our phone blowing up all the time till today. So things changed dramatically, and we were able to meet a lot of passionate people who shared our vision and our philosophy, and to raise $2.6 million. And with that money, we were able to build a really passionate team of people who mostly play games and are distributed across the world and really love what they do. And without them, we wouldn't have been able to build the product that we now have, and that we have a ton of really amazing users who give us feedback every day and enjoy using the product. And they say stuff like what you can see on screen, how scary and accurate our analysis is, and how much they struggle with certain things and how we're able to identify them. And I think that's been the biggest reward, not just for myself, but for everyone on the team. When a customer pings us, not even a customer, when a player pings us on one of our channels, I think 5 people jump to answer, and none of them are in the community management department. So it's been a really exciting experience to just be able to deal with these people. We've also managed to make some amazing partnerships. We're doing high performance research with Red Bull on gamers. We're working with professional teams like Team Liquid to analyze their players, do performance research, and show them how to develop their talent better. And we have a few other partnerships that we can't really talk about now, but it's really exciting, and we feel like we're doing some great things. And we made a really, really cool video to show you guys. So maybe we can play the video. It's a random guy from Fiverr. We tried to get someone from cost us $5,000.
Well, hey, everyone. We always happy to see our alumni come by, and we're happy to see you're progressing along your path. So it's very nice to have you here, and thanks for the video.
Pleasure.
And we'll pass the cup on to the next winner for you.
You identify with the struggle in the video?
Oh yeah, I identify with the struggle. Yeah.
Okay.
I definitely have weaknesses in my game, but I'm always trying to improve. So
okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a good one.
Take care.
Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to pull some names out of this cup of our finalists. This will be the order in which they present on the stage to our judges. And after this, we're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll come back for the finals. So let's get to it. The first company for the Startup Battlefield Finals is Collider. Collider is a 3D printing company. Next up, we have NewCipher, security company dealing in encryption packaging. After that, we have Domuso. Next up is Recordgram. This is one of our wild cards. They made it to the finals. It came from one of our Miami meetups. And finally, we have Sunrise. So that's the order in which they will present. Right now, we're going to go to a 20-minute break, so you have some time before the finals. Our wonderful panel of judges will come out and grill the companies. Thank you very much. We'll see you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Battlefield host and TechCrunch senior writer, Anthony Ha.
Hello! All right, it is time for the finals of the Startup Battlefield. That means that for those of you who've been here all 3 days, we've had 19 different startups on stage. They've all given their presentations, they've taken questions from our judges, and we've boiled them down to 5 different companies. Those companies are now going to present for you. We're going to bring out a whole new set of judges, and they're going to take, so it's going to be 6 minutes of presentation and then 12 minutes of Q&A, so we're going to get to go a little bit more in depth, and then the judges are going to go backstage, and we're going to choose a winner of the Battlefield Cup. I should also mention that if you would like to participate in San Francisco, go to apply.techcrunch.com. That's apply.techcrunch.com. Applications for the Disrupt Battlefield in San Francisco are now open. And without further ado, let's bring out our judges. First up, we have Stuart Ellman. Stuart looks primarily at fintech and robotics deals at RRE, which he founded with Jim Robinson in 1994. Stuart is currently a director at Bark & Company, Clarity Money, ClearPath Robotics, Jibo, OneDrop, and Payphone. Next up, we have Annie Lamont. Annie is a managing partner of Oak HCFT, where she focuses on healthcare information services and financial services technology. Annie has been ranked as the top healthcare and fintech investor on the Forbes Midas list. Next, we have Susan Lyne. Susan started her career in the magazine industry, founding and leading Premiere Magazine. She spent almost a decade at Disney, served as CEO of Martha Stewart Living Omnimedia, CEO and then chair of Gilt.com. She's now president and founding partner at BBG Ventures. Next, we have Matthew Panzarino. Matthew has been a retail jockey, founded a professional photography business, and a news blog covering the Apple ecosystem. He has served as news editor and managing editor at The Next Web, and if he looks a little familiar, that's because he's also the editor-in-chief of TechCrunch. Next, we have Deven Parekh. Deven is a managing director at Insight Venture Partners, and he joined the firm in 2000. Deven manages investments in application software, data, and consumer internet businesses globally. And last but not least, we have Reshma Saujani. Reshma is the founder and CEO of Girls Who Code, a national nonprofit organization leading the movement to inspire, educate, and equip young women with the computing skills to pursue 21st century opportunities. Give it up for our awesome judges. Okay, here we go. The first company is Collider. Presenting for Collider are Kathy Calderon and Graham Brademeyer. Come on out.
Hello. Hi, we're Collider, and we're introducing everyday off-the-shelf manufacturing materials to 3D printing. Imagine you have an idea for a part that could be a new product, improve a process on your factory line, or make something you're already selling even better. You want to test that idea, but standing in your way is the expense of a $10,000 mold and a 4-week lead time for each iteration. Is it any surprise that hardware innovation is moving slower than software? Software development moves fast because you can get immediate real-world feedback, and that means rapid iteration and thus innovation. What if hardware could be as iterative, as adaptable, as agile as software? The current methods for making production quality parts are injection molding and CNCing, which are slow and expensive, and 3D printing, which is faster but makes weaker parts. New entrants carbon and desktop metal are at the cutting edge of 3D printing, driving towards production quality. Collider is part of that continuum, but we're doing something different. We're introducing Orchid, a machine that makes parts in off-the-shelf manufacturing materials. The future of 3D materials choice is here, with plastic, silicone, and rubber. And today, I am thrilled to announce that this machine makes metal parts. We're starting with copper and stainless steel. Let me show you how it works. Orchid is a customized injection molding machine and a full production facility. Orchid's process is so simple. It 3D prints a mold. It injects the mold with off-the-shelf manufacturing materials, and then you dissolve the mold. And in the case of metal, you sinter it in our furnace. The process takes just hours. Imagine having an idea in the morning and testing it in the afternoon in the exact same materials you'd ship to a customer. Think about how much that de-risks your design process. You have a real-world test environment at your facility every single day. Let me show you a video of our patented process in action. We're accessing Collider's proprietary software through a web browser. We upload an industry-standard design model, and then Collider's software takes over to design a mold for your part. Then Orchid uses continuous DLP to 3D print a hollow shell. That shell is completely smooth with no visible lines. Then we inject off-the-shelf manufacturing materials into that shell. These materials chemically cure to form a solid part. This is a steel metal slurry, but it could easily be anything in our catalog. The process is exactly the same. Once the build cycle is complete, you remove the build platform and dunk it in hot water. That shell material dissolves away, leaving a production quality part. Can we switch to Graham in the live demo? Thank you. Graham has shells that he's been dissolving for about 20 minutes. The shell material that he's washing off is a world first and a patented Collider invention that is critical to our process. Let me show you a few applications. This steel part is an iteration of the video you just saw. It's the shift lever from the pedal on a custom motorcycle. CNCing this part would have taken a week. Collider got it to a green state in a matter of hours. This rubber part is from custom footwear startup Weave. They just finished their wildly successful Kickstarter and needed to see this iteration of this product in a customer-ready material. We saved them from cutting a mold which would have cost thousands. This part retails for $60. And finally, custom prosthetics can cost thousands, so amputees usually buy uncomfortable one-size-fits-most liners. Alongside a national prosthetics company, Collider can change the quality of someone's life with customization. This silicone liner is a perfect fit, and it retails for under $200. Can we go back to the slides? ORCID is 5 to 60 times faster, 3 to 125 times less expensive, and has a potential materials catalog of hundreds. ORCID's process is so simple. You just press a button to start, plug it into the wall, and there's no skilled labor or special ventilation required. When you're ready to kick off a print, you just snap in the materials cartridge, you press go, and our software will handle the rest. ORCID prints at vertical target speeds of 36 centimeters per hour, and our build volume is about the size of 2 shoe boxes, which you can fill with the same parts, with different parts. It's totally up to you. As I'm sure you can tell, ORCID has applications across verticals. We're initially targeting service bureaus and rapid prototyping shops, and then we'll look to companies that can benefit from rapid iteration, like medical and automotive manufacturers. Please go to collidertech.com to sign up to Lisa Beta today. Collider is enabling an entirely new category of manufacturing, and if you are a service bureau or a rapid prototyping shop, we'd like you to have a beta, so please reach out. Thank you.
All right. So judges, do you guys want to try out the parts maybe? Do you want to pass those down? Cool. All right, who has the first question? Deven?
So are you selling a service or is it actually hardware?
We're leasing this actual machine to customers.
And so what's the business model? What's the price point that you're trying to lease the unit at? And how does it compare to whatever they're doing currently?
Yep, so we're leasing ORCID and we're retailing the catalog of materials that goes into it, like HP's printer ink model.
So you said there was a different process for metals because it's going to be maybe slightly more difficult in the back of a garage to melt down some copper and put it inside the mold. Can you explain how that's going to work and what the different costs are going to be vis-a-vis different materials?
Yeah, absolutely. So actually, the way that we inject the metals is actually not in a molten state. So what we do is we inject a combination of liquid resin and metal powder particles into the shell. Those cure solid inside of the shell just like the plastic and rubber parts do. Then you dissolve away the shell the same way, then it goes into a sintering furnace. That's the extra piece of equipment that you have to work with this technology. That has a price point that we're not quite ready to disclose at this time publicly.
So how much testing have you done with this? How many clients have you worked with?
Yeah, so over the last year, we've been printing parts for customers. So we printed over 200 parts for customers. 50 of those were paid parts. Some of those were tryout parts for companies that were potentially considering purchasing a beta machine now that we're to that stage.
So all we do is customer feedback. We're trying to continue to improve the machine as we develop it.
How many machines are there right now for lease?
So we just opened up the beta program for leasing, and so there's no actual machines at facilities today, just the machines that are at our facility. We have just a few of these machines that we use to make the parts currently.
We just launched our beta on Monday.
Yeah.
And when you think about the service bureau market, how big a market is that? What % of the machines in that market would you have?
The service bureau market is actually huge. There's 1,500 of them in the US alone, and it's over $1.7 billion. And then if you begin to add the rapid prototyping market on top of it, it's exponentially bigger.
Tell me about the team. Who are you?
So, I'm Graham. No, so I come from a background actually working in the 3D printing industry. I've been working with the technology actually since I was 15. I previously worked for Shapeways, which is the world's largest 3D printing service bureau, as well as working with manufacturers who were looking to adopt additive manufacturing technology, which led to the development of the ORCID and the Khaki.
And there's 5 of us on the team total. My background is in B2B and business and law, and so I've experienced scaling companies.
So kind of what percentage of the time does kind of cheaper 3D printing a good enough substitute for what you guys are doing? How often do you actually need this level of sophistication?
Yes, it's a great question. So typically, 3D printing today is going to be used for prototyping, and that's going to be primarily for fit and form for the most part. And so in that use case, you don't actually require these materials because you're that early in your design iteration. At some stage, though, before you're going to ship 1 million of something, you really need to find out what it's going to be like in the real materials in case there's shrinkage issues, in case there's wear issues. That's where we really get involved in the process. So maybe your first, let's say 1 to 5 kind of iterations, maybe you're going to use that technology, or maybe you're just going to go directly to ours.
But if you look at the service bureau market, which you said was a $1.7 billion market, how much of that is that initial prototyping versus the last the last step before you actually go to production?
Yeah, so that's also a fantastic question. So actually, some of the biggest service bureaus that we have in America today's biggest business isn't actually 3D printing. It's actually plastic casting. So behind the walls is actually happening a lot of silicone mold making, and they're making a lot of parts for those exact customers. So a lot of their business is coming from it. For instance, Stratasys Direct is North America's largest plastic casting firm, even though they're ultimately a 3D printing company. So it's a huge portion of their business today.
Just comparing yourself to, originally like 6 or 7 years ago, MakerBot really, made a good penetration into a lot of the rapid development. Obviously, that became part of Stratasys. A lot of these guys are reasonably well integrated already in. As you go in, what is your pitch to not be the first sort of rapid prototyping or 3D type printer, but to be able to replace existing guys that have billion-dollar market caps and will be able to say that they're doing things that can be similar, could potentially be more cost-effective, or that they will have more staying power, or just basically being a gorilla in that space where you're a more interesting, innovative startup?
Yeah, so it's primarily a materials play with those companies, right? And so you're very limited. You can only work within a small spectrum of materials that those companies have developed for their technology, and you have to buy it in the same medium and format that you would, the unique format that they have specified for that particular printer. And so the materials play is really what we're going after here, the ability to work with those traditional manufacturing materials, and that's the selling point. And because plastic casting is such a big part of these companies' business today, that's a really exciting opportunity because it's the exact same materials that they're using inside of their silicone molds for those same customers today.
Now,
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, what's the threshold at which, so it seems to me like there's like a horizontal slice of business that you're going after. Because at some point if somebody makes 100,000 of something, they're gonna, do tooling and make molds and do their thing. And then at the low end, if somebody's fooling around at their desk and doing initial prototyping, they might use a 3D printer. So explain to me what point you start and what point you end, like your business ends, in terms of volume, for instance.
Yeah, so that's a fantastic question, and the answer is it depends a little bit on how you're using the technology. So if you're looking for mass customization, for instance, custom footwear, custom prosthetics, things like this, you can use this to make whatever volume you're looking for. We envision a world where you have 50 of our machines and they're your production for your entire custom shoe wear line because you can deliver them in the materials that you need to be a production product for your customers. If you're looking to do kind of, let's say, an identical set of parts and the part's going to be the same every time, it depends a little bit on the size. We put that threshold usually around 2,000, 2,500 parts before it makes sense for you to go out there and cut that steel tool at that point. That does depend on the size of the part. Can be higher with smaller parts.
And have you evaluated the size of this customizable market or done explorations there?
We have. The customization in footwear alone is worth $2 billion. And because it's so incredibly expensive to customize anything, because right now you actually have to cut a multi-$1,000 mold, it just isn't done. It doesn't make sense for me to have a pair of custom shoes or a custom watch band because it's going to cost the company that's selling it to me $10,000 or $15,000. But with this machine and with our technology, you can actually submit a part file to the machine and it's going to cost you the same to make one for me and you at the same time.
Which opens up almost a whole new kind of category of opportunity for a company who wants to do custom goods but maybe couldn't.
Right, I mean this is something that like Adidas is experimenting with Carbon 3D, right? So you go to Nike and say, we have something, you can use too, right? Is that a real, I'm trying to gauge how much of it, your business is leaning on the customization aspect versus just, hey, we've got this thing that can do the same thing you already do.
Sure. So I guess, let me frame that. Well, yeah.
So we're doing the same thing that people are already doing, but dramatically faster and dramatically less expensive because we are directly replacing tooling, which is the current process. And so if we go back to when Collider was just getting started, that's actually kind of what put the seed in Graham's head was all of these manufacturers just kept complaining that tooling was so expensive. And you hear about it with startups also, right? They're developing some sort of new product, and the tooling expense is always a huge portion of getting a hardware company to market. I mean, the same experience exists for a hardware product, and so what we're doing is we're increasing that speed to market by making it so that you don't have to cut a mold, go to China, get that mold back, put that mold in an injection molding machine, do it once, see the part, and think, I need to tweak this.
What's the biggest thing you've learned?
In what category?
Well, in the 100 prototypes that you've built, what's the thing that you thought?
I think one of the biggest takeaways is companies need to see their own parts. So companies aren't going to jump on board with adopting a new technology until they can see it in the exact same part. It's not something that's like their part, it's this file, and it's in this specific material, and we've been able to offer them that. And so I think that was one of the biggest takeaways for me anyway, was learning that that was something that they required in samples, things weren't.
Well, and it's really exciting because a company can come to us and say, I need to see this part in this material because I'm looking for these particular characteristics, and because we're buying off-the-shelf materials and putting them through our process, we have full spec sheets on all of these materials. We can also have companies come to us and say, hey, I actually need this arrangement of qualities that we don't have in our materials catalog. We can go to one of our customers, find a spec sheet, from a material that's been developed over trillions of dollars and decades of research by one of our partners, and test it overnight and then deliver it to you.
How do you think about the business model? I know you don't want to talk about the pricing specifically, but how should we think about the gross margin of the business? And just given it seems like fairly complicated hardware, what's the capital intensity as you start leasing these?
Sure, so this machine is actually deceptively simple. We've designed it in a very modular way so that we're kind of prepared for total meltdown. And our margins take into account a service contract over 3 years, the case of total meltdown, and then replacing parts and making sure ultimately that our customers have an awesome experience. So we've worked that into all of our pricing models.
Is there a gross margin?
There is. There's a
Can you be more specific than there is a gross margin?
We have a very comfortable gross margin that allows us to make sure that the customer's experience over 3 years is awesome.
So let me ask this a slightly different way. I understand this is less expensive if you are looking at the alternative being a $10,000 mold. Mm-hmm. But one of the things you talked about earlier was that someone might want to make 1,000 of X, Y, or Z. My guess is that that would actually not necessarily be less expensive because you're making a good part of your margin on, as you say, the ink, the way that HP did. So where does this become less cost effective?
Yeah, so two things. So one of them is that the materials that we're working with, because they are mass produced and have been for decades and they're off-the-shelf materials, we can actually have a reselling price that's on par with traditional resellers of that material, which gives us an ability to have up to a higher number of parts be cost effective. And again, that kind of comes back to the number that I touted earlier, which is, if you kind of are working with identical parts or duplicate parts, as you said, that are the same over and over again, part of it depends on the design, but we kind of use as a rule of thumb, if it's a 3x3, something in the lower 1,000 range, a couple thousand parts or something of that nature. But with a feasible and visible pathway to making that number higher as we do things like build larger build volume machines.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we're pretty much out of time. So give it up one more time for Collider.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, while they're bringing the Orchid off stage, we are gonna introduce our second company, that is NewCypher. Presenting for NewCypher are McLean Wilkinson and Michael Einziger. Come on out, guys. Hold on one second, we'll get you this stuff off the stage. Just got one more thing up there. Oops. Oh. All right, NewCypher, thanks for your flexibility. Take it away.
Hi, my name is McLean Wilkinson, co-founder and CEO of NewCypher. NewCypher is a security and encryption platform that's body armor for big data. The amount of data being generated today is absolutely staggering. It's coming from everywhere, and much of it is highly, highly sensitive. Businesses not only have to protect themselves, they also have a responsibility to properly manage and safeguard their customers' and users' data. Let's take an e-commerce retailer like Amazon as an example. From the moment you land on their app, you're generating hundreds of data points. What you're clicking on, what you're looking at, how long you're staying. All of that is ingested in real time, along with the details of any order you make, your name, address, credit card number. That's analyzed for insight into your behavior as a consumer and aggregated with millions of other customer accounts. This explosion of data, along with the associated storage and computational demands, is driving much of the underlying IT infrastructure into the public cloud. Organizations are scrambling to stay agile and competitive, wanting to provision new servers and new services in minutes, as opposed to the weeks or months it takes on-prem. But moving outside of the organization's four walls presents an entirely new set of security and compliance challenges. And while there's a huge ecosystem of security tools provided by both startups and incumbents, many of these tools are built for the past and are focused on the wrong problem. They promise to protect you from getting hacked in the first place, providing network and endpoint security to keep the bad guys out. This might have worked, this is like the legend of the little boy plugging a crack in the dam with his finger. It might have worked when you had a small amount of data to protect, but now you have oceans of it. There are too many cracks, and you only have so many fingers. The bad guys will find a way in, around, or through your walls, and you will get hacked. And when that happens, your data is still secure with NewCipher. You need to embed security into the data itself, and that's where encryption comes in. But traditional approaches, although they provide protection, also come with significant performance and functionality drawbacks. They're like the original Iron Man suit hacked together with scrap metal in a cave. Secure, but bulky and unwieldy. NewCipher provides that same level of protection, but without the restrictions. Flexible, powerful, and secure, NewCipher is the Iron Man Mark 46 for your data. With our patented proxy re-encryption crypto system, NewCipher protects your data wherever it goes, both on-prem and in the cloud. NewCipher guarantees your data can be accessed only by valid users, and if an unauthorized or malicious attacker breaks into your cluster, all they see is encrypted gibberish. We do this by embedding access controls directly into the encryption itself. Let me show you a demo of how that works. Here, we have a data engineer at a global financial institution running Hive queries to analyze financial transactions. Simultaneously, a malicious nation-state hacker has broken into the cluster using root privileges stolen from the system administrator. Keep in mind, root privileges means he has full unrestricted access, and this is a live operational data set. To verify this, we can see that the data engineer's legitimate query has just successfully completed. But when the attacker attempts to view that same data, he discovers everything is fully encrypted. Even though he has full root privileges, thanks to NewCipher, the master decryption key never enters the cluster, and all he can see is encrypted gibberish. We're a team of software engineers who've worked at Morgan Stanley and built infrastructure tools at LinkedIn. Our CTO is a physicist and scientist from the Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology, who previously worked in an area closely related to quantum computing and cryptography. We're working with one of the leading proxy re-encryption researchers in the entire world, and our technology is compliant with standards bodies like NIST and FIPS. Our founding team previously built ZeroDB, the world's most popular open source encrypted database project. And we are incredibly excited to build NewCipher into the de facto security layer for the $35 billion cloud infrastructure market. Security and compliance are the two biggest blockers to the adoption of big data and cloud technology in the enterprise. And by solving these constraints, NewCipher can modernize much of the underlying IT infrastructure on which the world's most sensitive systems operate. And we're already proving this with some of the world's largest enterprises, including multiple Tier 1 investment banks, global technology companies, and telecommunications firms. In addition to launching our company at TechCrunch Disrupt, we've also released open source versions of our Hadoop and Kafka offerings that are now available on GitHub for engineers who want to build enterprise-grade security into their big data projects. We are NewCipher, a security and encryption platform that's body armor for big data.
All right, judges. Who do you view as your competitive landscape in kind of the market that you're going after?
So there's a couple ways to look at this. One is the platforms that we support, Hadoop, et cetera, have data protection built in to some extent. It tends not to be robust enough for the requirements for some of our enterprise customers. Another way to look at it is data masking and tokenization companies like HP Voltage, Protegrity in Europe, those sorts of folks.
What are the is there performance degradation at all or what's the impact of the performance?
Sure, it's actually pretty minimal. These days, most encryption is hardware accelerated, so you may see a couple percentage points of performance hit, but pretty minimal. Where you get stuck with traditional approaches to encryption, particularly in a big data or cloud context, is latency.
Yep.
So if you're talking between a node and a KMS, that's where you really, particularly if you have the KMS on-prem and the cluster up in the cloud, that's where stuff really starts to fall over. And that's the problem that we're solving. So we remove all that latency.
Given that encryption technologies are not new, right, have either you or the investment banks that have utilized you had any third party do an objective comparison of you versus other encryption technologies vis-a-vis latency and other performance characteristics?
So we actually use existing standardized encryption algorithms, so we're not rolling new crypto. Okay. So one of the hardest pieces for us from an R&D perspective was getting our proxy re-encryption to work with like NIST-certified elliptic curves, for example. And that was also a very important thing for our customers. So we're using sort of standard tried and true encryption primitives that have been in use in the industry for a while.
So when you say that you've got a variety of top-tier investment banks utilizing your software, are those beta tests? Are those multi-year? How long have they been tested? How long have they been used?
Sure. So right now, that's pilot POC stage.
Okay.
We do charge for pilots.
To reduce sort of friction in marketing this, I mean, obviously, if it was embedded with an AWS or a cloud provider, it would presumably scale much faster, or perhaps they're your largest competitor. I mean, how do you think about that? And have you been working with the cloud providers?
Sure. So we've been very conscious to build our stuff so that it interops with existing tools that people are using, whether it's Hadoop distributions from Cloudera's, Hortonworks of the world. We plug directly into that. We've also been working on deeper integrations with Amazon's, for example, big data stack. So they have EMR, which is their version of Hadoop, Kinesis, which is their message queue like Kafka. And we do have support for several of those and more in the future. So we do view it as a channel partner.
Right, okay. Would you partner with them? Would they adopt it? Could it be integrated would they be your largest customer?
So with Amazon, most of Amazon's customers that are using EMR are running it on top of S3 as opposed to HDFS, which is the file system that most people use Hadoop for. And so we're working on, we have EMR running on HDFS right now. We're working on getting it to work with S3 as well. Okay. So once we have that, I think it'll be a more meaningful opportunity.
Okay.
So is this most relevant, I would assume, in private cloud applications rather than in a public cloud application? Meaning AWS, presumably, as more data goes to public clouds, the public clouds are obviously building their own security layers. So is this, and not to say that the market size isn't big enough in the private cloud, but that's the way we should be thinking about where you're focused?
So I think we have several use cases. Some are standard like data protection regulations. Probably the biggest use case for us right now is this cloud enablement. So if you're a large enterprise, you have very much higher security and compliance requirements than a lot of startups here that are using AWS.
Yep.
One of the things, for example, they want is being able to keep the keys on-prem, even if they're storing and processing data in the cloud. So they won't use like AWS Cloud HSM key management, because if Amazon has the data and the keys, and let's say Amazon gets subpoenaed by a regulatory agency, for example, it's game over.
Right.
So they want that segmentation between the data and the keys. So that is a big use case for us. Yes.
And do you have a sense of what your pricing model is going to be yet? Is it going to be based on amount of data, server?
Yeah.
What's going to be?
So two ways or two approaches. One is for people that are running it on-prem, term-based subscriptions on a per node basis, and then also for the people that are running it in the cloud, it's more of a consumption-based model.
So let's assume, I mean, almost any company in your space is being built on the premise that at some point the network is going to be compromised. So describe to me just like a basic, don't have to go too complex, but a basic scenario where a company running your security layer has their data compromised. What happens, and how does your product protect them from further damage?
Sure. So let's say you're running a data lake on Hadoop, and an attacker breaks into the Ranger node or access system administrator and can basically at that point give themselves access to the entire cluster, even if you're using transparent data encryption or these standard encryption tools. With NewCipher, we sort of split the trust, so that the system administrator can manage access controls, but he can't actually see any of the underlying data, so he doesn't have a golden key, for example. So even in this case, if someone breaks into the cluster, even if they compromise the system administrator, they're very limited in what they can do. So they may be able to get access to anything the system administrator has access to, but if you've done it correctly, the system administrator doesn't have access to anything. And in that case, they would be pretty much out of luck.
So kind of basing, if you look at your competitive landscape, how do you size the market for your market in particular?
Sure. So I think this is still something we're working through. So a lot of the big data platforms that we're particularly excited about are some of the newer ones like Kafka and Spark, which are just sort of starting to get meaningful adoption and are less mature than Hadoop. I think if we were just to look at Hadoop and set aside sort of the future growth opportunities for what we do in the future, we could score around like $2 to $3 billion based off of kind of the letter of intent pricing we have in some of our agreements.
How did this idea come about? Why did you decide to spend your life trying to solve this problem?
Sure. So I mentioned in our presentation that my co-founder and I originally built something called ZeroDB, which was an end-to-end encrypted database. There was an open source project that was pretty popular with developers and engineers and the Hacker News type people. And we went to banks as sort of a test customer to try to pitch them on using it for things like data archiving in the cloud. And during those conversations, they kept asking, hey, can we use this? Can we apply some of what we built for this to our data lakes? Can we do heavier weight computations, more involved queries? For ZeroDB, the answer was no, but they kept pulling us in that direction, so we eventually figured out how to take some of the technology from ZeroDB, which was this proxy re-encryption piece, and start applying it to these big data platforms. And that's sort of the route and how we ended up here.
Why hasn't someone done this before?
So I think it's challenging from a couple dimensions. One, it's not just a straight engineering problem, so the science and R&D behind proxy re-encryption, particularly how we've gotten it to work with standardized NIST-certified encryption algorithms, was pretty involved, and as well as how we've applied it specifically to these big data platforms. So we hold patents on all of those, so how standard encryption algorithms, application of proxy encryption to Hadoop, to Kafka, et cetera.
How long will the average sales cycle be to these particularly, mission-critical security firms that tend to like to test things for, significant time periods?
Yeah, so that's definitely the hardest part of our business. It's a very long, complicated sales cycle. Particularly with banks, it could be you could be looking at 18 months on the upper end, or even potentially longer. Even for non-financial services, it still could be quite long. We're very much an enterprise sales, top-down model, selling into the CIO and the CISO.
How many people are at NewCipher?
7 right now, so 2 founders and 7 people total.
So, are you familiar at all with 41st Parameter that got bought by Experian?
I'm not.
I was just curious if you look at their business model, which is also kind of focused in similar type market, but really focused more just around e-commerce as opposed to the types of companies you're around. There's an embedded network effect in their business because, in effect, if you're a customer of them, the fact that other people were able to look at a common database made each new customer more valuable. Does your business have any kind of a network effect like that?
So not on a first order. We do have an interesting use case around sharing of sensitive data. So some of our customers, particularly the technology companies, are looking at creating shared industry data lakes where multiple customers and partners are all contributing data to this pooled resource of data and compute, but they want to bring their own key, so they don't want to give their data just in the clear to whoever's running that shared data lake, but they want to be able to delegate and revoke access to others. So you can imagine like a KYC, know your customer shared data lake for financial services, many similar things like that that would have some degree of potentially network effect.
Got it. Thank you.
So why better than be safe? And if you look at their description, it's very similar to yours in terms of the technology and employment.
Be safe?
Be safe.
I'm actually not familiar with them.
Okay.
Any final questions? All right, give it up one more time for New Cipher.
Thank you.
Okay, so it is time to bring up our third company, Domuso. Presenting for Domuso are Damian Langeri and Socket Rai.
Hello, my name is Damian Langeri. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Domuso. I'm assuming about 99% of everyone here and watching has rented at some point in their life. And you ever thought, why was rent due on the 1st? You ever thought about that? You ever thought why first month, last month, and deposit are all wrapped into one nasty certified check when you sign that lease? Or you get a 5-day notice on the 5th. You have the money, maybe you forgot, but you're still getting a notice of eviction. So I'm here today to talk to you about the inflexibility of the rental payment. When I was 29, I teamed up with my cousin, and we saw an opportunity to buy multifamily real estate at the height of the recession. From a single fourplex, we were able to scale to over 5,000 units in 5 different states, and assets valued nearly $1 billion. But one thing we noticed was the payment pain at our properties. Our residents had stringent due dates, due on the 1st, huge late fees by the 3rd, and by the 5th, we were handing eviction notices to families. We couldn't get our head wrapped around it. But what we realized is that our own property managers had essentially turned into money managers. They were risk assessors, bankers, debt collectors. Problem was, they couldn't do this job very well. And the only way that they could enforce stringent policies was setting hard dates, big late fees, and threats of eviction to manage their pay risk. No other vertical has such inflexibility in the payments. Education, healthcare, housing. When you walk into a car dealer, you're qualified for a car based on your income and credit, and then you're given options. How much do you want to put down? Changes your monthly rate based on your budget. Then you're given an option of when you want to make that car payment, what works best for you. But in rent, that doesn't exist. Well, as an owner-operator, I wanted to understand this better and what kind of product that I would need to deploy in my properties to be able to offer my residents flexibility. And what we discovered was I would need a fully integrated ecosystem that was 100% online, that helped reduce the pay risk to my property and to my owner-operators that manage those buildings, and as well as offering financing plans for any payment, whether that move-in payment as a renter. You know, you're already moving. You're paying $2,000. In New York, you could pay up to $10,000, certified check. You could take a payment plan off of that. We would need this type of product to deliver modern payment flexibility in our buildings. So here we are. Welcome to the future of rent. Domuso is first to introduce flexible payment technology for the rental industry. Let me show you how it works. Start demo. So we created an streamlined online checkout. We're highly integrated into the properties that we work with, so you'll see exactly what to do. We offer standard ACH as well as credit card. The two key exciting options that we're offering today are online certified payments. So no longer as a renter do you have to go get that certified check if your owner-operator requires that of you, whether you're moving in or a one-time payment of rent. The other exciting piece of the puzzle that we have is point-of-sale financing. So on any payment of rent, whether it's that move-in payment or you're running into a tough month, right in the software, right in the checkout, you can say, actually, I'll take this over maybe a few days, a month or two. You have the option. What we do is we compile the data that we already have of you. We know where you live, we know what rent payments you've made, and we're able to put that together in our own algorithm. We're able to deliver credit decision within seconds. At the moment of checkout, you're given options of how you'd like to repay this payment, and off you go. Full modern payment flexibility in the rental payment. Back to presentation. So there are players today that are just pieces of the puzzle. You can go out there and get that one online payment solution that doesn't simple ACH or credit card. There's nothing different or new about that. You can go online to get a loan, but then you have a funding issue. So you get funded for that loan, but then you have to deliver the payment to your owner-operator, which may require a certified check or may require a personal check, and you may be late. As an owner-operator, I can even go and require all my residents to go get these certified nasty checks from the bank. But then again, that's a nasty process. They got to take time off, go to the bank, get a certified check, and then deliver it back to our offices, all scheduling this with our leasing managers. You can have accounting solutions, and they do exist, and they do a very good job at what they do, accounting. But they have no idea about compliance, risk, payments. But at Demusa, we built all these pieces of the puzzle together from the ground up. All of them talk together cohesively to deliver modern payment flexibility for the payment of rent. Demusa sits in the middle between property and resident, and so our business model is straightforward. We have a clear channel access. We process the payments for those communities. We're 100% free for the community, so they're happy to roll us out. Our revenue is generated off of loan origination as well as transactional fees. And in terms of our acquisition costs, it's nearly zero for the residents because everyone then starts paying on our system when we operate. The opportunity is huge. There's over $500 billion of rent paid in the United States, and all of it's stringent. Due on the first, late on the third. There's no modern flexibility in these payments. In fact, 2,000 people a day became renters in the last decade. We're truly living in a renter's renaissance. No longer should rent be considered a four-letter word. Thank you so much.
So in 5 years, is this a lending company or is this a payments company when I look at revenue and profitability?
Absolutely. It's a great question. So we see ourselves as both, payments and lending company combined together from the ground up. So a financial technology that delivers flexibility for any type of payment in rent specifically.
Can you wait to where the preponderance of your revenues and profitability going to be coming from 5-10 years from now?
Sure, absolutely. So where we see ourselves as a payment processor, if you look like that just in general, in total, we'd look at volume, how much volume is flowing through the system. So we target in our models 1% of the volume that flows through our system would be our bottom line revenue.
Why do property owners want flexibility, right? I understand why consumers want it, but why would property owners want it? It's almost like you have indoctrinated this like behavior that you have to like pay your rent on the first. There's like 5 90s hip hop songs, like right, you know, basically that talk about this. I mean, it's you pay your rent before you do, you know, before you buy that dress that you want or that, you know, the beer at the bar. Like, so why would they want to change this behavior?
And that's the key thing. For them as the owner-operator, we're delivering them the money that's required. For the resident, it's giving them flexibility. So I'll tell you, if you're an owner-operator, at some point, you're going to get a call from somebody and saying, hey, actually, I need a few more days. I mean, that's a huge hassle, and we don't need to see that. A car dealer doesn't manage car payments every month. You know, and I believe a property owner should not be a money manager and essentially trying to manage all that money every month, whether it's collections or giving them some flexibility.
Some of your competitors are also giving them property management software, though, also. Are you doing that too? Are you providing any other benefit to them? That's
a great question, too, because we learned early on that we have to be very specialized in the technology that we build, especially when we're working with risk. This is where we see the opportunities, working with all this data. So we want to stay out of actually the property management business. I've been a part of it, I've seen it, and we don't think that the opportunity is there to innovate in that space.
What algorithms?
Sorry, go ahead.
What algorithms are you using to make the credit decisioning?
So we've actually spent time to build our own algorithms, our own proprietary data. If you can think about it, we sit at a very unique place. We're sitting at a property where we know that person lives. We know identity. We're also sitting in a solution where we can see payment history and payment trends of an individual. That's something proprietary to only our system. We have that relationship with the merchant. We are fully integrated into their accounting solutions. We have data access. So we utilize new data sets that actually have never been used before. We also integrate with Yodlee, and so we get banking level data as well. So we're putting all this together in our own proprietary risk scoring model that we've developed.
So you had 5,000 units. When you looked at your units and the number of people who you ended up having to either evict or spend time with to figure out some other alternative for them to get through the next 3 months, what was the average annual rent payment you could expect from a tenant over a period of, let's call it 5 years? So do you lose a month's worth of rent by people not being able to pay flexibly? What I'm looking for is, what's the monetary reason for someone to sign up with you? can you prove that this is actually going to make them more money?
100%. As an owner-operator, I use the platform on my properties. We can test a lot of things. And what we're seeing is our delinquency lower significantly, right? Because the first 10 days...
What does that mean?
I'm sorry. Yeah, so your collection of rent is all due on the first, right? Everyone has to pay. It's a tidal wave of payments on the first of the month. My manager's running around like crazy collecting it all. So by a certain date, there's a delinquency. How many people have not paid yet?
Right.
Right? That could be many things. I forgot. I didn't quite get there. My paycheck came late, whatever it is. So there's a delinquency percentage that we experience in all of our properties. We're seeing a significant reduction in that delinquency now because individuals understand their budgets, right? Now they have a tool in front of them to use to actually predict their budgets. They can say, actually, I'm getting tight this month. Oh, it looks like I can pay this over time. I'll do that. Now, the way it would be done today, they would have to go into the office, explain their personal situation to our manager, which is an embarrassing process, and then go through this. I mean, I saw families with a single mom and children. She just had a 3-week pay gap. And just 3 weeks, she got another job. But the property's policy is, I'm sorry, if you don't pay your rent by the 10th, we got to give you eviction notice.
Yeah.
I mean, we're threatening a family with kicking them on the street. And my manager is not equipped. I mean, they can really only do what they're trained to do, which is policies that are strict and stringent. And so this is where I believe the opportunity is to completely decouple the pay risk for that owner-operator manager.
Walk us through a use case. So how does it work? So, like from the perspective of a renter.
So today, and comparatively how we do it today on Demuso?
So I sign up for Demuso. I'm a renter. How does it work? I get
100%. Got it.
Yep.
Right, great question. So the way it works today is we work closely with the owner-operator group at the management level. We integrate to their accounting solutions. We thus have email access. We shoot out an email to everyone living in the community saying, welcome to Demuso. This is now your new rent payment method. Come online, make a payment. Every month we send out an email that says exactly what's due, and then they click on the button, log in, they're now given options. They have the options. They can either make their payment online, do a different method, but then they have flexibility. And there's a lot of times that a manager requires certified payments. If you've been late on rent once or twice, that manager's like, give me cash, because I don't know, this check bounced. I need you to go get me a certified check. That requires my resident to go to the bank, get a certified check, and come back to the property. We can do it online now with Demuso. Utilizing Yodeli's integration, we can double check see that bank balance is sound, it has the money inside of it, and we can certify that to the owner, all online, all with the click of a button. So that would be the process. They go through the checkout, and what's really exciting is that we can actually, if you think about this, if you can predict ahead of time that next month is getting tight, you can actually take out a financing event today, but fund it on the 1st. And that's actually the first time that's being done. So you're not taking the money in now, not using it for 2 weeks and getting charged interest or anything like that. We're funding it when it's due to the owner gets their amount. You as the resident can relax, you can have a little more cash in your bank account.
See, there are a couple other companies, there's a couple of companies you didn't mention here. This actually, I stipulate that there's a market here, because we spent some time thinking about this. But there's 2 companies, I think it's PayLease and ClickPay.
Sure.
Which weren't on your list of competitors, which are going after the same market. And we've done a lot of work, and one of the things we've found with consumers is kind of paying the convenience fee. So paying an additional 1%, 2%, 3% on top of your rent, they get frustrated with very, very quickly.
Sure.
And so I think there's a huge value proposition to the property owner for this. The question is, should they just pay 100% and just have a SaaS software solution where effectively the renter is not paying a premium? And then my related question is, on the financing risk, are you taking the financing risk, or are you kind of backdooring that with a third party who's then taking the credit risk on loans?
Yeah, great question. So 2 parts.
Just to add on to the financing risk, if you have a bank partner, at what rates are you getting it, and then what rates do you have to charge your consumer in order to cover whatever arbitrage there would be with a bank?
Sure. So to answer the competitive sets.
Yeah.
Truly what we see today in the market, as I see an owner-operator, there are options out there. They're doing a really bad job. I mean, most of the time we go to property that has an online legacy system, only about 15, 20% at most are engaged in that online product. So already that option, 70% of most rents paid by paper check anyway. So that's where we see the disruption. That's where we see we can take advantage. In terms of the payment risk, to answer that question direct, we have chosen to be our own balance sheet lender at this point. Because our risk scoring algorithm is being created as we speak. Every month we deliver a new model. And in the future, we actually do see being able to have an option to be able to sell that off if we choose to do so. It's actually absolutely in our roadmap. So today, our job is to utilize the data access that we have to build new scoring models, to be able to predict risk at a better rate. If you think about it, most of these populations that live in our communities would normally never get a chance to do any sort of financing on rent. So we're actually hitting them at a moment where they would normally not get that option. And our data access, our algorithms that we are creating, is taking on the risk. And to answer that question, we are taking on loss. If we do see that there is loss in that equation, we price for the loss, as a lender does.
So what's the average rate of interest that you're charging to the borrower?
Right, so we're risk-based pricing. So in terms of, if you've got good credit, you get better rates. As we develop our model, we're going to be able to actually solve for better and better rates in terms of delivering that rate. So there's other online lenders in the space too that have really, they're able to go after the really hard credit profiles, and they're almost at payday lender rates. This is nothing that we're delivering. We're not a payday lender. We're a term loan product. And most of these individuals, actually, their only other option potentially could be a payday lender. And usually that's because of the data that those payday lenders have. They don't know who they are. So they have to have very high interest rates to take on that risk. We have a lower risk profile. We know who this person is. We know where they live, and we know how often they pay rent.
Is the fact that the product exists as a property owner, are you more likely to have adverse selection of people who are less likely to be able to come on as signing leases?
So the absolute platform has nothing to do with the approval process. I, as an owner-operator, we're going to stick behind the guidelines of fair housing. We have our standard application we offer everyone. They are qualified based on those standards of application. The next step, though, is now the payment, and that's where Demuso comes in. We then say, hey, now you have options on these payments, and those options don't require the management owner to put a 5-day notice on your door just because you got a tight month. Now you can actually schedule for yourself. The only option today, they would have to go into our manager's office and explain their personal situation.
So is there, so there's a lot of bad behavior in this space, right, with predatory lenders. And so essentially what you're saying is that you're not going to be like them. So is there going to be a certain level of risk or debt that a renter might have that you're just not going to take on because you can charge exuberant rates, and you don't want to do that because you don't want to take on that behavior?
100%. We're not about charging incredible rates. There's a point where someone is just not going to pay. We're getting actually very good at intention of paying. This is not a purchase that you don't need. So for us to deliver honest, flexible payment interest rates on whatever we're delivering to this individual is really based on the data access. The higher percentage is you just don't know enough about an individual.
How much do you have outstanding currently?
So actually, the breakdown of details, definitely happen to have that conversation with you off stage. Okay. We do keep some of those numbers close to our chest. Just to give you high level, we're excited to say that our loan cohorts are going to be profitable at the end of this year. Mm-hmm. And that's exciting because at that point, we're delivering credit to people that normally wouldn't be able to ever get credit. College students. They don't even have a credit profile yet.
But you can't talk about installations or loans outstanding or anything like that yet?
Detailed questions, absolutely can have that discussion with you off stage. No problem at all. But it's an exciting place to be because in lending, it's about access, and about delivering credit, it's about data access. And that's the exciting piece of where we sit. That's where we see the opportunity.
How many units do you have that are using Demuso now?
So currently we have 20,000 active user accounts on Demuso.
For how long?
So we had our MVP product last year. And so this year actually was a commercial launched ready product at the beginning of the year with highly integrated accounting solutions that are fully integration. So we actually see a tremendous growth this year. We're excited to be going down this path of growth. It's truly needed. And it's not just a national issue. This is an international issue. And the fact is that 60% of America has maybe $1,000 saved. Every 45 days, they're finding themselves in some sort of financial crisis. And really today, my managers are becoming their, financiers, and they're the ones that are struggling to figure out, should I evict this family or not? I don't know if they're going to make this rent payment.
And how are you acquiring customers?
So, really quick.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
How are you acquiring customers? What's your marketing strategy?
100%. It is a direct marketing strategy to large owner operators today. So they control 50 communities all up to 500 communities. This cohort of owners control roughly 40% of the entire 45 million rental household market nationally. Mm-hmm. So that's what we're focused on. It has some great metrics behind it, low acquisition cost. We operate as their payment provider on site.
Great. All right, guys, give it up one more time for
Thank you.
Let's bring out our next company. This is actually a wildcard company. They were chosen from the Startup Alley. It's Recordgram. Presenting for Recordgram are Eric Mendelson, Winston, DJ Blackout Thomas, and Sean Mims.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eric Mendelson, executive music producer, artist manager, and the CEO of Recordgram. There are millions of people around the world that have a burning desire to be a music artist. However, they either don't have access to quality producers or they can't afford to pursue a career in music. The solution to their problem is Recordgram. Recordgram is an all-in-one mobile production marketplace, a recording studio, and a social network that allows our users to create original songs with award-winning music producers for under $5, all from the palm of their hand. Our users can discover beats, they can write songs to those beats, record songs to those beats, shoot a video to it, which they can then share across Recordgram's social network and all of their other social networks, instantly turning their friends into fans. Recordgram breaks down barriers and empowers anyone, regardless of where they live in the world or how much money they have, the ability to awaken their inner musician. So let's meet one of those musicians. Meet producer Tony Fad. Tony comes from a small town in Russia. He owns expensive studio equipment and he makes amazing beats. But the problem for Tony is that he doesn't have relationships with artists to sell his production. So he downloads and uploads his beats to all the online platforms in the hopes of getting discovered. And he even gives his beats away for free. Now let's meet our other customer, Willie, the artist from New Jersey. Willie doesn't have a lot of money. Apparently, Willie's chains must be fake. He's always dreamed of working with his favorite producers, but he doesn't have access to them. And even if he did, he couldn't afford their production. So he downloads and plays with karaoke apps, but he's not satisfied because he's unable to create original music. Until Willie discovers Recordgram. Recordgram solves both of our customers' problems. We're the user-friendly, convenient, and affordable solution that connects producer Tony with aspiring artist Willie. The bottom line is, we make money for upcoming producers like Tony, and we provide access and save money for guys like Willie. Now, I know this may seem like a great hypothetical use case, but it's actually a true story. Today, Willie goes by the artist name Fetty Wap. He's one of hip-hop's biggest artists. He's had 5 top 10 records over the last year. His gold chains are actually real. And his first single was produced by Tony, who he discovered through an online platform. The power of Recordgram is being able to bring that discovery process and collaboration process to the mobile device so guys like Tony and guys like Willie can make amazing music. So how about I show you how the demo works? To my left are both of my co-founders. I have Grammy award-winning music producer DJ Blackout and multi-platinum recording artist Mims, who's going to demonstrate Recordgram for you. Take it away, guys.
Okay. As an aspiring artist, the first thing you'll do is come to our platform and go to our music page to download an original beat. So let's find a beat, Mims. Coincidentally. So he selects the beat and it loads up into our recording studio and he adds his vocals.
I go by the name of Mims, aka Mr. This Is Why I'm Hot. Coming to you live from TechCrunch 2017. This is why I'm hot. I don't gotta rap. I could sell a mill saying nothing on the track. I represent New York, I got it on my back. People say that we lost it, so I'ma bring it back. I love TechCrunch, cause y'all show me love. The ladies start to bounce as soon as I hit the club. And in the Midwest, they love to take it slow. And when I hit the H, I watch them get it on the floor. This is why I'm hot.
So let's go back to the deck. So now they're going to create...
I go by the name of Mims, aka Mr. This Is Why I'm Hot. Coming to you live from TechCrunch 2017. This is why I'm hot. I don't gotta rap. I could sell a mill saying nothing on the track.
So now he's going to create a video, and while he does that, I want to talk to you about our monetization structure. Our producers pay us $9.99 a month or $90 a year to upload their beats to our platform. And when those beats are leased or sold through our platform, we take 20% of that in-app purchase, and we provide 50% back to the producer as a royalty. Our go-to-market strategy includes affiliate marketing. We currently have 10 confirmed music marketing companies that are all prominent companies in the music business that are out there being our evangelists and promoting us across their social networks and database. We also have 8 field reps across the country located in major markets, having one-on-one conversations with music producers and artists at conferences just like this. We also have established relationships with the following celebrities you see on the screen. When these celebrities reach out to their fans, we believe their fans are going to react, and they're going to react by downloading the Recordgram app. Our competitors are either web-based production marketplaces, meaning you can buy beats online and then take it into your traditional recording studio, or their business model is heavily reliant on major label licensing, which is extremely expensive. I'm sure everyone knows about Smule and Musical.ly, which are amazing applications. Musical.ly, I think, just raised $100 million at a $1 billion valuation, to give you an idea on the market size. Both Musical.ly and Smule raised $50 million. I think they have a $600 million valuation, and they're about to IPO, rumor has it. Just to give you an idea on the market size, the difference between us and our competitors is that we're focused on the original music creation space, so we don't have any of that overhead that our competitors have. So you guys have created the video, so let's show them what's been done so far.
I go by the name of Mims, aka Mr. This Is Why I'm Hot. Coming to you live from TechCrunch 2017.
There's a little latency because of the connection.
This is why I'm hot. I don't gotta rap. I could sell a mill saying nothing on the track. I represent New York.
Cool. Just to give you an idea of what you could do with videos. Let's go back to the deck, please. We're going to succeed because we already have established relationships with award-winning music producers. Gentleman who you see on the screen is in our app. His name is Street Runner. He's won Grammy Awards with Eminem and Lil Wayne. Our co-founding team has signed and discovered 4 artists to major labels, grossing over $20 million. We've been in the music industry our entire lives, and we believe that Recordgram is poised for disruption. In 2016, we were part of Project Music, which is the only music tech accelerator in the world. The companies that have invested in Project Music are some of the biggest record labels and publishers in the music industry, and management companies that all have a vested interest in having us succeed. Everyone believes that the cell phone is becoming the new television. We also believe that with Recordgram, the cell phone is also becoming the new recording studio. Please visit recordgram.com and download the app today. Thank you for your time.
All right, judges. What does the average producer earn their cut off the platform, or what's the producer earns the most? What did they earn last year?
Well, so we basically just launched our platform and marketing about a week ago at Orlando. But to give you an idea, a major label producer like Winston, for example, he charges for his beats $10,000 to $20,000 for the exclusive rights to his beat. Through Recordgram, you get that for $3. The goal is to scale the platform so that we lease that beat for $3 to thousands of people, making him, exponentially greater amount of money on back catalog that's sitting there collecting dust.
Is this? Oh, sorry. Could this be like the new Dub Smash? I mean, is this is this like for people like me who can't sing worth anything? Or is it for just the Fetty Waps of the world that are going to...
Yeah, I would say it's actually a cross intersection between the two. And I would probably more compare us to like a Musical.ly, for example, or an auto rap by Smule or karaoke by Smule. We believe that the people who are on Musical.ly, and like I said, there's half the teens in America are on it. We believe that there's a percentage of those kids that all have a burning desire to be a music artist, and our platform gives them that ability. So you don't have to be a professional rapper like Mims or Fetty Wap to come on our platform, but you do have to have a little bit of singing ability and a real burning desire to be a musician.
So a couple of questions. What did you actually build here as opposed to assemble? Is there any technology here that's proprietary?
So there is no proprietary. No, we haven't built any proprietary technology. We have filed a provisional patent for whatever that's worth based on the business method of what we're doing. We're the only app out there that has all 3 things fully integrated, both a mobile production marketplace, recording studio, and a social network. That's what we're doing differently in addition to the team that we have assembled.
What's your marketing plan?
So yeah, we have a really robust marketing plan. Number one, the producers and artists that come on our platform are going to, obviously they're going to spread their content across the platform and bring other people on. We have relationships with celebrities and artists that we're going to be doing contests with the labels to also help onboarding. We're also scraping data, and we have about 100 to 200,000 person mailing list of people that are using, competing apps in our space. That's just a start. Obviously, there's traditional advertising, and we have some other big plays involved. Certainly this platform is pretty good for us.
What do you think the annual amount is spent on beats in a year? I'm trying to figure out what the market size is. You're obviously disrupting the pricing.
Yeah.
What's the market size?
You're talking about on a per consumer basis, or?
No, just total market. I'm just trying to, if the addressable market is that this is going to get commoditized and you're not going to sell one for 10,000, you're going to sell it lots of times for $3. Even at the current pricing of 10,000, what's the total size of that market?
Well, there's hundreds of millions of dollars that are spent on actually beat buying from professional musicians to amateur musicians across globally. So, and that doesn't include them actually paying money to go into a recording studio, which costs a lot of money, or them having to even know how to use a recording studio. We simplify the process in one application. And we also believe that we're going to be a market differentiator for an Apple Music or an Amazon or a Google who want to differentiate themselves amongst their businesses as part of their music strategy.
So do you make money at the end of the day just by ubiquity, I mean, in terms of scale, or is it ultimately discovering and helping people become incredibly successful and you get fees, you're sharing in that?
So that's our long tail play, is obviously to have a platform where we can discover, curate, and get the talent signed to a label. That's an additional monetization strategy that I didn't even discuss. I signed Jason Derulo, who's one of the biggest pop artists in the world. I signed this guy over here, who grossed over $20 million for Capitol Records, and I signed some other artists. And he's currently signed to Nicki Minaj, who's one of the biggest hip-hop artists on the planet right now, and we have those relationships with the labels to get artists signed. That's really one of the things that differentiate us from our competitors.
So for some of the the celebrities that you have involved, you've got them signed up. They may do one campaign. What is the thing that's going to keep them coming back and keep them engaged, so it's not just a one-off?
In terms of getting the celebrities on the platform, at the end of the day, it's our relationships. The three individuals that you see that you saw on the screen before, Flo Rida, Jason Derulo, and Pitbull, Blackout is actually produced for all those artists. So it transcends business.
Do they owe him?
Yeah, they owe us. Yeah, they owe us.
So I have a question about the combination of things that you've got. So you mentioned, of course, the recording, the listing of the beats, and then the connecting via the network. I'm curious as to how much of it can be stripped away so that you really concentrate on the matching. Because it seems like the pairing of these unknown talents who have a desire and a drive and hopefully have that passion, and then the mating of the beats, like that's the special sauce. Because like musically is sort of going like, hey, share this with your friends, whereas you're aiming towards make magic. Like find a person who has the passion and the talent and pair them with somebody we already know has the talent. And so I'm curious as to how much of the like iMovie-esque aspect of it needs to be there.
So that's a great question. It's been brought up in the past. When we thought of Recordgram, the initial thought process behind us was to actually make it that utility, make it the mobile recording studio that connects producers and artists, and that's where we started. And then we kept iterating on the product because Mims here said, well, we need to add a social component also, but not just limited to the Recordgram social component. We need to let them share on other social networks also. I guess we just feel like it's cooler to have a social component, and I don't want to sit here and name other apps, but if you look at several apps in our space, the ones that are cool are the ones that actually have a social component to it versus not having a social component. So we felt like we had to add that to our business. But the core part of Recordgram is really that utility function and being able to collaborate from Dubai to India to America, all on the mobile device, without ever having to speak to each other.
What do you think the social component does? What do you think is the point of it besides having it because it's cool?
Well, it also helps scale the app, right? So obviously our consumers are artists and producers, but we also want people to come on our platform, just regular music fans, to discover and look for talent. That's the key benefit. That's the benefit of having that social component, is that we can get that mass scale of users on our platform and then can expand additional revenue streams for that.
Yeah, so I was thinking, like, why not then help crowdsource an artist, right? So an artist drops a beat, makes a track, and the fans are like, that's dope. Like, I wanna support this artist. Like, why not have the ability to do that there?
In terms of them actually funding the artist's career, well, that's certainly something that we can. I'm a fan of what you're talking about, and that's something that we can look into. And I can guarantee you, the artist would want the money, so it makes sense.
So how much is on if someone were to download the app today, how many producers are actually on it today? Is there enough content live today for somebody to be able to really use it?
Yeah, there's over 700 beats on the platform right now, from some world-renowned producers. We give them the ability to give their beats away for free or sell it up to $5. So it doesn't matter if you're an upcoming producer or if you're a Grammy Award-winning producer, your beats can't be above $5. And we actually ask that the producers give beats away for free to get people to onboard on the application. But there's plenty of content for people to use it right now.
Can you talk a little bit about how this matches up with the changing landscape of the recording industry? Because obviously the record companies are doing a much more scattershot approach right now, where they're signing a ton of artists for short-term, low-end deals rather than really artist building, and how you see this as an opportunity to link those two together.
Yeah, so essentially, we believe that original content creation is extremely important to the music industry. Jimmy Iovine, who's the head of Apple, is now venturing into creating, TV shows for Apple because he wants the TV shows to be a market differentiator from what he's doing, from what some of his competitors are doing. So he's heavily involved in getting original content creation, and we are the music original content creation platform. And we feel that, like I said, any one of those companies that I mentioned earlier could probably want to do business with us because we're really curating talent from an independent level and putting it across all those other platforms. In terms of music disruption, the music industry about 15 years ago pretty much controlled the ecosystem of distribution. And then that landscape started to shift when Apple really started to control the distribution. And now it's streaming platforms. So the labels are actually losing a lot of the control of their distribution channels, and we want to be one of those channels for them.
So I'm a big Bollywood fan. So how diverse are the category of beats that you have? And then how do you think about how you kind of recruit producers across the world? So I think about India, for example, right? Tons of people who love Bollywood, but feels like there's not a lot of democratization, right, of the industry there, and a few people kind of get a shot. So
that's an amazing question. I'll let Black out.
Well, not to brag, but I actually currently right now have the #1 record in India. We dropped the record about 4 days ago, and we already have over 25 million views on YouTube. Artist named Raftar, so we are actually really in the Indian market. They love what's going on. They already know that particular artist knows Recordgram, loves Recordgram. We're already in talks and doing a contest with him. So I know as far as overseas, we'll be able to pull them in very easily with these artists that we have relationships with.
And I also want to stress that we don't necessarily curate the producers. We let any producer who wants to pay us at $10 a month come onto our platform to upload the beats. We're democratizing music collaboration. We don't want to limit anyone's ability to come on our platform and awaken their inner musician. But the difference is the producers that are the quality producers, those are the beats that are going to sell through our platform because they know how to market and promote themselves. So any Indian producer can come on our platform. We'd love to have them.
Any final questions? Cool. Give it up one more time for Recordgram.
Cool.
The best rapping I've ever seen at the start of Battlefield. Okay, we have one final startup in these finals. It is Sunrise Health. Coming out, Sunrise Health. Presenting for Sunrise Health are Shrenik Jain and Ravi Shah.
Hey, I'm Shrenik, founder of Sunrise Health. Behind me is my co-founder Ravi, and we're both working to make smarter psychotherapy a reality. Now, mental health conditions are a massive social and economic issue. It's estimated that 1 in 5 of all Americans have a mental health condition, and 2 in 3 of those diagnosed get zero care whatsoever. Now, some populations have this worse than others. More police officers and firefighters actually die from suicides than from the physical wounds that they receive on calls. But it takes another example for us to realize that you can't solve this problem just by throwing money at it. Many of you have probably heard the statistic that 20 veterans take their own lives daily. But most people don't know that the VA actually stretches itself to spend over $8 billion a year on therapists and other care resources that don't reach those who need it the most. The majority of veterans who are dead by suicide last year weren't in any form of VA care. We at Sunrise Health attacked this issue through a mobile app for text-based group psychotherapy powered by natural language processing. This allows us to broaden access to care to patients, but also gives today's overburdened providers a means to scale to the true magnitude of this issue. Our team's experiences run the full gamut of healthcare and AI, from actually witnessing these conditions firsthand as first responders, to building multiple AI products within startups and multinational corporations, to working with thought leaders and medical experts in psychiatry from Johns Hopkins. Now that you know who we are, let's jump straight into the demo. Here you can see Ravi signing into Sunrise as a user. Users join groups anonymously, which greatly reduces their fear of stigma and judgment when sharing. Groups consist of 5 to 7 users and are moderated by a therapist. Once a user has been accepted into a group by the therapist, he can text his peer support network at any time from anywhere, while also participating in more scheduled therapy sessions via VoIP conference calling. What we do here is marry the persistence of peer support with the demonstrated clinical efficacy of therapy. Of course, it's impossible to expect any therapist to read every single message generated on our app, And that's why we designed advanced NLP algorithms to run on user messages and detect messages containing suicidality or maliciousness that require immediate provider intervention. Let's jump straight into this technology, visualized on our moderator dashboard above. Now, most text messages sent by users don't require any kind of intervention, and they're visualized as green data points on the graph that you see, whereas content that's red represents messages that require provider supervision. Now, we catch the easy things like I want to kill myself, but the true nuance in what we do is evident in a sentence like this. I want to walk out into a lake and watch as the ripples go out as I go under. No negative words, but we can understand the latent suicidal ideation that's implied by a sentence like this. What's more, we can flag a response like sounds cool to me, which is negative only because of this conversational context. And what these tools do is they increase the efficiency of today's providers by allowing them to focus their time and energy on the users who need help exactly when they need that help. That translates to a greater patient capacity and a reduced cost of care itself. It also means that we can detect complications early and reduce the number of crisis incidences within a population, while improving their general health and wellness and giving an institution insights into the true needs of its population. All right, back to the slides. So because of these gains that we offer at scale, we deploy with the B2B SaaS enterprise model, where we license out this technology to organizations that already have an infrastructure of providers to make them more efficient. By working with these established providers and getting revenue directly from an institution, we can stay lean as a tech company and provide services to the end user at no charge to them. What we're doing at Sunrise is leaps and bounds over the existing solutions for mental health care, which I'm going to visualize for you here with two parameters. One is accessibility, which is a combination of ease of use and cost of care. The other is toxicity, which I'm going to talk a bit more about soon. So first, you have traditional face-to-face therapy. It's been the clinical standards for decades, but it's expensive, hard to access, and really hard to retain patients in. To solve this, we saw startups that let you text a therapist from your phone, like Talkspace, emerge. But their one patient to one provider model isn't scalable, and this prices the majority of people out of reach of these solutions. So hundreds of thousands of people have no option except anonymous social media sites like Reddit and Yik Yak, where the security that they find online has them forming impromptu support groups to discuss what's actually on their mind. But this freedom comes at a cost, toxicity. And the trolling that we're all familiar with online manifests itself here as users literally telling others with depression to go ahead with killing themselves. At Sunrise, we combine the best parts of all of these solutions by deploying the relatability of groups in an environment kept safe through technology. Our early adopters include fire departments, universities, and police departments, organizations with insular and stigmatized cultures that benefit from an app like ours. After validating out our model here, we'll scale to a market worth over $1.5 billion, including larger healthcare systems, the federal government, and an API service for our NLP tools. Currently, we're live at multiple pilot sites, several of which are funded by the National Institute of Health and Johns Hopkins, with the aim of developing population-specific language modeling tools. Once we finish these pilots, we can hit the ground running, since we already have $4.5 million in commitments from major metropolitan governments and national healthcare systems. We're scaling as we speak, so if you want to join this list, contact us at sunrisehealth/disrupt and bring your mental health care infrastructure into the 21st century. Thank you, and we're excited to take your questions.
How do you deal with false positives? In other words, we've all had Siri say inappropriate things back to us, right? And whereas your NLP is never going to be perfect, but when somebody is on the edge of anxiety and depression, if the wrong thing is said to them, it could have very horrendous consequences. So how do you mitigate some of those risks in your model?
So that's like a two-part question. The first part is how do we mitigate the risk, right? So one thing is we allow users to flag other users' content. So if Shruti is having a bad day, I can flag that content. And if the therapist agrees with it, it becomes a new data point for us. And because we've implemented online learning algorithms, our algorithm will not make the same mistake again. The second thing is therapists can also flag content, which goes through the same process. Now, about someone saying something inappropriate to a user, it's only users communicating with other users, and we have a rigorous onboarding process where they understand what the tenets of the platform are, what anonymity is, and how they should interact with each other.
do you put people into groups, or is this one large community?
No, it's all groups. So one of our key insights is that to develop these bonds, shared community and culture is extremely important. So what we do is we have a triaging process. So when a user tries to join a particular group, the therapist triages them. We have standardized diagnostic forms to figure out whether this user is a good fit for this group or he needs to be referred somewhere else. Then there's an onboarding process to help that user become part of that community and culture.
So what have you learned about women? So my friend Rachel Simmons is writing a book about how right now on college campuses there's a huge mental health crisis with the suicide rates of young women being much higher than young men. So what do you
Yeah, so specifically we've actually launched at 2 university campuses and done close pilots there. And we've cooperated very specifically actually with different sexual assault response units on campus that provide that kind of peer support and counseling. What we found with women in particular is that they benefit a lot from a platform like this because that social stigma, that pressure, is particularly present for young women. The other thing that we found is, while a lot of people expect depression in young women, we've also seen anecdotally through our work a lot of anxiety as well. So that's a really common thing that we've seen, and we've basically placed people in groups with providers that specialize in anxiety to make sure that women have that kind of more specialized support.
So how many women are on your team?
So our chief medical officer, Dr. Geeta Jariam, is a woman. One of our front-end designers is also a woman. So I'd say we're at about 4.
So what at the end of the day are you measuring? Are you trying to actually measure therapeutic efficacy, or is it really more of a support group? So Talkspace is saying, hey, I actually want to measure whether or not somebody's outcomes are better. What are you actually measuring? How do I know how to measure you?
So we focus on measuring 3 things at each site. Now, the first thing that we really try to aim is by combining this peer support group with these therapeutic elements, we try to increase retention and care, because most people actually drop out of therapy in just 2 sessions, whereas your average course of therapy is like 10 to 15 sessions. So we just track the retention and engagement on the platform, and already we're seeing that our users spend an average of 2 messages a day on our platform, which is crazy compared to anything other digital clinical intervention you've seen. Second thing we measure is, of course, just patient outcomes using standardized diagnostic forms, which, like Ravi mentioned, are already integrated into our platform, so we can track their outcomes right like you would in any standard face-to-face care and use any assessment. The final thing that we track is actually the efficiency of the providers. So with our platform, you can have one provider with the aid of our NLP tools and the peer support dynamics actually caring for 30 or 40 patients, which you really can't do otherwise.
And are you doing anything as it relates to screening the providers of the are you doing anything with respect to screening the providers or the moderators?
Yes.
Or is that all done by the end customer?
So 2 parts to that. It is generally done by the organization because they already have infrastructure, and we bring that infrastructure onto our platform. But what is most interesting is we are working with case management organizations to look at providers and figure out through this data-driven approach what is working, why certain providers are better than others. And using this data-driven approach, we can now do incentivization to figure out how to personalize therapy for each individual user.
Do you look at yourself as a corollary to like an Omada Health or a Noom, who are utilizing sort of counselors to more efficiently, work with a group of people than having, a private weight counselor or private diabetes counselor?
It's in some parts, yes, but I think what is most critical to understand is the anonymity and on-demand access to care, which is unprecedented in this field, right? Because it's never ever been possible to have anonymous groups be kept safe like that. And you've seen Reddit and Yikat where it becomes toxic. And for the first time, we're trying to keep it safe, and that allows the peer support to take over and give those productivity efficiencies that you're talking about.
It seems like you found the perfect environment in universities to begin with. But I think having been in healthcare a long time, I'm a little bit cynical about the question, who pays and why? So it's that you're either increasing revenue, lowering cost, you're definitely not threatening doctors' revenues, right? Because if they think you're making them more efficient, sometimes they think then an institution will need less of them. So all of a sudden that's threatening. So the question is, when you go to the broader market, where it's really many more independent therapists and social workers, psychiatrists across the board, when you think about the who pays and why, so why does an institution pay you in either terms of increasing revenue or cost?
So the main thing I would say is like our early roots are with Kaiser Permanente. So we conducted 150 interviews of providers and patients with them. And then they're still paying for $40,000 of computing for us right now. And we were like speakers at Kaiser Permanente. what they see is that they need to scale mental health resources because people with untreated mental health illnesses cost 2x more if they have cancer, diabetes, or anything else.
No question.
ER visit.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
the only way to get those people into care, because they're not willing to seek face-to-face therapy, is a mobile platform like this. But then the call already comes in, because if you have all of these people suddenly coming into care, how are you going to manage them? You're already at the seams of the current infrastructure. You need these natural language processing and peer support networks to be able to scale it. So to answer your question, universities, first responders, it's easier. They have employee assistance program. They put aside money for this. But later on, we want to go to the VA, HMOs, and other organizations like that.
So how do you price today? Is it based on number of patients that are in the organization? Obviously, you're not actually charging for the therapy service itself.
Yes.
So how do you price?
So we basically charge with the number of patients in the total patient population, and that's what we charge when we go to universities, first responders, police departments, and the idea behind that is it's in line with what they already pay for EAP services. That kind of model is very palatable to them. We charge between $1 to $5 per covered user per month based on the kind of features
But
they
in
want.
an EAP service, aren't they contracting with a third-party provider who's actually providing the therapist or the moderator? In this case, you're not doing that, right?
We're not, but they already have.
This is a tech platform for them to provide to the employees, and then they're going to still interact with a third-party moderator or a therapist that is not contracted by you. So I would think that the pricing would be less than what an EAP would get who's actually providing the service.
Oh no, yeah, it is less in terms of the dollar that they're paying per person. I'm saying that the pricing model in terms of how it's calculated is with the potential population size. And then of course when we go to healthcare systems where it's a bit harder to estimate what their total patient volume is, we would charge per provider on the platform.
So you don't vet the therapist, you don't play any role.
Yes, because therapists are very tailored to the organization. So there are specific therapists for police officers and very different therapists for university students. So it's best generally to integrate with them.
Right. Have you studied the crisis hotline? Sorry.
Crisis text line?
Yes.
So he's a volunteer and we know the founder extremely well and they are used for our escalation services.
Yeah, can you talk a little bit more about your backgrounds and your team's backgrounds? And then I'd also love to hear about the NLP layer and what you built on and how you're continuing to build on it.
So I can start. This is an extremely personal project for me. I built this specifically for a close friend of mine who had a history of suicidal ideation and was relapsing into major depression right in front of me. And even in therapy, the isolation and loneliness between sessions was crippling her. So I built her this. And my background is in natural language processing. I've built artificial intelligence products for venture-backed healthcare startups. And in the United Kingdom, I work for a multinational robotics manufacturer called ST Robotics, where I founded and grew a vertical in the field of natural language processing until it was spun out into its own company and then later acquired. And at Johns Hopkins University, I was researching and working with Shruti.
So yeah, my background is actually as a first responder myself. I've been a part of multiple rescue squads and fire departments. So I've not only seen how patients, sometimes patients who were classmates from my own high school have died from suicides and overdoses, but I've also seen how responders cope with things like substance abuse and alcoholism and even PTSD, and they refuse to seek care because of the social stigma, even when the resources are put in place, and they suffer as responders because of that. But also, I've also headed the customer acquisition of another B2B SaaS medtech startup where I worked alongside Ravi, and I've researched the economics of healthcare at Johns Hopkins, where I've written papers.
And then for the natural language processing, we tried earlier using like Stanford, IBM Watson. They max out at macro F1 efficiencies of 61. We've currently reached 0.81 in identifying immediate intervention messages, which is unprecedented. And we have good relationships with the director of mental health of IBM Watson, etc. What we've done is we focused on three main things. One is that no model is perfect. So we have this rich ensemble with everything from SVMs to neural networks. Second, we have our own proprietary sentiment-specific word embedding, which is the base foundation for all natural language processing. And last, we focus on computational linguistics to understand context and long-range dependencies, which no one else is doing.
So you mentioned one of your long-term goals was to provide an API for the NLP system. So could something like this be scaled to, for instance, detect and flag abuse on Twitter, for instance?
Yes, and that is something that we've been asked about. There are a lot of forums like Reddit, but specific for like certain populations. So Reach Out is a very good example. It's an Australian one. A lot of people use it for their studies, and we are considering giving them an API service. We've already begun to launch the API service because a lot of case management services, which contract for large insurance company for wraparound services for high-risk individuals, already have their own platform for text-based therapy. So we are integrating with MIXhalo Health.
So obviously a lot of your training and focus has been on detecting these particular signals in this particular context. So how flexible is the system?
So that's a really good question because mental health illnesses are all very different, right? What we know is that the manifestations or severe manifestations of all mental health illnesses appear in the same way: suicidality, cutting, harm. So in the most important layer, we have 81% macro efficiencies. Now, as we percolate down, we have to understand the difference between depression for a police officer and anxiety for a college student. And that we are doing with domain adaptation, but those nuances will come as data comes and as users are flagging content so that we can understand more.
Have you analyzed Trump's tweets? That'd be interesting.
What kind of scale do you guys have right now? How big are you?
As a team or as customers?
Both.
So as a team, we have 5 full-time individuals with over 7 contracted people and interns who are participating for the mission. In terms of customers, we already have 30. We are in between pilots, so we have just one running with 30 users from Johns Hopkins, where we are validating out the technology, and we have 3 more planned in the next 2 months. Anne Arundel County, where we are integrating county-wide for substance abuse, Denver Fire Department for the peer support network, and MIXhalo Health for case management.
All right, we are out of time, so give it up for Sunrise Health.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks, guys.
that is it for the Battlefield. You guys are free to go for lunch in 1 second, but first, our judges are about to go backstage. They are going to choose the winner, but before they do, give it up one more time for our awesome, patient judges.
a stratospheric exploration company, and we are taking advantage of this completely underutilized area of the stratosphere to do incredibly new things with weather forecasting, communications, remote sensing, things that you might think of are the territory of low Earth orbit. We can now do down in the stratosphere, and in some ways do it very differently, and for certain things, completely new and better.
Myself and our chief pilot, Ron Garrett, will be flying the first test flights. And we're not quite there yet. But we're flying a lot of payloads. It's a process and a research and development process that leads to a test program. You have to go from developmental tests to operation.
It's really hard to operate in the stratosphere. So the air is that perfect situation where it's incredibly difficult to fly with a wing, but you're not really out of the atmosphere enough to be able to fly like a satellite that goes whizzing around, because you just get dragged down by all that atmosphere.
At this point, we've got to build a pressurized vehicle that can land on the runway underneath a parafoil. We also have to be able to come up with the capability to lift that thing.
So you need a really big balloon to displace enough air to get neutrally buoyant. NASA taught us how to stay at one altitude in what they call the super pressure balloon. And so we derived from that technology to figure out how to use solar power to change the density of that balloon, essentially by using air as ballast. So we can pump air in and go down, let air out and go up. And that allows us to then choose the winds we want to be in. And so we can sort of steer around.
What's so different about what we're doing, though, is that we can pin the stratolite over an area of interest. So we can have this thing just, in a sense, hover over an area where you're trying to get your data from, whether it's weather or communications or anything like that. And you can just hover there 20 miles above the Earth.
Our vehicle really is a joining of different technologies. And then what's really cool is that we use the existing infrastructure around the Earth. So we use GPS satellites to know how high we are and which way we're going. and we use communication satellites to send commands and receive commands and get that data back and forth. And so without all of that other tech infrastructure around us, we couldn't do what we do. So it's really enabled by a whole host of different technologies.
We're figuring out, how to land well under a parafoil, how to navigate, with this kind of system, how to build a fly-by-wire system for a parafoil to land at a specific target on the ground. And, we're going to give people the opportunity to see the planet like I got to see it as an astronaut. I remember the first time I launched in the space shuttle, Mach 15 going uphill, looking over my shoulder and seeing the Earth as a big round blue ball. It's just fascinating. Kind of changes your opinion of the planet and your perspective of living on this round planet in the blackness of space.
We're in the Manned Vehicle Lab. The Manned Vehicle Lab is really interested in human-machine interactions. My research in particular looks at how do we develop these types of decision-making assist systems, and how do we enable the appropriate trust in those systems so that the person can use the information and make the right decision.
Right, so augmenting someone's senses or situational awareness, things like that, through sensors and this haptic technology.
Yeah, so we use wearable technology to aid our decision-making.
What exactly, can you sort of walk me through what would happen if I'm wearing a boot that was equipped with this little system here? If I'm approaching an obstacle or a wall that I can't see or something, like what would I feel, and how is that detected by the system?
So what we were looking at is to use the vibrations as a sense of I'm getting closer to the obstacle. So what we did is we said, okay, the basic map is the closer you get to the obstacle, the higher the magnitude the vibration is and the higher the frequency is. So the further away, you won't feel anything. As you get closer to something, you'll feel a small vibration that's pulsing at a really slow rate. And as you get closer, that pulse rate and that magnitude of vibration actually increases.
It's kind of like Jaws.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Kind of that pulse, it gets louder and it gets more frequent, exactly like Jaws.
Right, and that seems especially relevant in a situation like someone walking in an extraterrestrial environment like the moon, where your feedback is extremely limited. You're limited in your field of view, you're limited in what you can feel, your grip and all that kind of stuff. And so the solution, well, the solution that you arrived at, which has evolved for a little while, is largely a tactile one.
Right, so the system has a few different kinds of sensors embedded in it. It has an accelerometer, which we use to detect more tilt of the foot. It has a proximity sensor and a rangefinder, which allow us to look at basically distances that are closer and then distances that are farther.
Are those like ultrasonic or something? I asked because ultrasonic probably wouldn't work on the moon because there's no atmosphere.
That's a good point. So there are different limitations in the types of sensors you pick and the types of environments. I mean, one of the big issues that we had with this system is this is a very early prototype system. We used it for our in-lab testing to look at obstacle avoidance. And
this isn't actually.
This isn't going to the moon. It's not. No, it's not flight.
I'm just curious.
Sure, but so we actually took this system though and worked with the Mars Desert Research Society and actually took this out into the desert and was trying this in a real operational environment as opposed to just a lab environment. There's a lot of different questions that we're asking within the lab to help with different decisions that need to be made. This particular project looked at how could we potentially help someone navigate their environment and avoid obstacles at the same time.
RayBaby is the world's first and only non-contact sleeping and breathing tracker for babies. We use ultra-wideband radar technology to track even the tiniest chest movements and gives you an accuracy of 98%. Currently, there are tons of baby monitors on the market that gives you endless data that has no meaning, and there are vital monitors where you need to put electronic equipments with batteries on the baby's body. What we are saying is, as engineers, we believe there shouldn't be any electronic equipment on the baby's body, and the accuracy of the respiration rate at 98% will actually help predict fever, anything to do with respiratory illnesses, any change in sleeping habit, which is very important for a newborn baby. We were the highly qualified babysitters for our friends and family for the past 10 years. For us, checking on babies was always like going and keeping a hand on the baby's chest just to see if they're breathing. That's when we realized it's highly important that at this age in technology, we shouldn't be using mundane methods to just see if it's breathing. The radar technology is so amazing. We have done test cases where you keep this moving table fan next to a baby and you have the baby and it will still track the tiny movements of the baby. Even if there are like two people in the room, like let's say the baby is sleeping with a mom or there are twins, or there's a pet walking into the room, it will still track the baby because we are using radar with the algorithm which we have created. Every baby comes with their own personality. Some babies sleep for 2 hours and wake up every 2 hours. Some babies sleep continuously for 8 hours. So the parents don't have any set method to see if the baby is sleeping well, and even the fact that they don't know how to sleep train a baby. So what we are doing is come up with a complete sleep recommendation system. It will let you know when the baby is awake, when the baby is sleepy and tired, when the baby is sleeping. It will give you a complete journal saying like, okay, your baby is sleeping really well. It is helping the development of the baby's body. We worked with hospitals in India and in Sweden and done more than 100 hours of clinical testing. And we have compared it with the gold standards of polysomnography sleep standards which exist in the industry now. We're supported by Johnson & Johnson as part of the Joint Consumer Health Device Program. We went to their Shanghai office, sat with their scientists, understood the sleep data that's being collected, and that's where we came in and ran our algorithm, and they're also helping us be market ready, baby friendly, a safe product for babies. So we launched Kickstarter 14 days ago and more than 600 families have welcomed us into their homes. We reached the funding goal in like 3 days and our video has gone viral. We were trending on Reddit and we are hoping we'll be able to reach more parents and families.
People's expectations way too high because of science fiction. There's supposed to be robots in our lives. I mean, we watch the Jetsons, we watch Star Wars. Science fiction worked against us for a long time. The expectation of robots in the home led the world to become very, very skeptical. Decades passed and these marvelous machines we were supposed to have just didn't exist. That doesn't look like the robot that I was promised because it doesn't have arms and legs. The adoption of Roomba has always been one of overcoming skepticism. Our first business model was build a low-cost Mars rover and fund it by selling the movie rights. That sounds crazy, not particularly practical, but it did lead to the Sojourner rover going to Mars. And over the years, we've done many different things, from toys to mine-hunting robots to robots that clean supermarkets and shopping malls. But it wasn't until 12 years in that we really found our path. We actually had worked with the Defense Department on robots that would clear minefields. And so that we had this technology we could apply to Roomba for coverage, right? To make sure that the robot got everywhere in the home and you wouldn't have a clean spot and a gap in a clean spot. We had been working in the toy industry with Hasbro and learned about how can you make something very complicated, very inexpensive, well, safe and reliable. So iRobot was in an unusual position where we had military, industrial cleaning, toy manufacturing, and robotic experience all under the same roof. It was a little weird working on mine-hunting robots, and then my next meeting would be about vacuuming. It became clear that in order to realize the potential of what robots can deliver in the home, we needed to focus. Today, iRobot is 100% focused on the home We've sold 15 million Roomba vacuum cleaners. About 20% of all money spent on vacuuming today is spent on robot vacuuming, and we're very excited to have built this new rapidly growing industry.
You were really one of the first companies to bring robotics into the home. Why did it take so long?
The challenge is that it's straightforward to make a toy robot that you can drive. It's quite hard to make a robot that actually can do something sufficiently useful that a person would pay for it. In order to actually build a business around it, we had to make a robot that cleaned comparably to the way you clean. If you think about the computer industry, the first video game, Pong, not particularly advanced or exciting, but there was nothing like it. Whereas robotics, the bar is very high. In order to succeed as a business as opposed to a novelty, you have to get to comparable to human performance before you're even in the game. One of the reasons that iRobot was able to succeed with Roomba is ultimately our customers, they just want a clean floor, and we're able to give it to them. The robot is now an enabling part of the smart home, and that's technology done well, and that's what the robotic industry needs to do if we're going to become mainstream.
I like to travel light. For me, there's nothing worse than unnecessary bag bloat. I like to pack sensibly, and I'm always keeping an eye out for anything that'll help me pack more efficiently. This bag right here, perfect for a 2-week business trip. This one, a multi-month cruise around the world. Webster's defines travel as work, especially of a painful and laborious nature, and a physical or mental exertion or piece of work. So why make it harder on yourself? This daily man sack should be kept slim and trim at all times, not overstuffed and unable to close like an American skinny jeans on Super Bowl Sunday. I stuffed it with a blanket to make a point. Anyway, for those of us still using a MacBook with this unique mag-shaped 2 magnetic charging port, this little $30 doohickey is a great replacement for the standard charger. This is the Walkie 60-watt magnetic 2nd-gen T-shaped power charger for MacBook Pro with Retina display, 13-inch, made after late 2012, adapter replacement for A1425, A1435, A1465, A1502. Kudos to the company's marketing department. That is how you name a product. There are several equally well-named versions for various other MacBook models too. I've been using this charger for a while now, and 2 things initially concerned me. One, that it wouldn't charge my MacBook as fast as the original charger. I have a 13-inch MacBook Pro with Retina display for your reference. Both chargers charge the computer in the same amount of time though. I also worried that it would run insanely hot given its size, but it has not been overly concerning. It does get pretty warm just like any other charger, however. You could add a legitimate third concern in that, hey, maybe it might not last that long. You've got a lot of electronics stuffed into this tiny case. We don't know the company that well, but it does come with a 1-year warranty. And at $30 compared to Apple's $79 charger, I could buy this thing twice and have $19 left over to create a blue piggy bank at my neighborhood paint your plate store. You've always been there for me, Pedro. Thanks for looking out for my future. Painted it myself. One more knock against it, if you consider it a knock. The Walkie adapter measures a mere 6 feet or so long versus Apple's, which measures just shy of a football field. Other than that, no complaints, and at $30 and minimal bag bloat, this one's an easy choice. That travel definition, is it hold up if you're traveling for fun, leisure, or if you're maybe you're like a private jet or first class or something? It's still painful and laborious. I guess sometimes you have to get up early to go to the airport and stuff. Maybe a private jet, sometimes you have to tell the pilot you're late so you can balance out the plane with the other people on there. That can be embarrassing. I guess it holds right.
What does trust mean in the world of robotics? Trust is a complex term, and we're only starting to really work on the notion of trust that a robot needs to have in the human interacting with it and the instructions it gets.
Could you please walk forward?
Yes, but I cannot do that because there is an obstacle ahead.
The obstacle is not solid.
Okay.
Please walk forward.
Okay.
In this particular case where the person told the robot that the obstacle in front of it wasn't solid, that fact, the obstacle is not solid, got stored in the robot's database, and it allowed it now to engage in reasoning why it was still safe to execute the command.
So what are some of the real-world applications for this idea of trust in robotics?
As robots are making it into households and application domains of society, it's very important for the robot to have a sense of who is supposed to instruct it and who is not. You don't want your household robot that's going shopping for you to be taken by somebody else simply because the person can say to the robot, get in my car, and then drive off with it. So we have to have an understanding of what ownership means in this case, what allegiance means, who the robot should follow. At the same time, if you have a context in which the robot, for example, should act because we'd expect it to act, say, a child is playing on the street, a car is approaching quickly, and you want to get the child out of harm's way, then you would expect the robot to jump, even maybe at the expense of it being completely destroyed, right? Because that's the kind of behavior we would expect. So what's tricky here is to define what is or is not required, the extent of what trust means in this context, and also the extent of what obligations, social moral obligations are for the robot.
When did the idea of networking the robots together come into the project?
That actually goes back to work we did in the early 2000s on robotic middleware, where we had a very specific, very expensive at that time, neural network chip that could do very fast image processing. And we thought, wouldn't it be great if we could share that resource among multiple robots? And what we demonstrated at that time was we could have 3 or 4 robots that sent their camera images to that chip, which was on a single computer. That chip very quickly processed information, and then the information was sent back to the robot. And then we hadn't done anything for quite a while until last fall, when we started making adjustments to our control system that would allow a person to instruct the robot, and that robot to pass on the information to another robot, but not in a classic sense that I give you an instruction and you tell somebody else and that person tells somebody else. If they were individuals, right, all the way through, so they had all their complete control system and were running independently, for a robot B to know what robot A knows, A would have to tell B that, and then B would represent that robot A knows something. In this case, we don't have to do that, because if one robot sees something, they both know about it automatically. We don't have to explicitly communicate anything here. It just happens automatically.
When you run into somebody at a cocktail party, when you explain what you do, how do you explain this project to people?
So this is a multitude of projects. There's multiple different ones, but the overarching goal in our lab is to make robots natural and safe for humans. Natural to interact with, so we want to use English or a natural language in order to instruct them and exchange knowledge and ideas and make them do tasks for us. And safe, we want them to blend into human societies and act in a way that's consistent with our social and moral normative expectations.
So PEVI itself is a remote surveillance tool, remote monitoring tool for pets. And basically you can actually use it on two levels. One is manual interaction, where you can actually stream video from the device to your app anywhere you are. And you can control it like a remote control car, running it around the house. Another way is actually with the use of a smart collar that you attach to your pet. That actually allows PEVI to auto-follow, auto-repel, and perform a lot of automation behaviors onto the pet. And that's the two main ways. The collar itself is also a dual function that allows it to be a fitness tracker, not just a tracking beacon for the pet.
And do you have pets yourself?
Yes, I do have.
And have you tested on your pets?
Yes, I mean that was the first prototype that we have was used on my dog, which was the first beta tester. So PEVI is actually an inspiration that actually came out from us to solve problems that we ourselves as pet owners face on a day-to-day basis, that we have neglected our pets at home, and we really wanted to have a monitoring system that is mobile, at the same time allows us to be anywhere in the world doing the chores that we have.
So tell me a little bit about the actual features of this device.
So PEVI is equipped with a laser, and it allows you to use that on your cat or your dog. There is two-way audio communication, as well as you can actually record your voice and play it to your dog. And PEVI is wireless charging, so included in the set is a wireless charging dock, so you can actually just roll PEVI into the charger by remotely, and you will not need to be physically placing it on charge mode.
Optometrists don't make it easy to put new lenses into a pair of frames you have in life. It can cost you more than just buying a new pair altogether. A startup called Lensable is on a mission to keep your favorite frames on your face. After you pick out the lenses you want, the company sends you a box and you ship out your frames. They come back to you in a couple of weeks. We ordered a few pairs, and we found they're pretty much the same quality as the optometrists. It'll cost you about $77 for a simpler pair, up to $400 depending on your prescription. It gets more complicated if you need stuff like bifocals or transitional tint. It's a really easy way to bring back vintage frames, or you can use Lensable to replace those trippy colored lenses in the Snapchat spectacles. Lensable is already working with fashion brands to let you pick out the lenses you want for a new pair of glasses or shades.
Imagine the day-to-day task that you do. You don't really think about what's going to be your initial grasp for your end applications because you have confidence that you can reorient the object once it's in hand. But robots don't have that capability, and our work is focused on providing that capability to the robots. The object has these markers that are tracked using the cameras that are in the system. So at every time, robot knows where is the desired object. So using this object tracking, it can locate the object and then track it as it's manipulating it. So the main goal of this project is to allow robots to dexterously manipulate the object. So we want the robots to exploit the environment and use it to change the pose of the object in hand. So we basically developed a formulation that allows robot to estimate how are the forces and motions at the contacts are going to be evolved. And using this underlying model, it can predict how the object is going to move in the grass. Imagine you want to assemble an object in a vertical direction, but you are presented the object in a horizontal direction and in some clutter. So you simply grasp the object however it's possible and then push it against the environment or features in the environment so that those pushes will force the object to the desired pose you want.
In this competitive environment, we have to be competitive, and all we're doing here is eliminating miles that the driver could potentially drive and helping make that driver more efficient when they do their job.
It's an octocopter. It's designed with enough redundancies to stay in the air. So if one prop should go out, it can still fly. If two goes out, it can still at least land. It's talking to the truck via RF, and we have 4G. Dual communications, 8 props, 8 motors, multiple systems inside there, all designed to keep it in the air. The truck is its own beacon. It's broadcasting its position. The bird is broadcasting its position. So the two through the cloud are talking to each other. So we put a battery in there that can do the line of sight, and then when it redocks with the truck, can charge very quickly off the giant battery in the electric truck. So it's just designed to hop all day, short hops.
The FAA last year released Part 107, which basically allows for visual line of sight operation below 400 feet with the drone approach to 55 pounds that can fly approach to 100 miles per hour. What will happen next as the technology emerges is a beyond visual line opportunity, as well as the opportunity to fly with people.
Ultimately, we wanted to work on any vehicle. When the regulations and the technology gets to the place that we need it to be able to do it and be safe for everyone, then we would really want to possibly use it.
That drone is the same color as the truck, is the same color as the uniform, and so it's trusted. If somebody tried to hack it, the driver at least would know about it. If we were sending it beyond line of sight 30 miles, right, and somebody hacks it, the odds of knowing what happened are very rare. But here we've got somebody basically watching it. In the end, the whole thing is software, right? And the key to keeping it safe is to keep them talking constantly all together. Our main server is watching everything. Worst case, if we lost 4G, then the truck is broadcasting an RF signal. We can grab that and return to truck. The driver can take control at any time. It runs fully autonomously. So to have an autonomous route that all of a sudden the driver could take and say either recall it with one button push or navigate it back in case the driver saw it was having trouble somewhere. This is the first live test, right? So now that we've successfully made it through this, we'll just continue to develop and refine.
Well, sort of. What happened there
Yeah, I don't know. We tried to do, for the photographers, we tried to do a kind of an augmented, quick, non-traditional delivery, and something went wrong. We probably shouldn't have tried something weird like that with everybody watching. But, we were trying to accommodate you guys, and something went wrong.
Right now, we're still evaluating the technology. It's all about safety for us right now. We're obviously sticking within the regulations, but safety is the key factor. We have to make sure that our customers, the general public, and our employees are all safe. So when it's safe and it's ready to go, we'll be ready to use it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Disrupt MC and TechCrunch editor, Jordan Crook.
Oh, what's up? My biggest fear is that I'm gonna walk on stage and my fly is gonna be down. So if you see me, just kind of check every time I walk on. It's for all of our protection. Thanks. I'm really excited about this. I'm not even gonna try to spoil anything. If you're a 30 Rock fan like I am, you're gonna be amped too. Please welcome to the stage Judah Friedlander.
Wow, thanks.
Wow.
Thanks, guys. Incredible. How are you?
Hi.
How you doing, everybody?
This is the most enthusiastic.
How are you doing, everybody? All right, I'll take it.
They'll do it for you. You should see me all day. I'm up here like, please give me anything. And they ignore me.
That's all right, it happens.
It happens to the best of us. Yeah, they're on their phones, they're emailing and stuff like that. You might be wondering why Judah's here. One, because we asked him and he's awesome and he decided to say yes. Two, because he's been working on a little project. Judah, do you want to tell him about it or you just want to show him?
Yeah, well, we can talk about it for a second. No, I did a web series for The Onion and for TechCrunch. And it's about AI technologies, and it's me interviewing these different AI creators and startups. And, it's basically, are the robots going to take over from the humans, or are we going to fight back and win? And
fight back.
Here's, I guess you're going to show a little
Yeah, let's show a trailer. If we
Judah
could throw
versus the machines.
They say machines are getting more intelligent by the day. But what if they aren't? I'm Judah Friedlander.
Today I'm in San Francisco. I'm here at the University of Miami. I'm here at Facebook, an up-and-coming website.
I'm meeting the world's smartest artificial intelligence robots. I will challenge them for the sake of humanity. It cheated. Oh, okay. To determine once and for all who is the smarterest.
Does this thing take off or anything?
It looks like it would, but it doesn't.
This is what happens when you lose to a robot.
And I will win.
I think your mouth is a bit off.
Correct.
I feel incredible.
Because otherwise, we're screwed.
Did I break it?
Judah versus the machines. Coming soon to TechCrunch.
Yeah. I know TechCrunch is super amped about this. It's going to go live on May 22nd and live on the site.
At TechCrunch.
At TechCrunch.com. Okay. Yeah.
Check it out. Cool.
Yeah, you're going to have to visit the site.
It was fun to do. We did 8 episodes, and we filmed for about a week in San Francisco and the Bay Area, Silicon Valley there. And then we did actually
Boston, right?
In Miami.
You didn't go to Boston?
We were going to, but then we went to Miami instead.
A little switcheroo.
Interviewed one company that does all facial recognition. And a lot of people don't know this. I mean, here they might, but in New York City now, when you're in a taxi cab, there's a TV in the back, and it's a really annoying TV because it's loud and it's the same little videos over and over again. But what the TV's actually doing is tracking your face and how you respond to the commercials so that it knows how old you are, what your gender is, and it knows how you're responding to the commercials. So it's really all about making money. So
are you fake newsing?
No, I'm completely serious. So all the cabs, the TVs are doing that. They're tracking you because that way it's marketing. They know who's doing
sentiment, etc.
Yeah. So and I didn't know that, but
I didn't either.
After the series, I learned that.
Wow.
So it was cool to, do funny stuff, and it's mostly there was a production team from The Onion who produced it.
Yeah.
And basically got together with them, and we kind of co-wrote it, and a lot of it is just improvised on the spot. But it was fun to meet all these different people, computer scientists, as well as the people who are starting their own startups, and it was just really cool to interact and meet with a lot of really smart people and motivated people, from all types, from business entrepreneurs to, PhD scientists, and it was a lot of fun. And I think people will like it. I mean, it's a little educational, but it's also
Super funny. Yeah, I've seen it, and I can vouch for that it is hilarious. Like, what was your experience level with like AI and robots before doing this?
Not much. I'm not really that great with technology stuff, so I'm all about Team Human. But the robots are they are taking over, and in some ways I'm for it. In some ways I'm against it. Self-driving cars, I'm for it. I think humans have proved they're pretty bad drivers over the years. I'm all for giving AI technology a chance for driving cars.
Yeah, but like, okay, if you think about, you're saying, okay, I'm sometimes in favor of AI and sometimes I'm against it. Like, who is the ultimate regulatory body for like what does and does not progress?
That's an excellent question, and I think robots are also being set up to be the most discriminated class of beings. I mean, we live in a very racist, sexist society.
Yeah.
It permeates the structures of the nation, and robots are the next in line to be discriminated against.
But like, robots aren't people.
Yeah, but they're workers, and they're taking away people's jobs, and they're not getting any benefits.
Except for having the job.
Yeah.
They don't have any feelings.
I don't know. Some of these robots I met were pretty cool.
You thought they had feelings?
Yes, I did. Yeah, there's a robot Relay who works at this hotel.
The hotels,
Grand Plaza in Milpitas in San Jose. And let's say, so if you're in your hotel room and you're like, oh, I forgot my toothbrush to pack that, then you call down to the hotel and they're like, hey, we'll bring one up to you. Instead, they'll send Relay the robot, and he'll come up there and deliver your thing. And I'm like, does
you feel
Relay,
bad for Relay?
Well, I'm like, yeah, does Relay get tips? And they're like, no, but he likes tweets. And I'm like, well, tweets doesn't pay anything, you know. So yeah, they work a lot.
But he doesn't have to spend any money.
I don't know.
He has no cost like humans do.
If you met him, I think you would retract.
It's not a him, it's a it.
Cool guy. He's a cool guy.
So you feel attached to the robots you met?
Dude, man, I tried to set him free, but I tried to break him out, but his master reprogrammed him to go, because he programs his, it's like GPS technology, and he only has it of the whole hotel. He doesn't have it of the rest of the San Jose area.
He would just get lost.
So, yeah, he's lost immediately. As soon as he gets off the hotel property, he doesn't know where he is.
So it sounds like Relay was your favorite robot that you met.
He was very cool, and he's kind of imprisoned, you know, and he's a great worker. But
I'm incredulous right now. I'm having a hard time. Sounds like you're not going to budge, so if you want him to have feelings, he can have feelings. Yeah. That's fine. You are the world champ. You get to decide these things. What about, like, what kind of AI are you worried about? You said you're all for self-driving cars. What are you against?
I think surveillance is a little creepy, you know.
Do you think there's any value in it?
I guess, but I think most, you know, government corporations will not use it for good things. They'll overreach and invade privacy.
As they're wont to do.
You know, so.
Okay, I know that you were having fun on the show, and you say you're Team Human, but like, given that you didn't have as much experience with AI and robots before this, and you really did get to go in depth with these guys and talk to the people who are actually making it, like, do you have a genuine fear of the rise of technology?
No, I have a varying degrees mix of interest and lack of interest. But I think people, just like New York City, you know, this used to be a town that was known for being blunt and upfront. And over the years, it's become a passive-aggressive kind of a city. And people become more fake. And I think technology has some, it's not the whole play, but it has some play in that.
Really?
And like, just like, you know, pedestrians used to be known for walking fast. But now everyone is looking at their phones. Nobody walks fast anymore. It's a very slow walking.
Or they're walking fast with their phones and bumping into you.
Well, some people do that, but they're usually walking slow.
Yeah. And so you just want...
I think it's sped people's lives up in some areas, but slowed them down in some other areas. I don't think people are as good at being able to have a conversation as they used to.
For sure.
You know, they're the sort of, you know, the art of small talk, the art of flirtation, is lost in many ways. You have an app that does so many things for you, so then people don't use their own ingenuity enough. But then it can also be an amazing aid in so many areas and increase things.
Right, like it opens up your entire world, right? Like the world is so much smaller now because you can essentially find anyone on the internet.
Yeah, well, you know, for activism, I do a lot of, I'm, you know, very progressive, do a lot of activism. It's very good.
Right.
But then, you know, it's also bad in a sense depending on where you stand. You know, I mean, the rise of the alt-right and all that stuff, that's also due to the internet. You know, they're, of
course,
you know, like basically like neo-Nazi activists. You know, so they've risen too. But that's part of what, you know, social media does. You know,
well, and like life,
for
you win some, you lose some, right? Like,
I guess so. I don't know. But in this show, you know, it's me versus the AI technology. And,
right.
You know, I think I have a pretty good record. I don't know if it was 100%, but I had a pretty good record.
You did.
Yeah.
I think you came out victorious on the whole, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're safe for now.
What's that?
We're safe for now.
Yeah. But it was really, I think people will like it, and it was certainly a lot of fun to do. It wasn't something I was planning on doing. You know, stand-up comedy is my main thing, has always been my main thing. I've done a lot of acting over the years, a lot of writing, but the whole past year I've been working on a new stand-up documentary performance film.
Yeah.
It's called America is the Greatest Country in the United States. And it's basically a satire on American exceptionalism as well as U.S. domestic and foreign policy. And I was filming some last year, I was just starting to, and this project came about. And I basically got an email saying, hey, The Onion wants you to do this web series, and it's about robotics and AI technology, and it's for TechCrunch. And
you were like, what's TechCrunch?
Yeah, I didn't know what TechCrunch was.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I thought I'd give you that plug today.
Appreciate that.
Now I know about it. So no, I'm just being honest. But so it sounded very interesting to me. And I'm like, you know, I'm a fan of the work that The Onion does, so it was a pretty easy thing for me to say yes to. And then I talked to the writer they had and the director, and you know, when you're making comedy, a lot of it comes down to taste.
Right.
When you're talking to a director and the writer, it's like, are you on the same page, basically, comedically? Because, you know, sometimes when you're on a project, you might do lots of great takes, and then the director or producer will use
the one you hated, yeah.
You know, so, or like they might have it scripted and it stinks, and they bring you on saying, hey, we want you to just improvise a lot of stuff, and you're like, great, and then they use none of that. They just use the original shitty script.
Right.
So this was not one of those cases. So this was a real treat and a lot of fun to do.
So it sounds like Relay was your favorite robot, but do you have a favorite like memory from like what was your favorite actual experience? There were 8 challenges.
Yeah. You know, just talking, really, I like talking to the PhD students who were, you know, who do robotics, you know, and going for their PhD in robotics as well as their professors. I just found that stuff really interesting. And there was a professor at this university in Miami, and you saw a little bit of it in the trailer.
Yeah.
He's basically, they have a soccer team that's all robots, and it's very interesting. There's so many things we do as human beings right now. Like right now, you're looking at me, you're hearing what I'm saying, you're processing it, you're looking at my facial gestures to try to understand everything.
Right.
You know, you're sitting in a chair, your feet are on the ground. Those are all things that we're constantly processing. Well, the guys who do the robotics, they have to program all that stuff into robots so they can just move around. So you realize, like just like people are walking down the hallway right now and then sitting down, it's a carpet, and then the seat might be made out of vinyl. Those are all things that affects a robot when a robot is moving around.
Right.
You have to analyze every single one of those things constantly. So the people who are designing these robots, I remember, so the soccer field, it was a certain type of turf, and he was saying how when you put it on a different kind of turf, the robots can't really move right because they have trouble processing it. I'm like, well, why don't you just go back to that one turf that works? Then he says, no, that's not the point.
They have to
the point
learn.
is to be able to program these robots and use algorithms so that they can start thinking for themselves and they can analyze what the different surfaces are, et cetera. So that I found really interesting how, and that's one of the things that gets discussed throughout the web series, is how the AI technology can learn from its own trial and error mistakes. And so in a way actually do some thinking. And so it was fascinating, I thought.
Well, and like you say, your favorite thing is to talk to these students, right? The people who are actually building the tech itself.
Yeah.
And like, part of the fear, I think, that whole like Matrix, robots take over the world fear is like embedded in the idea that like we don't necessarily know the people who are creating this tech, but you got to talk to them one-on-one. Like on the whole, did you feel like the intent was good?
Yeah, I did, definitely.
And not like financial or...
I mean, these are people who are, and it's not, I don't think the people who are going into it are doing it, to become billionaires. The people who are working in, the scientists working in robotics, but it's fascinating things. And it's really, what you're really doing is becoming a detective and analyzing how human beings think and then try to recreate that in a robot, which is fascinating. You don't realize how many things. I mean, even here, I don't know, there's probably 200 people here, and I don't know, maybe 20% are listening, others aren't, but everyone is doing so many things at once, and then figuring out how do you program that, and then make something actually start, almost become like a life form and think for themselves. I think it's fascinating. Yeah.
So it sounds a bit like you started out on Team Human, and it was Judah versus the machines, and now you're very much advocating, it sounds like, for robots and AI.
We gotta work together. We're all ultimately the same team. Everyone's the same team ultimately. If everyone's just compartmentalized into different areas, then we're always enemies, and there's always going to be someone oppressing someone else. So you gotta, fight for each other and love each other, I guess.
So good. That was a good message. You can clap for that, I feel like. Right? Yeah, love. I want to ask you just a couple things about yourself, given that we have like a super techie audience here.
Yeah.
Like, do you have a favorite app or a favorite, like, shout out to one of the entrepreneurs
Well, I
here?
actually like maps. I've always liked maps.
Like
I like
just
looking at
cartography.
I like looking at maps. Yeah, I like seeing, which way roads go, and you can actually go this way and stuff. So I do enjoy using the map apps, Waze or Google Maps, and just, because often you think, oh, this is the best way to get there, and then you look at things and you're like, oh, you can also go this way, and I just find that interesting. Yeah.
Will you explain to me what Judah World Champ's all about?
Well, that's Judah World Champ is my
yeah, it's your Twitter handle and your handle
Facebook,
across the board.
Instagram.
But like,
handle.
why? Like, are you the
world
champion of anything?
thing. Well, the world champion, moniker, if you will, is that's a theme that's been throughout my stand-up act for, I don't know, probably over 15 years. And initially, it was basically a satire on narcissism,
right?
And how, as a culture and a society, America, as well as much of the world, is very self-centered. So it was initially satirizing people who are braggarts and very self-centered. That was initially, and then it sort of morphed into, and I would do jokes about all kinds of outlandish physical achievements. Bowling a 300 using a ping pong ball, etc., and breaking all these ridiculous world records. And then it kind of morphed into that these are not brags, these are actually real achievements. So almost being like a real life superhero, and sort of, subliminally, talking about why, as human beings, we feel the need to have heroes. Why do we even idolize people? And then the past like about 6-7 years ago, I started doing stand-up shows overseas, throughout Europe. And you know how if you've ever been in a bad relationship, you can't see it, but all your friends are like, why are you with that person? They're terrible to you.
Yeah.
and then a couple years later, you're out of the relationship, and then you're like, wow, how did I not see that? So, when something's happening to you, you don't have the distance to step away and actually see what's going on.
Right.
So when I started doing shows in Europe, I initially thought I was going to be learning more about those countries, but I actually started learning more about my own country. I was always into politics and human rights, and but when I started doing shows over there, I really started to see America. So the world champion has become even more as in exactly what it says. It's not the persona is a person who is a champion of the world and the rights of the people, the plants, and the animals and atmosphere in and throughout the world, and sticking up for them. So that's what it's kind of morphed into. And the bulk of the stand-up that I've been doing the past 6 years, like I said, is satire on, American exceptionalism and our domestic and foreign policy.
Well, I mean, we're making it great again, so.
So.
We have like no time left, so I want to ask one more question, and it's about the show. As a new, pseudo expert in AI and robotics, you have a bunch of entrepreneurs that raise your hand if you're an entrepreneur in the audience.
Cool.
0. Oh, a bunch of them. And like, what message would you leave with these guys in terms of like, you're building for us, you're building to make money as well. Like, what is the message you leave them with?
Well, I say keep going and fight for what you want to do, and be honest, but fight hard and fight honest. And I think, people creating new things that's one of the most important things you can do. Creating new experiences. That's what makes the world keep moving forward. Not just not that there's anything wrong with working for someone else, but starting your own thing is fantastic, and it takes a lot of courage and a lot of work. So I'd say no matter how hard it is, don't get discouraged. Keep doing that. I mean,
absolutely.
That's what I'm always trying to do, no matter what I'm doing, is creating things and moving forward.
Awesome. Well, we cannot wait for Judah versus the Machines and all of the stuff.
When does it start, you said?
May 22nd, next week, Monday.
At TechCrunch.com.
That's where you find it.
I think people will like it. It's short and funny episodes. I think people will dig it.
Yeah, maybe you'll start reading TechCrunch. That would be cool.
I'll check it out.
All right, everyone, Judah.
Thanks so much, everybody.
Thank you. I'm supposed to introduce the next thing, but I'm actually, I came out here and I didn't have my card. Yeah, you're good to go, bro. Thank you. Appreciate it. That was the first right-handed handshake he's given me. Is there a confidence monitor that'll tell me what happens next? Emily, any help would be great. I think it's Hackathon highlights. Who has an agenda? It's Hackathon highlights. So we're going to get some Hackathon highlights. No, it's Naval. It's Naval. Of course it's Naval. Big timer. Okay. Please welcome to the stage the co-founder and CEO of AngelList, Naval Ravikant, and our moderator, Connie Loizos.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Well, as Jordan sort of intimated, everyone knows Naval. Serial entrepreneur, longtime investor, disruptor, trying to shake up the way that startups are funded and tech talent is hired. Naval, thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and thanks especially for using a 15-year-old photo that makes me look really good.
You've not aged at all. In fact, you just came back from a team-building trip in Mexico?
Yeah, we took the whole company. It was an offsite.
You look very refreshed and well.
Yes, well, everyone was very happy.
Well, even while you were away, you managed to make some news. So for years, AngelList has allowed people to syndicate deals, angel investors, pool their money with a broader base of investors and invest in startups on a deal-by-deal basis. But you introduced a new wrinkle on that yesterday.
Yeah, we basically rolled out funds, small funds for angel investors. And this may not seem that big of a deal because venture funds have been around for a long time. But what we've done is, just like with syndicates, we shrunk the SPV down, the special purpose vehicle that people use for big later stage deals. We shrunk it down, we made it cheap and easy and democratized it. We're now doing the same for venture funds. So the old model was, if you wanted to be in the VC business, it was kind of a 10-year hazing ritual. You'd have to go join a VC firm, work your way up to the ranks. Now with AngelList, you can run a few syndicates, You build up your track record. As soon as you have that, we put a small fund in your hands, $500,000, $1 million fund. And then you write checks out of that. If it does well, you come back, we refill it, we keep giving you larger and larger funds.
And you sort of put a kind of like a time parameter on this, which I thought was interesting. I mean, ideally, they're going to be investing these funds over a 6 to 12-month period. Is that correct?
Yeah, these are short-lived funds that are small and allow backers and limited partners to kind of try out the new venture capitalist, the budding VC or the budding angel, and commit to them as their track record builds up.
But it's not open to absolutely everybody at this point, or is it?
No, these are sort of the most proven people on the platform. We actually raised a specific fund called Maiden Lane Ventures, the second Maiden Lane Ventures fund, which was raised by Accomplice Ventures, which is a really great VC firm out of Boston that's been very active on our platform. And Accomplice raised this $35 million fund, is essentially creating and putting dozens of new small venture capitalists in business.
Okay.
So this is a model to sort of vet, train, and scale up venture capital. And really what's happening is, I think if you step back for a second, the industry is just getting much, much larger. These conferences are getting larger, the number of startups is getting larger, more and more people are getting into entrepreneurship. There need to be more investors to fund those people too. And you want investors who are right sized for these companies, smaller investors, more like angels, founders backing founders, entrepreneurs backing entrepreneurs. Many entrepreneurs here, many entrepreneurs, for example, in the Y Combinator network, are always writing each other checks. The first $10,000, the first $25,000 often comes from another entrepreneur. And you want to work with those people. Those are the friendliest people. They have the most relevant and current advice to give. They can make customer introductions and so on. So we're sort of scaling that out by providing those early entrepreneurs also with some investment capital to make early stage investments.
That's great. So I don't know if all traditional VC firms would agree with you that there needs to be more capital in the market, but there are 4 that are involved in this effort.
Yeah, there's actually 5. There's just 4 that we're naming right now because the 5th one's still putting the details together. But Accomplice is sort of the biggest one with Maiden Lane 2. They've got $35 million dedicated to backing dozens of these operator angels. Also Foundation Capital, Bain Capital, Crosslink Capital are all doing it. We also have more, those are more VCs. We also have more traditional LPs, limited partners, like CSC, Upshot, funds that we have on our platform. And of course, the thousands of accredited investors and family offices that are active on AngelList are also going to be investing in these little funds.
Okay, I want to talk to you a little bit about CSC in a bit, but what do they get out of this? Is it just sort of a way to sort of experiment with this new model, or will they get proprietary deal flow?
Yeah, it's not really proprietary deal flow, but it's just network and access. So traditionally, venture capital, you build a network by coffee meetings, by conferences, and those kinds of things. But I think most VCs are realizing now that they don't have the bandwidth, frankly, to play at the very early stage. Most VCs that went out, most larger VC funds that then also tried to get in the business of writing $100,000 checks, $200,000 checks, found that that could not scale. So some of them have set up scout programs, and we hear about them. They're kind of stealthy. This is a much more scalable, much more open way to do this, something similar, except that the lead angel, rather than having just one VC as a backer, can have multiple people. It's all transparent and open. It's more democratized, and it's more scalable. And using our infrastructure, it's much, much easier to manage.
And because in most cases there's going to be a number of LPs in each fund, does that minimize signaling risk? That's always a concern, even with the scout programs. So these sort of mini general partners on your fund are going to raise back portfolio companies, but when it comes time to raise a Series A, will they be in trouble if Accomplice doesn't want to get involved or Bain doesn't want to?
Signaling risk was something the industry used to talk about a lot a few years ago. I think at this point it's kind of sailed. Everybody knows that not every VC can invest in every deal that they see, and lots of good VCs pass on lots of good deals. So I think that has just kind of evaporated somewhat. That said, yes, most of these lead angels actually have multiple LPs, and they're not really beholden contractually or anything to show every deal to their VC LPs, but it's more of a relationship and a friendship thing. Okay.
And I also was wondering, because we've talked about this over the years since you started AngelList in 2010, 2011, why not do this sooner?
It takes an enormous amount of work. It wasn't until 2013 that just the idea of online fundraising was even semi-legal, and then we could do syndicates. And it's only now that we have enough good angels on the platform that are vetted that people feel comfortable backing them in kind of these blind funds, because with the funds they can invest in almost whatever they want. And then on the back end, the LPs and the backers have built up enough interest and enough conviction in the lead angels and the model, so they can see some of the early syndicate deals and how they're doing, and that helps them get conviction to then go and write a blind pool check to these people.
Great. Well, back to CSC. Is it CSC Group?
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about this. I thought it was interesting. This Chinese private equity group had gotten behind AngelList last year and said they wanted to commit $400 million to the platform. And in fact, I think they did invest something like $50 million last year?
Probably closer to 100 at this point.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, there's been a lot flowing through. Obviously, getting money in and out of China is fits and starts. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. The platform as a whole, though, is balanced out because now we have dozens of family offices. We have a couple of other larger funds as well. We have, of course, thousands of accredited investors who are backing a lot of the syndicates. So the capital kind of keeps flowing, but it's not all going to come from China.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was wondering with those capital controls they input. Okay, so another thing that I thought was interesting was another crowdfunding marketplace called Seedrs recently announced that this summer it's going to launch a secondary marketplace. And I know you are already focused on many different things, but I thought it could be interesting to see AngelList get into this business.
Yeah, Seedrs is doing crowdfunding, which is not what we do. We work on accrediteds, although we do have a spin-out called Republic that does do crowdfunding. The crowdfunding rules in the US are very different than the UK, where Seedrs and others have been successful. We are obviously always looking at secondary marketplaces. The problem is just how much liquidity can you have for these things. Generally, if you have a really well-known company, like a Facebook or a Snapchat before they IPO, there's demand from later stage investors for a secondary marketplace, but it's usually concentrated on very few names. We work at very, very early stage where, frankly, people don't know the companies. And if somebody wants to sell at such a negative signal, it's not clear there's a buyer on the other side. But we've already done now around 1,500 companies on the platform have raised money online, and they've raised over $500 million, and they've gone on to raise over $5 billion. So they're getting larger and larger and larger, and there will be a point where some of those names become so hot that there will be secondary demand, and then if those companies are open to it, we'll work with them to fill that secondary demand.
How many investors are now on the platform, and where I sort of still feel like it's kind of largely Silicon Valley based.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not correct.
Yeah, about half our deals are Silicon Valley based, although we do have deals now live in Canada. We have, of course, New York and LA and Seattle and a couple other hubs in the US. We've also been doing deals in Europe for quite a while, and now we're also working on plans in India to roll things out.
And you are in India, or that's sort of something that's on the horizon?
It's being put together.
Okay, because I remember we talked a little about that last summer.
It's that regulations are different in every country, so the model has to be different. Unfortunately, it's not a cookie cutter stamp out model.
Right. I'm also wondering if you would share maybe what you're doing with Product Hunt. So you acquired this company for a reported $20 million in December. Is that report correct?
I can't say. Yeah, we acquired Product Hunt. Product Hunt is a great team and a great company, and we've been admirers from afar. And fundamentally, we're kind of here to innovate on the infrastructure of innovation. There's so much innovation going on, and there's lots of people who kind of fund that innovation, but there's very little innovation on that infrastructure for innovation itself. And so we like to innovate on that infrastructure to help companies and create more tech companies, because I think tech is a universal good for humanity. And so what do tech companies need? They need money, they need talent, and they need customers. So AngelList started out helping them with raising money. Now we're the largest startup recruiting marketplace in the world, with 25,000 startups recruiting and about 1 million candidates. And we did over 1 million introductions last year, mutual matches between talent and startup companies. But the missing piece is helping companies find their early customers. And Product Hunt did an amazing job of that. They've launched 90,000 products now on Product Hunt. They do millions of product discoveries every single month. And it's kind of the place where teams from Uber and Facebook and Google and lots of startups go to launch their latest apps. And so we were always just in awe and respect of Product Hunt, and we brought them in to kind of complete the third leg of that triad, so we can help companies scale to customers as well.
That's great.
Yeah, ultimately, talent and money are just proxies for building a product that customers want, right? It's probably the most important one, and the one that we were missing.
And so, I mean, it sounds like that could be a revenue-generating product, like an AngelList Enterprise we'll show you, who you should be talking to. We know what their tech stacks are. Is that part of the plan?
Yeah, I think long term it can generate revenue. In the short term, we've left the team completely independent. They're still executing on the same plans that they were before we merged up, and all of the management and team is still there.
Okay. Just backstage, you were talking to, I don't know if it was the CEO or someone else at Republic, this crowdfunding platform that you'd gotten involved in last year, and I completely missed somehow. So can you tell us a little bit about that and how involved you are in it?
So the crowdfunding rules are very, very different than raising from accredited. Unfortunately, it's the way the government sets it up, but the rules completely change in terms of who's allowed on the platform and what kinds of deals you can do and what liability is exposed and what kind of stuff those companies have to show and so on. But crowdfunding is going to happen. It is happening in the US, just moving a little bit slower than the UK as they work out the final regs, and there's some modifications required to the regs. But even now, companies that have customer bases that they want to share in equity with, kind of like Oculus may have wanted to do had this existed in the past, or even Uber with its drivers. Those companies now have an opportunity to start doing that. And Republic is a spin out that we did with some of our best people to go and start doing that. It's still very early. Republic's done a couple of deals, but I think we're sort of in the first inning of crowdfunding.
Okay, and I guess what is your stance on maybe loosening or broadening the definition of accredited investor? Because I think, at least in the past, you were kind of concerned about this. You sort of, I think, had thought that startup investing should be sort of left to more sophisticated investors.
Yeah, I think the accreditation thing is sort of a guideline left over from the 1930s Act, the 1934 Securities Law Act, and it kind of tries to apply broadly to all investment categories. The reality is, I think what matters much more is sophistication than accreditation. Having $1 million net worth doesn't make you a genius, and having less than $1 million net worth doesn't make you a fool. So I think it's much more about the sophistication. Like, people in this audience understand the tech business. They can probably get up to speed with the right resources and are sophisticated enough to invest in tech companies. There are other people who are very accredited and very wealthy who don't have the sophistication, and frankly should be going through a diversified basket fund or something of the sort. Like, we offer these diversified funds on AngelList, and that's how we actually think most investors should be investing, rather than trying to pick individual deals or even syndicates. But I think it's a sophistication thing. So we run sophistication tests on the platform on top of accreditation. But yeah, accreditation is a little bit of an anachronism. But it's not going to change because it's baked in regulatory law, and it applies to so many different financial products and industries.
Yeah, I think it'll take some time, certainly, if it does ever change. So before we move on to recruiting, which is an even bigger part of your business, I did want to talk to you. So when I sat down with you at your very nice new offices in August, you were telling me that you were going to make the deals private, and you had good reasons for this. But I do sometimes wonder if you're moving more in the direction of a lack of transparency.
Yeah.
I mean,
No, it's fair. We do worry about that. The reality is, our first and foremost for investors on the platform is they have to make money. And to make money, they have to be in good deals. It can't be adverse selection. You can't have great companies staying off the platform because they're worried about information leakage. So we did have to take the deals private by default. The syndicate.
Did you take a liquidity hit for that?
Not really. I mean, that was part of the reason why we felt it was safe to do. Because really, when people invest in a company on AngelList, it's because they believe in the lead angel who's backing it. They're not really cross-pollinating. So if someone doesn't know me as a lead, they're not going to necessarily follow me unless they kind of had a pre-existing relationship or had done their homework on me. So I think taking it private helps with quality, fights adverse selection, and makes the companies feel more secure. But you're right in that it's not kind of this ideal transparency marketplace of everything being put up all the time. But I do still think that slowly over time, companies will relax those constraints, especially later stage companies. You're seeing this a little bit in like ICOs, initial coin offerings, like the whole blockchain space, where people are now slapping coins onto their companies and trying to use that as a mechanism to sort of, some of them are very legit. They're like new protocols being built where they're issuing tokens, but in other cases, there's just a bypass of existing securities law. Those companies are pretty transparent, right? They're putting everything out there.
Wow.
That's the Wild West of fundraising right now.
But I guess, not to dwell too long on this, but I was thinking, unless you have ties to, I mean, it's great because I'm sure it makes your base much more loyal to you because of the deal quality is higher. But does it mean that people who don't have ties to like top angel investors, startups or investors, it seems now that it's not as useful for them because they Or am I misunderstanding how it works?
No, I mean, I think the platform as a whole is really useful for the companies, even if they don't want to raise money, or if they do raise money on the platform, it helps them with recruiting. If you're recruiting on the platform, it helps your reputation, it helps you with product hunt. If you launch a product on the platform, it helps you with your reputation for fundraising if you're recruiting. So it's kind of the whole thing works together. It's just with venture fundraising, you just have to acknowledge that a lot of companies still want to be very private.
Right.
So it's private by default, but a company can always be more open. They can always choose to say, look, we're launched, we have traction, we have nothing to hide, we're open to all investors, but that's not the default.
Okay, great. So tell me a little bit about recruiting. I mean, you've given us some stats, but you know, what's the sort of the latest there?
Yeah, so we run this large free recruiting platform. 25,000 companies are actively recruiting on there. About 1 million candidates all across the world. It's very active even in London and Bangalore and even parts of South America. We make about 100,000 introductions every month, and by introductions, these are mutual. So the candidate wants to meet the company wants to meet the candidate. It's a direct match marketplace. There's no middlemen. There's no one's getting spammed, hopefully, or we crack down on that. And all the data is there for you to see. So you see the company's profile, you see how much they're offering in salary, equity, who your coworkers would end up being, et cetera, et cetera. We've also rolled out Track, which is, we just got frustrated with the state of the application tracking system market out there. Most of the ATSs are just built for larger, heavyweight companies, and we want something lightweight, simple, cool. So we built our own tracking system. It's just at angel.co/track. It's free, and it's a great way to kind of track everyone in your pipeline, going through the interview process, et cetera. So that's a product we worked on. And then we also have A-List, which we're still very early, but that's our premium recruiting service. So if you have more money than time, for $10,000 per hired developer or designer, we'll take the best developers and designers on the platform, expose them to your company, make sure they're paying attention, and kind of do more white glove service to help connect you.
Which is so smart. And do you expect that most of your revenue is going to come from that service, or?
Yeah, I mean, the revenue is going to come, the short-term revenue will probably come from recruiting. Some of it will come from A-List, some of it might come from other products that we're working on. We also just have a ton of data. So all these people active on the platform, and all the data is tagged. So we, for example, we know Harvard grads are applying to company X, or these 3 companies in the same space are trying to recruit these kinds of people. One's paying more, one's paying less, one seems to be ramping up hiring, one seems to be slowing down hiring. So all of this data can be actually incredibly useful for hiring managers and for the candidates. So we are looking at ways to anonymize, aggregate, make that data useful, and then expose it back to the community. And that's something we could also potentially make money for down the line. But we keep the team pretty lean. I mean, right now the company's around 60 people. It's 20 people in fundraising, 20 people in recruiting, and 20 people in product hunt is a kind of a glib way to divide it up.
It's sort of astonishing given your sort of outsized footprint, but are you profitable?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay.
But it's the plan.
But
by the way, profitability is really hard, right? It takes years to work at it. Like when I think of that Silicon Valley, the number of companies that are created every year in the tech industry that create a brand new product the world has never seen before, and then figure out how to monetize it, you can count them on 2 hands every year. So there's just getting to profitability is a huge objective for us, because we want AngelList to be self-sustaining. It's not the kind of thing where we want it to have to seek an unnatural exit. And we'll get there. That's part of the reason why we've kept the team so lean.
We have 18 seconds. What is a natural exit? Is it an IPO?
What is the exit? I don't know. I don't think that far ahead about it, to be honest. I consider that a lot of financial engineering. I know that's important for VCs and investors, but we can always just make it into a cash business. We're set up as an LLC because we do a lot of fund management, and a lot of because on fundraising we get paid in carry, which is profits on investments that pays out far in the future. So because of that, we're structured a little bit more like a traditional VC fund in that we're set up as an LLC. But if we do an IPO, I'd rather do it in our own market, which is still a little ways out.
Interesting. Thank you so much, Naval. Always so nice to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Here.
Thanks, everybody.
Whew. Okay, now hackathon highlights. I don't know, how many of you came from the hackathon or were at the hackathon this weekend? You, I like that. You, John, you work at TechCrunch. A handful of you, I guess. Well, if so, then maybe you don't know that before TechCrunch Disrupt kicks off on Monday, we do a hackathon, and hundreds of hackers come in and hack away And then they present those hacks. So we're going to show you what that was like and then show you a couple of the winners. Go ahead and throw the video.
where they need to stay in the same position, preventing restlessness as well as maintain concentration.
Diversity and inclusiveness are values that make us stronger.
Americans are ridiculously wasteful, especially when it comes to food. And the winner is Revive. Come on up.
Woo! Okay, so to tell you more, I'm going to bring out our hack master, Tariq Karula. He's going to tell you about the winners. His mic needs to work, though.
Test. Good afternoon. Test, test, test. So we're an industry that's born in garages, in dorm rooms, and at hack events. And before every Disrupt, we hold a free event where hundreds of hackers come and demo projects. And this year is no exception. We had 750 registrants. We had 90 teams present. Now, each team had 18 hours to develop a project that they then demoed in 60 seconds, right? And why do we do this? We do this to shine a light on the next generation of entrepreneurs, to give them an opportunity, and to have a blast. And so with that, let's take a look at the winner and the runners-up from this year's hack event. We're going to start with Revive. Please welcome out Revive.
Hi, we're Revive, a group of 3 high school juniors who created a virtual reality application to help diagnose and treat ADHD.
Here's the first exercise of our VR app. Here we're testing restlessness by allowing the user to stay in a fixed position over a period of time. The next simulation tests the user's concentration by allowing them to create a simple maze without touching the walls of the maze. Lastly, our third VR exercise tests the user's reaction times by seeing if they can respond to visual stimuli and touch only the balls that turn blue. Now let's move on to our website here. We have here emotional analysis from the IBM Watson API, and this data can be shown in a graphical representation as well, with comfort levels to see how well the user has been doing in the simulation. You can send this progress to your therapist or physician through the Nexmo API, as well as view resources such as music or videos to help the user improve.
Our product streamlines the current diagnostic process, which can take 6 to 9 months and thousands of dollars. We're still currently under development. Thanks so much for listening.
Awesome hack. They're juniors from high school, so big round of applause for Revive. Next up, we have Code Correct. Code Correct, come on out.
There are no perfect programmers in the world. We all run into silly errors that are really caused by stupidity or just forgetfulness. Like, so this one thing I have was this? Some error, and if I include this link, it will automatically search the internet for me. So if I click this, no. Yeah, so this is the error. Cannot set property under HTML with null because it did something wrong with, yeah, it's this page. And it's not working properly. Let's see why. Something went wrong, and okay. Don't know what's happening.
Okay, you can walk us through what would happen.
Yeah, so the problem was that this, what is it called? There's this H1, that's the body for header, what should have been showing up, and what's supposed to happen is that CodeCorrect will fix the errors for you by just searching online. And yeah, obviously it could help me here, but I failed.
It's like a self-debugging programming tool.
Yes.
Yeah, awesome. All right, thanks. Let's give it a hand for CodeCorrect. It does actually work. Now we have Waste Not. Waste Not.
Hi. So Americans waste a lot of food. That's 133 billion pounds per year, 20 pounds per person per month, and roughly 40% of that is produce. And because of that, we created Waste Not.
So with Waste Not, all you have to do is upload a photo of your groceries receipt, and we will analyze the produce items in the grocery receipt and cross-reference that with the average expiration times for those produce items, and then notify you throughout the week so that you don't forget to eat that bananas before they go brown.
Exactly. So what we do is we let you know how many days you have left, but we also send you push notifications when you're in the danger zone of only having 2 days left to use it, if you haven't marked it as used. So those push notifications have links to recipes, and when you run out of time, it sends you a link to how to compost if you haven't used it already. Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. Big hand for Waste Not. Waste Not. Thank you. And finally, we have Alfred.io.
Hi, my name is Darcy Richards, and I want to introduce you to my new friend, Alfred. And Alfred is a fully featured robot butler. The concept is simple. You can be at a remote location at work on vacation, and let's say you want to make sure that there's food or groceries or your laundry done when you get home, without you ever actually having to be part of the process. I can go on the app. I can schedule what I want to get. I'll get some wine, add to cart, check out, and just like that, a delivery person is scheduled to come to my house to drop off what I ordered, and the robots go and actually handle the interaction with the delivery person. So I don't ever actually have to be there to get a lot of these services done. And then just like that, you know, I missed a trip to the wine store, but still got what I needed.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Alfred.io. And let's give a hand for all of the hackers that came this weekend and presented here today, okay? Thank you. Thank you, teams. Great job, guys.
We're done, right? Yeah. Okay, who's hot? Who's getting a little warm in here? Yeah, okay, we're working on it. I just want you to know, so you can send your creative compliments my way, but we are working on it. We are gonna jump right into our next panel. Please welcome our next guests, Stonely Baptiste from Urban Us, Brad Hargreaves from Common, and Shruti Merchant from HubHaus, as well as John Schieber, your moderator.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for sticking around for little old me. Actually, I know you're not here to see me. You're here to see my fellow panelists, who are all amazing and wonderful. We're going to talk about living for the city in a second, but before I do that, I'm just making a plug. If you like any of this fine paraphernalia, you can buy it in the back. We got to make money somehow. Anyway, I'm going to get started right now. We've got a great panel, and we're going to be talking about urban and investment in urban technologies and living for the city and what it takes these days. So the first question is for Brad and Shruti. Why did y'all get into the business of co-living? What was it that got y'all started? Brad, Shruti, if you want to take it first, and then Brad, take a shot at it.
Yeah, definitely. So I moved to the area of the San Francisco Valley in 2014, and I didn't know anyone. I ended up meeting a friend on Craigslist, and we happened to hit it off really well, and we started our first 7-bedroom house. And for us, it took us about a month of setup on evenings and weekends, but it was such a great experience. Some of my friends in the house are still my really good friends to this day. And one of our other friends liked it so much, he actually moved into our garage. So after moving out of there, he's actually a doctor at Stanford, and he was talking to the Stanford Director of Medical Education, and she mentioned to him that housing out in the Valley was so expensive and competitive that residents were actually turning down Stanford because it was so pricey. So clearly there was a problem here. We knew shared housing was the obvious solution, so we started HubHaus to address this problem where people don't have a place to live and don't have a community to be a part of.
Was that the same story for you, Brad? You wanted to live with your besties?
Well, when I first moved to New York, actually, 8 years ago, I had to move on very short notice, and I moved in with a roommate I met on Craigslist, and he really is a really good guy, but he loved to cook bacon and smoke weed at 8 o'clock every morning. So that was my first. He was a great guy. So I really had a good Craigslist roommate experience. But no, so I didn't go into this saying I'm going to start a co-living company. I went into this realizing there was a big problem with housing, how housing was getting built, how we were thinking about housing supply in urban centers. Before this, I was co-founder of a company called General Assembly, which provides training in tech business and design. And we saw many of not just our students, but our instructors and our employees were struggling to find housing. And I'll give you a good example of why the space is broken. I was talking to a real estate developer the other day about his new buildings and how he could make them better customer experiences. And he stopped me and he said, Brad, I don't build what tenants want. I build what the bank wants. And that mindset is what we started Common to change. And you still have to, unfortunately, build something a bank is willing to tolerate. But you can do that in a much friendlier and more convenient way. And co-living is a great way to solve a big need.
Okay, I hear you on this, but sorry, I'm going to be a jerk because I'm a jerk.
Go for it.
It seems like there are a lot of people who are investing in all sorts of different real estate plays, and I just wonder how it's actually venture investable. Like, what are, and Stonely, I'm hoping you can address this as a venture investor. Like, what the hell makes like a real estate play where you're renting property and dealing with tenants? What makes that venture backable?
Yeah, I mean, first you have to step back and think about what the primary motivation of a venture investor is, which is outsized returns in a relatively short period of time, 5 to 10 years. And so as far as the check marks go, as far as how you size whether something might produce an outsized returns, you look at the size of the market, the size of the industry. Sometimes you forecast how big it could be. But when you look at real estate, you don't have to use your imagination. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. So there's definitely opportunity to grow a very large company. Even if you're a relatively small player in real estate, it still means that you're potentially doing hundreds of millions of dollars, for example. The second part of the equation, the speed to scale, has traditionally been tougher, right? Because real estate is traditionally thought of as you buy property, you buy a building, you do something that the bank wants on that property and said building, et cetera, and over time you build a large company. But with opportunities that HubHaus, that Common, Star City, and a few of the other more innovative real estate companies, startup real estate companies are approaching, where they're maybe not at first focusing on acquiring inventory. Their primary focus is on acquiring and building experiences. And so they're able to acquire more customers faster. Additionally, they're able to layer additional services into that experience so they can laterally build out the revenue from the same customer base. These are all things that the traditional real estate industry just isn't thinking about, like how to increase the value of this customer that you already have, like most of their life spending on in your product. And so I think with the advances in both technology, the ability to manage properties and to discover opportunities quicker, but additionally, the advances in culture, where people are less and less inclined to buy and more inclined to rent for the access to experiences, and so you can move faster.
We'll get into that in a second, whether this cultural thing is actually a thing. But so folks are clearly backing companies like HubHaus and Common. Indeed, they raise money. But what else are people looking at in sort of the urban tech space? When you think about living for the city, what are you looking for as an investor?
Well, so we're Urban Us. We're a little bit different than most ventures funds because our motivation is actually around climate. You know, if you look at a pie of what are the things that contribute to climate change, or if you don't like the word climate change, if you think about like a healthy environment where people can breathe without getting sick, they can drink water without getting sick, where they're healthier. Those things all live and breathe most prominently in the city, right? And so how you get to and from work, the building that you live in, the building that you work in, the internal environment, how that building was built, the food you eat, the water you drink, etc. All of those things are critical to both how we survive, because if we get these things right, everybody ignores them, right? You just pay your utility bill. When we get them wrong, when the trash doesn't get picked up, or your water poisons your children, then everyone's paying attention. And those are all great reasons to look for founders who are also motivated in solving these problems. But the other great reason is that these aren't small industries, right? We're talking about transportation, built environment, utilities. These are massive, massive industries that also are latent for disruption. They're for the most part, untouched by technology. Efficient government, which is another important factor in having an efficient, safe, and healthy city. So, I mean, it's a greenfield of opportunity, and more generalist investors are recognizing it.
Well, I think those are all very valid points. Now, one of the things you mentioned is the $1 trillion size of the real estate market. That also means that there are companies that are incredibly well capitalized that are in this market already. So Shruti and Brad, what's defensible about what y'all are doing? Like, how do these companies not just say, oh, this is successful, why don't I just come in and roll these guys? Mm-hmm. And they also have access to, they have access to the properties themselves because they're both developing and renting, in some cases, these buildings.
Yeah, so to address this question and kind of to talk a little bit earlier, too, on why it's venture-backed, you have traditional real estate companies which are super capital intensive. They don't really use tech. Only 56% of property managers use any form of software whatsoever. And then you also have tech companies which move fast but have a harder time getting a lot of money. I think the co-living model, at least our model at HubHaus, strips away the capital intensiveness. It doesn't cost us much to get a house up. And we also put in the tech to make things more efficient. And I think the most defensible piece of it is the community. The HubHaus experience is built around the people, and it's built around the community inside the houses. And that's what makes it special, and that's what makes it different, and that's what makes us almost a new category of company. It's not really real estate or tech.
Brad, was that your assessment as well, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think 2 points. One is that I strongly believe there are network effects in a business like this. Common right now is open in New York, San Francisco, and Washington, D.C. We're going to be open in a couple other cities before the end of the year. We let any person living in Common move seamlessly between any of our homes. So you can sign up for Common in New York and decide to move to San Francisco, DC, eventually many other cities. And I think that kind of flexibility and that ability to not be tethered to a lease, tethered to a city, is both incredibly appealing and also really empowering. The second point, which is not about network effects, but it's just about the industry that all of us are in, And it's one of the reasons that I'm very excited to be an entrepreneur in real estate. Because real estate is the last bastion of family business. Businesses where the patriarch has 2 sons, and the smart one does the acquisitions, and the stupid one does the property management. And that's how a lot of real estate works. And there are very few industries that still work like this. If you went back like 70 years ago, most industries work like this. So if you brought like management talent and skill and technology, you could disrupt the giants. Today, it's like you go into technology, Google is really good at what they do. Facebook is really good at what they do. Amazon, you pick any of these big companies, even the big automakers are very sophisticated at what they do. Real estate, I think, is one of the last industries where someone is running that business just because they're related to the guy who ran it before.
Which Trump is the smart Trump? And which Trump? Sorry, no, I kid. You don't have to answer that. Which Kushner is the smart? You don't have to answer that one.
Mark Kushner.
Corporate interest. We talk about trillion-dollar markets, and the real estate sort of looking like a business that's really attractive, where corporations are starting to spend money on technology. What other areas or what other things are corporations getting into sort of this urban tech?
Yeah, I think we should step back just a little bit. Again, the relationship between the city and climate is intimate. It's the story of the development of cities is the story of us living in a period of time where climate is stable. The story of all of the industries that we've talked about is also a result of the development of cities, which is, I won't repeat the stats, more people on Earth now live in cities than not. That trend is continuing. And both of those things combined, the instability of climate, which starts to add a whole bunch of questions into the equation of many industries, but also the growing power, economic power of cities, impacts a lot of these industries in ways that they just can't anticipate. This is at the same time that the ball that they're all focusing on is which startup might disrupt their business model. Right? And so a lot of entrenched industries are now seeking to innovate, and they're doing it in a number of different ways. And so one way is that they're working with startups, right, to try to capture the value of what the future of a more urban and more climate and environmentally conscious future might look like. One thing, as an example, that we're announcing today, actually, for the first time live, is in partnership with BMW Mini, we're launching a new cohort of their Urban X Accelerator based in Brooklyn, where the focus is on finding these founders that are deliberately solving problems at the intersection of better cities, healthier environments, giving them $100,000 in 6 months of access to BMW and Mini's engineers and the space, and access to our network of over 1,500 co-investors, advisors, founders, et cetera, to help them really build and scale companies that can redefine and reimagine the cities of the future.
And that, my friends, is what we call breaking news, right? That's what that was. Look at that exclusive partnership with BMW. It's awesome. Congratulations. It's good stuff. Moving back into the co-living space, I wonder how much of this, you talk a little bit about sort of generational, the generational shift. And I wonder how much of that is an actual generational shift, how much of that is driven by a lack of capital available to millennials because they just got screwed in 2008 by the sort of financial crisis and are just now getting out of that. So some of this seems to be like y'all providing solutions that in an ideal world wouldn't exist, right? Like these problems wouldn't happen. You'd have enough housing stock, you'd have available apartments so that people could live on their own and have, a nice life and get their own apartment. If they want to live with someone, they live with someone. Where am I wrong in that? Like, what am I missing? Where am I being a jerk? Brad or Shruti, like either of you can take that and just say, John, you're always being a jerk. But, like how much of this is generational demand and how much of it is just like, they're kind of screwed?
So I think there's a piece on both, and just to quickly say, I think people, for some reason, make this assumption that housing should be hard. And then if housing is not difficult, if you're not sitting at home at 11 a.m. on a Tuesday waiting for the Con Ed man to come by and set up your power, that like you're being coddled or you're not an adult. And I don't see why that's the case. I think you've seen technology and good experiences transform a lot of industries. And I think housing is the same thing. I think that kind of convenient experience is something that's pretty universal as a need. And we have co-living, that's our core product. We also have studios, one-bedrooms, traditional apartments that we manage as part of the common network.
And Shruti, what do you, go on.
I think that co-living and shared housing is the way our society is moving. I think it's actually a better solution than living alone for people who are between the ages of 22 to 35, who are new to the area, who don't really have that many friends. We have a lot of people who move in originally because the prices are low, but they end up staying for the community long after they're making enough money to live alone. We have people who own Teslas who are making like $200,000, $300,000 incomes, who are staying in our houses because they love the community. And even when they transfer jobs, they don't transfer and move into their own house. They're moving into another HubHaus because they want to be a part of the HubHaus experience. And if shared housing is done right, and you have somebody who's regulating it, and when you have the HubHaus experience and the infrastructure involved, people really love it, and it's an amazing thing, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, I'll chime in a little bit on that. I was reading an article recently that talked a little bit about Common and a few of the other co-living startups, and there was an awesome quote in there, which is that the refrigerator killed the community, is the end of humanity, something along those lines. And so I love that quote because it's a great example of how technology, really even the most rudimentary technologies, are a double-edged sword. And so the sense of community that we had by going to the grocer more often, by being outside on our front porch because we didn't have AC inside, that sense of connectedness with our community and our neighborhoods just doesn't exist anymore. So everybody's like inside of their boxes and they're going from one box to another. And what I believe the cultural shift that's happening is a reach back towards that sense of community. I think the younger generations are realizing that owning more stuff didn't lead to more happiness. Their parents aren't happier because they had more stuff or more space. But being connected to people, especially now that you have the tease of having social media making you feel connected, but not really, I think people are drawn towards opportunities to live and work close to people that they like, and they're willing to sacrifice ownership.
So what you're saying is the problem is with me because my basic philosophy is hell is other people. That's what you're telling me. That's what you're talking. I understand. But at what point does the notion of housing itself become obsolete if we have autonomous vehicles that will drive us anywhere we want to go? We can live and work from these cars. We can sit around and have VR headsets strapped to our faces and just live in a virtual life like Wall-E. Hashtag van life. When does that happen?
I don't think that's actually a better way to live. I think technology, while it has made huge progress in connecting us, it also disconnects us in a lot of ways. And I think shared housing is a great way to put us back in touch with people. At our houses, people are eating dinner together. They're spending a lot of time together. They're going out together. This past weekend, we had a bunch of people from a bunch of our members go to Vegas together. It's a way to bring people back together, reconnect them, while providing a great experience.
John, remember like the mid-90s when everyone was like video conferencing is going to mean cities are over? And then the opposite happened.
Right.
And I kind of like, I think the death of the city from autonomous vehicles is really overrated. That people want to be near other people, and I don't think any medium of virtual communication interaction has or will replace that.
Yeah, I mean, people love to fetishize about the future of cities and the future of technology, but it tends to be extrapolations upon early ideas that seem really cool. Self-driving vehicles is a great example, right? All of the possibilities when vehicles can drive themselves, what's the blurred line between your house or the house that takes you to wherever else you want to be, is that really a house anymore, et cetera. But to both points, like what we miss often is the fact that we're social beings, right? And so even though technology might temporarily delay or create a disconnect from that aspect of our being, we tend to strive back towards figuring out some way to get back together. And so we don't sort of exercise in predicting exactly what the future of vehicles might be. At Urban Us, we're particularly interested in, well, what are the conditions where we are now and what are the threats to the very basic fundamental needs that we have, which are connection, but also safe air, safe water, food, energy, et cetera. And we let the founders sort of imagine and build the future in their garages.
And so y'all talked about communities earlier, and I want to touch on that. You talk about community in the home. which Brad, I kind of wonder if that's a thing, if people are so portable and are have the opportunity to move around from DC to New York to San Francisco and back again. This seems like kind of an ideal living situation for a certain kind of like millennial tech entrepreneurial guy. And how is this not just like increasing that notion of elitism and sort of jerky gentrification that has turned San Francisco into this like sort of incredibly divided city?
So I don't think flexibility of lease is necessarily a gendered concept. I mean, common is 50-50 gender-wise. Our median age is about 30. And most of, I think under 20% of our members are in the tech industry. So it's kind of represents a wide swath of people. I think, and I think it's to say that wanting to not be tied to a given city, tied to a given lease, is something that would only appeal to people in their 20s in tech. Is a little skewed. I think that is something that is more universally appealing to certainly the generation. We almost look at transferability between homes like the way a lot of other residential developers think about the gym. The gym, a lot of people don't use their building gym. Just the same way a lot of people don't in practice transfer between homes all the time. But people buy housing not necessarily for the person they are, but for the person they believe they will be when they're living in that home. And what being fit was for, perhaps someone leasing an apartment 20 years ago, being able to move seamlessly and not tied down to a place is the equivalent of that today.
We have an extremely diverse community. Our residents, 30% are international. They work in a variety of different fields. We have residents, postdocs, doctors, people who work at nonprofits, and of course, people who work at startups and tech. And we really pride ourselves on our diverse community and what we've created. And we actually find that by putting people together who aren't exactly the same, while at first they may be a little opposed to it, they actually get along better and it creates a stronger bond and community.
Okay, there are different kinds of diversity, right? There's like gender and racial diversity, and then there's economic diversity. Mm-hmm. Like, what is the average income of the folks that are living in y'all's place compared to the average income of like the neighborhoods around them? You know what I mean? Like, is that something that y'all consider or even think about?
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, when we think about mitigating the impacts of gentrification, and you kind of have to ask, what does gentrification mean? There's a piece of gentrification. You kind of have to break down this like knot, which is gentrification. And a lot of people say that and mean a lot of different things. One thing they mean is the displacement of existing tenants. And for us, we go in, we only occupy either vacant buildings or more often ground up developments. So new housing stock coming onto the market. And I think there have been some bad players in co-living that haven't followed those rules. The other is actually about kind of displacing local businesses. And making a neighborhood very generic. And one thing we try to do really hard is build relationships between our members and long-standing local businesses, such that they're going to the bodega and not just ordering everything on Fresh Direct.
We also have a pretty diverse range, and for us, community integration is so huge. My co-founder actually lives in one of our hub houses, and his neighbor brings him pies every week. It's so important, and while a lot of people do have money, and while a lot of people are quite affluent, many folks wouldn't otherwise be able to live in the area if they couldn't live in a shared room, and other shared rooms are a terrible situation. So for them, it's an obvious solution. A one-bedroom apartment is over 50% higher.
I can share a little bit about Star City, which is similar to Common, but Bay Area based. It's a company we invested in, and they absorb part of the community into their units, into their complexes. So as folks who were already living in the building before, they'll subsidize them to continue to live in that building because they want an economically diverse community. And then another point that I wanted to make, 2 points. One is that an ignored segment and customer segment for co-living is the aging population. The elderly want to be connected as well. the cost of maintaining the aging population in silos is staggeringly higher than giving them the opportunity to stay healthier and happier longer by being connected and sharing that sort of burden of aging together. And then the final point is that, I know we're running out of time.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, thanks, John. Yeah. So we're also talking mainly about coastal large cities in these co-living and general urban technologies. But with Mini and BMW and Urban X is now going around the country and even throughout Europe to find founders. We're doing a tour to search for founders in generally ignored areas of the population. That tour starts tomorrow evening at the Urban X space in Brooklyn at the ADO.
I'm playing devil's advocate a little bit, right? Because I can see how this can, in fact, drive down costs for people. And Brad, you were saying, like, isn't one of y'all's places in Williamsburg?
It is.
And it's like at least cost competitive and somewhat cheaper given the perks than like renting a place from...
Way cheaper.
Yeah.
I mean, like sub 50% than a studio once you count the perks.
And the value is so much higher too. I mean, when you live in a normal shared house, you're finding on Craigslist, it's like you're rolling a die. With us, we're a loaded die, and then we have your back and can transfer you to another house if the community's not a good fit, or if your roommate ends up being crazy, or if you just don't get along.
I mean, I think there are problems of like, I would like, how do y'all address the issue of sort of elitism and if you're creating these intentional communities, how do you avoid sort of creating one that's sucky?
Yeah, that's a good question. We're purposely screening for people who we think are open to the community. So when we're looking for people, we will specifically reject people if they're not open-minded, if they're not respectful. If they say, I'm not interested in actually partaking in a community, we tell them, well, then you're probably not a good fit for one of our houses. And most of the time they self-select out too. So they'll stay there for a little bit and then they'll move out. And for us, because community comes first, we will make exceptions. We will allow that to happen, whatever we can do to make the community stronger.
I'm going to have to end it there. Basically, what you're saying is that I could never live in a HubHaus. But aside from that, thank y'all so much for participating in the panel. Thank y'all so much for listening.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Whew. Now, off you go. Okay, we are going to move on to our next panel, shockingly enough. I haven't said that enough times yet. Okay, please welcome to the stage the godfather of robotics from Rethink Robotics, Rodney Brooks, and our moderator, Laura Kolodny.
Hi. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being here. If you have watched one of those adorable kitten videos with the cat riding around on the robotic vacuum cleaner, you can thank Professor Rodney Brooks.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
He was the founder and CTO of iRobot, which makes the Roomba, the first robot we've really invited into our homes. And you are currently the founder and CTO of Rethink Robotics, which is building cobots. These are robots that are working alongside people in complex manufacturing environments. I'm curious to know, what was the first or the biggest tech breakthrough that got us here?
In robotics in general, or the current robot?
With your robots, Baxter and Sawyer, what made that possible?
Absolutely. It's that we have force sensing in every joint. So we can measure forces in joint coordinates, but then you can convert that to real coordinates. So when our robot is moving, it's got a forward model of what force it should feel everywhere. If someone's in the way, it can react immediately and not kill you. This is important because existing industrial robots are unaware of their surroundings. They will just ramp up the current to keep moving if there's anything in the way.
Your robots have human names, Baxter and Sawyer. They have eyes, a face that's very friendly.
They have cameras and they have fake eyes. I don't know whether, if that picture was up on the screen, that would be great. I don't know if it's possible to get it up there. The screen has graphic eyes, and the robots glance where they're about to reach, which is what people do. So if you're around someone, you're not surprised by, I'm not going to suddenly reach over like this. I'm going to look before I reach. The robot does the same, and then people are aware of what it's about to do, so it doesn't surprise them.
And the arms are sort of have a human feeling to them too.
Because of the force sensitivity, yes.
Is biomimicry the way to go for greater safety and dexterity?
When we're putting robots in environments where people normally are, some level of biomimicry is important. You know, I think the big problem for home robots is right now they're Roombas, they're low to the ground, and our homes are designed for something that's, you know, between 5 and 6 feet tall and skinny to move around in. And so I think that's where we'll ultimately see home robots being tall and skinny, because the environment is designed for tall and skinny.
And humanoid, or?
I don't know. You know, the Roomba is definitely not humanoid, but people project a lot onto it. The robots we had 6,500 robots in Afghanistan and Iraq doing roadside bombs. Didn't look humanoid at all, but people named them and said they were their friends. Roombas, you can buy clothes for your Roombas. There's multiple companies that sell clothes for people's rooms. So people project a lot onto these robots, even though they're not of human form. Our industrial robots that we build now are of human form.
Bezos Expeditions is an investor in Rethink. Is Amazon a customer?
Amazon has some, but they're not a big customer, no.
And Amazon has also invested a lot into their own internal robotics.
They bought Kiva Systems, which was a startup in Boston, which for fulfillment centers, instead of having the people go and pick stuff off the shelves, the Kiva Systems, the robots bring the shelves to the human picker who does the picking. They bought them for $775 million when Kiva was about 100 employees. Amazon Robotics, which is what they became, has at least 600 employees in the Boston area, and probably more elsewhere that I don't know about. So they've made a big investment.
I didn't know the exact head count there, but I know it's a significant investment in the people and the IP. Do you worry they could become a competitor?
Well, we're operating in, we're not doing fulfillment per se. We're doing third-party logistics where you unpack stuff and repack stuff, but we're doing a lot of stuff in electronics assembly and a lot of machine tending, putting stuff into machines, sliding the door shut, because normally a human has an interlock, pressing the button and waiting for it to come out. So that's very different from what they're doing. They're mobile bases.
And you don't think they'd have a need to develop their own robot like that?
Sorry?
You don't think they'd have a need to develop their own robots like that? They do have the Echo.
Given everything that keeps coming out of Amazon, I would never make a prediction that they're not doing something. I don't know.
But you don't worry you would be competitive with one of your investors' companies in that sense?
Well, Jeff is a personal investor. Amazon is not an investor in this company.
I'm curious, getting back to the idea that homes really need like taller, skinnier robots, what technical advances do we still need before we have Commander Data or Rosie from Jetsons, a robot that really feels like a companion and that we would trust in our homes around our kids and dogs?
I trust my Roomba.
Okay, yes, in addition to the Roomba.
Yeah, I think what we're going to see over the next 30 years, we're not going to see Commander Data, sorry, it's going to be a long way up, but we're going to see robots that can get up and down stairs, because in the house, and by the way, apart from the flying drones to deliver packages, anyone else who's delivering packages with some automated systems, most houses, even in the suburbs, have a few steps up, so that robots are going to have to deal with steps, which I think is probably going to get towards electric legs, but maybe not 2 legs, maybe 4 legs. And we see a few different robots like that. Certainly, Boston Dynamics, which is owned by Google, has now got, I think they call it Spot, is it? The 4-legged electric robot. Sung Bae Kim at MIT has his robot called Cheetah, which is a 4-leg electric robot.
The fast-moving.
Sorry?
The Cheetah, the very fast-moving. Yeah.
Yes. And I think we're going to see more and more legged robots eventually get into the home within 10 years or so.
10 years? And how long until the AI gets there where it's capable of, say, babysitting or dog sitting at least?
Dog sitting's, you don't have to do so much. I think that's going to be there. I think there is an AI bubble right now, and people are making a fundamental error on estimating how good AI is going to be, how quickly. It's undeniable that deep learning has had a tremendous unexpected impact. So that's why we have the Amazon Echo. It's why we have Google Home. That level of speech understanding was just not possible 3 to 5 years ago. Deep learning has had an impact. But I think what mistake people make is, especially people who are not working in AI directly, they see an AI system with a certain level of performance, and if a person had that level of performance, it'd be a natural way of generalizing what they could do to a competence around that. But that generalization doesn't happen with AI. So, suppose, for instance, you saw someone sitting at a table with a stack of images. Do you know any language besides English?
Tsukoshi dake, a little bit of Japanese.
Okay, so this is great. So you see someone picking up the pictures and writing in Japanese a little description of what's in the image. Now, AI systems can do that. You, if it's a person, you would expect that that person could certainly probably read Japanese if they're writing Japanese, kanji characters there. But the AI system can see the images, but it can't see Japanese characters. So you've overgeneralized its capabilities. And you'd think that probably you could talk to that person in Japanese about the weather, but the AI system that is labeling images doesn't even know what weather is.
Where is the bubble, where's that sense of the bubble in AI coming from? I mean, is this VCs don't do enough due diligence of AI concepts, or why are you concerned about an AI bubble?
I'm concerned about an AI bubble because I hear VCs telling me that certain problems should be easier. Just apply AI. And these are problems that I've
painting it on.
Somehow it's like beer. You just pour some AI in and then it'll be magic. And I think AI has gotten, as Arthur C. Clarke said, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. And I think some VCs, some people in the press, some famous physicists, all don't understand what AI is doing. So to them, it's indistinguishable from magic. And once you've got magic, it can do anything. And no technology can do anything. Technology proceeds, sometimes with sudden jumps that you don't expect, but it proceeds. It doesn't just take over everything.
Speaking of magic, I'm very curious what robots captured your imagination as a kid.
Oh, I was 13 years old. Was it 13? Yeah, 13 years old when 2001: A Space Odyssey came out. And HAL was this amazing, intelligent system. Admittedly, HAL was a murdering psychopath, but I loved HAL. I was just so impressed by HAL. And HAL didn't have a body, but of all the 60s science fiction, actually 2001 has held up best. If you look at a Star Trek from the 60s, computers in 300 years were still things with big bezel lights, and if you asked it what's the biggest prime number, smoke would pour out. Whereas 2001 had graphic screens before there were any graphics. They did that by back projecting onto the screens and then from film and refilming. I think 2001 was an amazing movie in terms of how it's held up on technology.
And that's a sociopathic robot, right? I mean, or a computer anyway. How do we avoid committing human errors and repeating our own biases in robotic development?
I think there is a danger that we, in our learning systems, we select training sets which include bias. I think there's also a danger that people will abuse learning systems. We saw that with, what was that Microsoft chatbot?
Right.
That soon got trained by the general public to say outrageous things. I think we'll see that if we start to see any, and I don't think it's going to happen as quickly as people think, but if we see truly driverless cars in areas where there are pedestrians are going to start taking advantage of them in all sorts of ways, and it's going to be much tougher to deploy self-driving cars than the current technologists think.
Can you give me an example of what's happening?
So if I live in Central Square in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and the roads are narrow, and I'm always making social contact with drivers about whether they're going to stop and whether I can walk in front, or people, if I'm a driver, sometimes people feel sorry for me that I've been waiting at a pedestrian crossing for a long time, so they push me through. But there's certain obligations that I have as a driver to those pedestrians, and if I don't understand them, they're going to get mad at me. You know, they will yell at me, they'll bash my car, and that's going to happen with the driverless cars. When there's no one in there for your, it's like flaming email and flaming posts. When there's no one in there to, you know, have a social judgment on you, people will be much worse to take advantage.
More jaywalking.
More jaywalking, or just teasing the car by putting their foot out and stopping them while they're standing there talking to their friend. They'll make the car think they're going to step in front of it.
I actually cannot wait to see that, just as a curiosity.
By the way, there was a great tweet Chris Anderson put out a few weeks ago of 3D Robotics. His tweet was just fantastic. He said, the passengers could tell they were in a driverless Uber because there were 2 human drivers rather than 1, which I think says a lot about where we are with driverless cars right now.
Moving on to some business questions, do you think it's possible, you mentioned iRobots, the robots that decommission mines and do more serious work than sweeping up our dust. Is it possible now to have a robotics startup succeed, become profitable without some degree of a defense contract or a government contract for aerospace? Does that work now?
Well, I hope so, because my current company has not had any government contracts whatsoever. It's completely built on selling product to customers, to end customers, which are not military or government in any shape or form.
Is Rethink profitable now?
We're moving along. We just closed the Series Z, so you can tell we're still raising money, but we're in rapid growth mode.
When I speak with distributors in this space, or just professionals that are also selling automation equipment, they talk about how hard it is to get a factory to upgrade. How do you convince, these machines are large, they're expensive, have you been encountering friction? How do you convince a company to try emerging technology like this?
Manufacturing is an incredibly conservative business because they are measured on continuous output, and it's always a low margin business. So, I've joked that I would say we succeed if we can drag manufacturing into the late 20th century. That would be a fantastic thing. So what we do is we've gone back again and again as we've brought out new versions of the product and looked what is the biggest friction that is stopping someone buying the robot, and if they buy the robot, what is stopping them getting it deployed? Because often they buy it and then it sits there for months before they deploy it. Which traditional automation is how things work. I want to make it more like buying an iPhone. You wouldn't buy the iPhone and then not use it for 3 months. You start using it that day. So what is the current friction? The first friction was having to put safety cages around, so we made it safe to interact. Second friction was that industrial robots are all programmed in very old text-based languages from the mid-'80s. And so we got rid of that and just had people showing the robot what to do. The next thing that came up was connecting the robot to other automation equipment using PLCs, programmable logic controllers, which were developed in the 1960s to replace electromagnetic relays, but the fundamental unit of abstraction in a PLC is still the coil for a simulated electromagnetic relay. And so that was stopping people from connecting the robot to other automation equipment because they had to get in specialists to run the wires, to do the programming for that. So in our latest version of our software, we've made the teach by demonstration for the robot also be able to control other industrial equipment. So keep knocking down the friction. The current biggest friction is what sort of gripper do I put on the end of the robot for the particular task? That's still a great source of friction.
How many people have Baxter and Sawyer displaced at work at this point?
Thousands.
Do you tally that, really?
Of course, yeah.
This, of course.
So and the more remote our supply chain gets in selling them, the harder it is to collect that data, but we really want to know. We want to know sell-through from our distributors. We want to know where they've gone. We want to know whether they've done an internal demo or whether they're actually deployed on the line, because that's really important information for us to understand whether we're solving the need. So we really push our distributors to get us that information so that we have hopefully a very up-to-date tally of how many robots are deployed. But then we find, people send us photos. Like there was one from somewhere in Thailand, a Baxter on a factory line. We don't sell it to Thailand. How did it get there? It's not certified to be in Thailand, does it? So, there's a gray market too that goes on.
I've got to ask because it was such a buzz within robotics, but Bill Gates suggested robots should be taxed to help make up for some of the payroll taxes lost when you don't have to hire as many workers for some of the income tax. Do you think that's a good idea?
Yeah, I think that makes an assumption that these robots are displacing people. My experience has been that people cannot get enough labor for factories in the US or in China or in Japan, mostly because of the aging demographics. And so I think that's misguided. Should we... I'm not sure he would have liked taxes on Windows because it was displacing editors or something.
Typists.
Typists, yes.
Is there a job that you think robots should never do?
Not a priori. Often people, this might be controversial. A lot of people say we shouldn't have robots making firing decisions in the military, where they pull the trigger. We thought about that a lot at iRobot, and we came to the conclusion, although iRobot has not sold any robots to do this, that a robot can afford to fire second. If you're sending an 18 or 19-year-old kid, which is what the US does, straight out of high school, putting them in a high-stress situation in a country where they don't speak the language at night, and they go in somewhere, and they think they're getting shot at, they shoot back. A robot doesn't have to shoot back. So I think, there's an example where one version of it, we should never allow a robot to have control of weapons, but they can be much more cautious than an 18-year-old kid is going to be. So I think just about anything you come up with, you can probably find arguments both ways. They're never easy.
There are robotic reporters, doing sports writing, and I think about it in light of my own career.
Well, let me say, every time I get into an Uber or a Lyft, I tell the driver, your job is safe. Because I don't think we're going to have self-driving cars for a long, long time.
How long?
Despite what tech says. We're going to start having partitioned spaces in our cities where we do have self-driving, first in parking garages, then certain lanes. But we won't have a mixing between pedestrians and self-driving cars for a long, long time. And I think we won't have much mixing between self-driving cars and human-driven cars for a long time. I think we're going to do it via partition. And that is going to disappoint all the Silicon Valley people. But, you live out there, don't you? Yeah, okay.
I'm from St. Louis originally. It's okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I'm afraid we're out of time. I could keep you here all day, but they won't let me.
Okay, well, thank you.
Really
Thanks
appreciate
to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brooks. All right, so you probably noticed the last 2 days you've been roaming around out here in Startup Alley, lots of fun software, apps, etc. And today you probably noticed a little bit of a change. It's all full of gadgets. We transformed Startup Alley into Hardware Alley. And right now, the TechCrunch editors actually have come together and selected one to show off here on stage. So with that, I'm going to bring up Laura Kolodny again. I don't know if she's still out here with me, but I am going to bring up Laura Kolodny again, and she's going to show you guys what we chose and do a little talk with one of our Hardware Alley companies. So please give them a round of applause.
Where do I go? Am I at the podium? I was expecting a bigger boat.
Yep, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd love to hear a little bit. If everyone can hear the buzz out there, it's the exhibition hall, these wonderful startups. If you didn't have a chance to see them, I hope you get a little time. We pulled one of the most interesting ones out to check out your device. What have you built here?
This is a robotic boat for collecting information about water. So we're from Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh people live on the waters. We do commerce on the waters. We eat fish from our rivers, and we drink the water. And yet we have 3 sensors, half of which are never turned on, that tells us what's going on in the water. We check the water when our drinking water tastes bad, and we dredge the rivers when a barge gets stuck. And that lack of data is just horrible. So we built these robots to help fill that gap, to help tell us what's going on in water, and change the way we manage water from this horrible reactive system to a proactive, efficient way of managing a really important resource.
Who would buy this kind of thing? Like, do I put it in my backyard, my pond in the backyard, or?
You're welcome to. But what we're trying to do, the best way that we can deploy this is if we take it out and use it as a service. So we'll bring multiple robots, this little robot, we can bring airboats, we can bring bigger boats, and we can take them to your place, to your river, to your lake, to your pond, and we can run out there and collect data, a lot of data really quickly. Because we're using completely autonomous robots and low-cost robots, we're collecting data at as low as $20 an acre, which is a complete game changer for people that have had to manage water before when it's costing them up to $2,000 an acre to understand what is going on in their water before they get a chance to do anything about it.
What kind of sensors and what kind of systems need to be on board that thing to make that possible?
We do 2 different types of sensors. The base sensor there on top is a sonar. It looks down at the bottom of the body of water, and we post-process that data to make maps of the bottom. So you know how much water you've got, how deep it is, what the contours of the bottom are like, as well as the vegetation throughout the water column and any silt buildup on the bottom of the water. The second set of sensors we have are water quality sensors. They look at things like oxygen, salinity, temperature, and pH that affect the health of the water. So if you're an engineering customer, you look at the sonar data and you can use that to help with your dredging or to help manage your impoundment pond that you're working at a fracking site. If you're a lake manager, you can use the water quality sensors as well as the bathymetric data to help understand how to manage make a healthier lakes and rivers.
How much does the industry spend on that kind of surveying these days? The total addressable market?
The total addressable market is really big. Just permitting data on water is an $8 billion market every year. Most of the market that we're addressing is people that don't absolutely have to collect information about water, but for who there's value to collect it. So people that are spending hundreds of thousands or millions or tens of millions of dollars looking after a body of water, we can come along with tens of thousands of dollars of data and make that process much more efficient. So I think it's a very big market. A lot of these people are doing business now without the data. So we don't yet know exactly how big that market for data is going to be. And a big challenge for us has actually been to convince people to make water management a data-driven process rather than a rather intuitive process. I don't get out of bed unless my Fitbit tells me to, and yet we manage the Mississippi River by the feel of the people that work along it, which is not really what we're doing in the 21st century.
Okay, and just really quickly, what were you doing before you built this? What got you into this?
So we spun out of Carnegie Mellon Robotics, and we'd actually been building UAVs, aerial vehicles for the Air Force and the Navy. So we were designing teams of hundreds of vehicles to fly over eastern Afghanistan looking for bad guys. And it's exactly the same technology. We shifted the algorithm straight onto a boat. And so we're using all that research, all that know-how, and we just put it into a low-cost water robot instead of an aerial vehicle.
There's the innovation. Stick it in the water.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, great job. We're going to do a little bit of a set change. And with that, we're going to head into our final session of the Founder Spotlight. As a brief reminder, the Founder Spotlight is all about companies you may or may not have heard of. But we want founders to come out here and give advice and tell their stories. They're very human stories, maybe flawed, maybe not. about how they took their company from just a baby little idea to what it is today. So with that, I'm going to bring out our first moderator who's going to do 2 of those companies. Please welcome to the stage Ingrid London.
Hi, everybody.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, so we've got a little video for you from Duo Security.
Attackers today don't go after systems, they go after users. And for most organizations, users are now the largest attack surface. Users are mobile, users are everywhere. In an age of access, when everyone can access any application from just about anywhere, so can the attackers. Duo has made security easy for organizations at scale, enabling the kind of IT applications and environments that users want to use. Duo protects anything that you log into. When you try to log in, we'll verify your identity with a push notification to your phone. With a single one tap, you can approve or deny that login if it is or isn't you, and you can be on your way. Behind the scenes, Duo is actually validating all the context around that login. We're making sure the device that you're using is safe, and making sure that the context in which you're logging in is also normal. And in this way, we make security really easy for organizations and seamless for users. Duo is a subscription service. We charge for different capabilities in our product by edition. And so at our basic edition, we can validate the identity of our users. The next edition up allows you to also validate the security of those devices. And the third edition allows you to actually enable access for users in environments that are mixed cloud and on-premise. We didn't actually go out for funding. In all of the VC we've taken, we made them all come to Michigan in the dead of winter. So those guys, as California investors, we made them come to Ann Arbor, right, and trudge the snow and ice. We haven't spent their money. We've been cash flow positive, and that's something that I think is very unusual for companies at our stage of growth. 93% of all of our customers come from inbound leads. They find us versus us going out after them. We don't have to go and hustle and show our wares and try to convince people to buy our product. We take care of our customers. They tell other customers about it, and having that kind of customer-driven success, I think, is the thing we're probably most proud of.
So we have the CEO, co-founder of Duo Security, Doug Song. Please welcome him to the stage. Hi. Thanks for taking some time. Welcome to the stool.
Oh, lovely.
Get yourself comfortable. So Duo, you're based out of Michigan.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about what it's like to build and run a startup that's a very heavy tech startup out of Silicon Valley, not in Silicon Valley, but outside it.
Yeah, well, I think Paul Graham once said that every place is about something, and I think New York is about money, LA is about fame, I guess DC is about power, and I guess San Francisco largely about disruption. In Michigan, what we're about, if any of you are University of Michigan alumni, go blue.
Michigan? Anyone here from Michigan?
Woo! All right, there's always some. Michigan is about two things, right? One is learning, and the other is really, well, now that we have Jim Harbaugh, football, right? And the team. That's what makes us different or special than our competitors. We're not better resourced, we're not smarter, we don't work any harder. What we do is we actually learn together new routes to success that, again, disrupt our markets and our competitors. And so, working out of Michigan, it's a wonderful place to build engineering, with 8,000 engineers that graduate from campus every year. Right. But it's also a great place to build a business. And as we've seen the rise of so many industries come out of Michigan, like furniture, beer, cars, pizza delivery, etc.
Pizza delivery?
Pizza delivery.
Okay.
Domino's Pizza, Little Caesars Pizza.
Okay, got it, yeah, okay.
A lot of basic innovations for life. We believe, again, things like security represent that as well, and that's something, again, we're very happy to be doing there.
But as you were building it, were you getting a lot of, we're going to talk about what you do at Duo in a second, but did you get a lot of pushback from potential employees, investors? I think I heard that some investors, even top shelf ones, tried to approach you guys. You wanted you closer to them, you wouldn't go. What's the story there?
Yeah, we're sort of not exactly played hard to get, but we're happy building our business in a place free of other distractions.
Yeah.
Where I think sometimes in the Valley or in New York, you can have all this going around you, and it's very easy to end up chasing someone else's dream, getting caught up in what everyone else does. But I think starting the company in Michigan, we really had to focus, right, on what we were trying to deliver for our customers. And it turns out when that was successful, investors came to us. And so some investors that we've talked to, you know the type. They say, well, to build a successful company, you need to be in California.
Yeah.
I just think that's nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of nonsense too. I'm in London, so yeah. I understand. I understand that the Valley is not the center of the universe. But when you're like, okay, that's investors, that's employees. Like your employees are like happy to stay in Michigan. Investors. What about customers, though? I mean, do you find that there are any credibility gaps there?
Interesting.
You have a reputation, by the way, in hacking. So like and also, I can see where you wouldn't have that problem. But with customers, do they go, why do I want a company out of Michigan?
We don't see that too much, particularly in the wake of other Midwest company successes like ExactTarget out of Indianapolis, and a number of others. So I think increasingly customers understand that tech does happen everywhere, right? Yeah. And there are many advantages to that. But I think over the long haul, scaling our company, we've been surprisingly successful in actually recruiting people to Michigan. With Detroit being sort of the comeback city and the story, a unique story within American history. We've recruited, for instance, the head of corporate security from Facebook, who left Menlo Park and moved to Ann Arbor.
Did you poach him, or was he looking to get closer to the morels in the forest?
It may have been the latter, pure Michigan.
I would move to Michigan to hunt mushrooms.
Yeah, we didn't poach anybody.
You didn't poach anyone. You've never poached people.
We're Scouts Honor. We're very well behaved in that. We don't poach from our customers. But when they come to us, we have to answer. But another recent hire in that way was the security director from Etsy, who actually left Brooklyn to move to Detroit. Right. So I think just increasingly, people are looking for different places, right, to really build their careers, and we're happy to be able to support that in a place where it's really still possible. Where sometimes it feels like elsewhere, it's over-competitive.
Right. Got it. Okay, let's shift a little to Duo itself. So you guys are in a pretty hot area right now, given that, we're being hacked left and right. Our businesses we are as individuals and so on. You're doing a pretty interesting thing in that you're kind of providing a new approach to this idea of two-factor authentication. You could vaguely say?
Yeah.
Okay, what are you guys doing that's better than the others out there? Why Duo versus the others?
Yeah, so I think, I think security has become the biggest problem in technology to solve. In fact, we think it's actually the biggest geopolitical problem of our time.
Yeah.
Even Warren Buffett recently said that...
Makes me want to cry. Sorry.
Us too, sometimes.
Thank you. I'm here till... the end of the week, yeah.
I think when even governments can't keep their secrets, really nobody's safe.
Yeah.
And I think our mission as a company has been to really try to democratize security. It used to be that all the security customers were the banks, the hospitals, the large enterprises, kind of the 1%.
Yeah.
But the cloud and mobile has changed everything.
No one is safe.
No one is safe. Every business has some sort of internet snack or access. Therefore, it has an internet security problem. But who actually solves for them?
Yeah.
And so our goal has been to really make security easy. And that's the core differentiator between us and our products and our philosophy. We think that security has to be radically simplified to a point where everyone can make themselves secure, and it doesn't require a security team or expertise to do so.
Yeah. I mean, do you think that for you guys have raised now quite a lot of money, $49 million, which I think puts you into another level of startup. That's a decent amount of money, right?
Yeah, but I would look more to our customers, the fact that we have almost 10,000 customers around 100 countries, and that, and we're very, we're actually one of the fastest growing SaaS companies, not just security company, but SaaS companies in the industry today. And that $49 million by that measure, is actually pretty small. It's less than half
pretty modest.
Half the median of what most of those companies have raised.
Yeah, SaaS is a very capital-intensive one, for sure.
Yeah, and it turns out just because we have these winds of change and growth behind us, we've been able to succeed in ways maybe that some of those other companies haven't, spending less than a quarter of that money raised. And last year was cash flow positive, we're sustainably cash flow positive. We've got a nice war chest to go and fund the next stage of growth.
Okay, let's talk about growth for a second. You guys are now, your primary product is basically an authentication, focused on authentication, yes?
Yeah, well, we like to call ourselves a trusted access company.
Access company.
But it's, yes, everyone knows this for two-factor authentication, because we did pioneer some of the easiest user experiences there. But yeah, our broader ambition is to really help deliver security via the cloud, which was my co-founder's PhD thesis.
So are you going to be expanding into other things? I mean, I was just looking today, there's CrowdStrike does endpoint security. I mean, there's as you know, it's like AI. There are like 1,001 things that go into the world of AI. Yeah. So in security, that's the same. So what kind of areas would you move into after or in addition to what you do now?
Yeah, so our focus is really on solving the most fundamental and vexing problems in security, which increasingly are not the ones that we all used to solve 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So over the last 20 years, I think we had built security in a bolt-on way for networks and systems and applications. For any IT application you had out there, you're basically playing whack-a-mole, kind of running around trying to cover, I guess, coat the world in rubber, right? I think in this day and age, there's a lot more security being built in. So products like, Apple iOS, your iPhone has no antivirus, market for it.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. And things like the cloud actually afford a lot of potential for folks to do things much more securely than they may have been able to do themselves. And so our perspective is in building a security cloud to deliver all the fundamentals that people need to keep themselves safe in an age of cloud and mobile access. One of our independent board members, Stratton Sklavos, is the former CEO of VeriSign, but he was also on Salesforce's board and was on Juniper's board, and he had always called us the Salesforce of security.
Right.
And that's the way we tend to think about the problem, that as they have built a sales cloud, a marketing cloud, a service cloud, the full stack of everything you run your business on, we think that we should be doing the same thing in security.
So you'd like to do the full stack of security, basically?
Absolutely.
So what's next then in that vein?
Yeah, so from users, the second edition of the product that we launched about 18 months ago also provided visibility and insight into the devices that people use to ensure that those devices are safe and well configured and, again, appropriate for access. The third edition of the product we just launched about 8 weeks ago goes well beyond that. And we've actually called it Duo Beyond as an addition. But it's actually a reference to, I'm going to give another company full credit for it, Google's BeyondCorp strategy.
Okay.
So in the wake of their breaches, and not just them, but Adobe, Juniper, Yahoo, and others were also part of this whole Chinese breach that happened several years ago. Google rethought how they'd approach security, and they really went back to first principles. What can we do to not trust the network?
Right.
And figure out how to ensure that no matter where our people are, where our data is, and how they're using it, that we can ensure we can keep them safe.
Yeah.
And so those basic and foundational principles that they had around BeyondCorp is what we've done to allow every company to run a security operation basically as like Google does, but without requiring all those people.
Right. Something that occurs to me when I look at a lot of the security issues of the day that we've got kind of facing us is that it's constantly evolving threat.
Yeah.
How are you guys able to stay on top of that? I know that you yourself were in Woo Woo hacking group. Are you still in it?
I guess you never really leave.
You never leave? Oh, okay. So we've still got like Top Hacker. I mean, do you still get to do some of that yourself, or are you like Zuck, kind of creaky with the coding now?
The last code I wrote was our Slack bot, which I think my company still blames me for. But I haven't been technically productive in a while. But yeah, I mean, I think it's not just for a company to be disruptive. It's not just enough to be ahead. You have to stay ahead.
Yeah.
A large part of that is in building the kind of engine of innovation, which is not just about technology, but about the people. Right, and finding those paths of success that others don't, and again, learning how to continually disrupt the disruptors, right? When you have attackers who are finding their way into everything, as the world has become hyper-connected and there's way more attack surface represented by users, we've had to rethink how we approach security.
Yeah.
How can we design security not for network systems and applications, but for people?
For example, sometimes it's not about access. It's about what happens after the access. Like a lot of stuff happens through phishing.
Yes.
It's ridiculous. Like it seems so elementary, and yet I can't tell you how many times my mother-in-law has sent me like some random bit of worm, her email gets affected by something,
Yeah.
Her whole computer seizes up, so.
Yeah, security's become just a very different kind of problem than it's been before.
Yeah.
I think we approach it almost more as a public health sort of strategy, where if you go back and look at the major breaches that have happened in the industry, I think a lot of people will be shocked to realize that so many of them, almost all of them, really go back to one of two things, either a compromised credential or a compromised device. And it's really that we're falling victim to the same known risks over and over and over again. And why can't people solve that themselves? It's because to actually do proper hygiene and maintain sort of operational security required requires typically a lot of people. It's a big burden on IT folks. And so we believe fundamentally we have to automate. We have to help provide some operational leverage to organizations, because they're not going to build big security teams. They're not all going to have a mini NSA within their organizations.
Yeah.
And that should be our job to help them do so, or help them not need all that stuff.
Given that you and your co-founder met each other through hacking, right? Am I right about that?
In a manner of speaking, yes.
You were working somewhere else?
Yeah, I started a company called Arbor Networks, also in Arbor, but we were solving a different problem called around DDoS. But we had set up in the office a bunch of wireless honeypots. So, as anyone in security ends up having a foot in basically both worlds, offensive and defensive. And this honeypot was there simply to catch people, right? See who was looking at our network and coming in. Turned out one of those people ended up being my co-founder.
Okay.
Because I caught him actually in the back stairwell of our office hacking with a friend.
He was working at the Starbucks in the building, right?
Yeah. But very happy that he did, because we've been able to then again take a lot of those motivations and apply them usefully.
That's wonderful. Thanks so much, Doug. I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's hot. Very, very hot. Okay, we've got another founder coming up. We've got Karen from Nestio. Let's take a look at what Nestio does.
Nestio builds marketing software for residential landlords, management companies, and brokers to manage their available apartments and market them in real time across the channels they care about. And the way they were doing it beforehand was very antiquated and really a very manual process. When you're looking on typical listing websites like StreetEasy or Zillow or Trulia, we power a lot of the apartments there. And ultimately what that means for the landlord is, because they're housing their information in one centralized system, they can market information more efficiently. They can also run reporting and analytics so that they can tweak certain things, optimize certain things, and benefit to them is that they're renting their apartments faster, more efficiently, with the most qualified tenants. We charge a subscription fee to the landlords and management companies we work with. They pay on a per unit per month basis, depending on the size of their portfolio. On the brokerage side, we typically sell to the owner of the brokerage firm, and we charge on a per seat per month basis. We've raised a little over $11 million since we've been in business. Most recently, we closed on our Series A funding at the very end of 2015. Lead investor there was a firm named Trinity Ventures, very well known in the real estate tech space. They've done a lot of really great investments. So they emerged very quickly in my fundraising process as the best possible partner for us. And they've been fantastic. They're bigger, publicly traded companies. Some of them have spun off products to cater towards marketing, more as ancillary services than anything else, so not their core, but we do come across them time and again when we're pitching a landlord and tell them we've built out a system that will not only connect you with all of the sort of marketing channels you care about, but also a whole network of brokers who are focused on residential rentals. That's a major point of differentiation. We've since launched other markets. We're in Dallas, we're in Chicago. We also have folks who've raised their hands in other markets like Boston, Los Angeles, San Francisco. So from a marketing standpoint, the software can be used anywhere, but we try to be a bit surgical as we roll out to other markets.
Thanks. Please welcome onto the stage Karen Mayo from Nestio. Welcome.
Thank you.
Get ready to warm up.
I think I'm wearing basically the same outfit from that video, which is incredibly embarrassing.
Good.
But it is what it is.
So everyone will recognize you.
That's right. That's right.
Thanks for coming. So, Nestio, how's it going?
It's going. It's busy.
Yeah.
Which I'll take any day of the week.
Why is the real estate market so broken? Like, why wasn't anyone doing this already? You guys are fixing something that's been broken for years. Why?
Yeah, I always joke around that real estate's sort of the land that technology forgot, but I think they also forgot about technology, to be honest with you, and I think I've spoken to you about this before. I often liken the multifamily owner, operator, landlord, sort of like the house at the casino, right? They're making money hand over fist, whether they're on a spreadsheet, a fax machine, or something else. But I think there's a lot of sort of external pressures coming down from more competition. I mean, we've seen it now with prior panels over the past couple of days with Common and a couple of other great companies breaking ground in the co-living space. I just think that there's more competition in the market with new construction now than ever before. Clients are expecting more. So I think people are finally ready to change, but it creates opportunities for people like me.
You guys your main customers are now, they're brokers.
They're landlords, management companies, and brokers, yeah.
Okay, not tenants.
No, not tenants. Although initially that's how we started, right?
Right.
Sort of scratching our own itch, but realized that there was sort of a lack of technology on the professional side, and in order to ultimately help the consumer, we decided to focus on the B2B professional side of things.
Does that mean that you're going to turn back to the consumer when you expand? Is it because I mean I can see what you're doing is a bit of a funnel, right? If there's a real estate funnel which goes from property through to renter.
Sure.
You're taking one piece of it.
Sure. Going top of the funnel.
Yeah, the
right?
top of the funnel, exactly.
Right.
And I mean, it seems really logical to me that you would continue to move along and to cover other aspects of the chain of money?
It's a really great question. For me, I love serving one master on the professional side. Frankly, two, even, right, with landlords and then brokers. I love sort of being Switzerland in a way where I have one customer to serve and I can serve them appropriately. And I can partner with listing sites to provide that value to the consumer. So for me, I have no intention of going back, but I hope subtly we'll be able to help the consumer with the work we do.
Okay. So when I think of tech and stories in the world of housing, I feel like one of the big juggernauts at the moment is Airbnb.
Sure.
What's your take on them? Do you work with them now? Or?
So we don't work with Airbnb now. Yeah. I think
you hear a lot of do people talk shit about them?
It's funny, not really.
No.
It's neither good nor bad. They haven't come up much in my conversations with my customers or my prospects. I think it's a very interesting company. I think any company that can galvanize an industry to do something different and think differently, I think it's a great thing. I don't come across them in my day-to-day conversations as much.
Do you worry about them encroaching on your market though? I mean, because they're basically trying to disrupt how things are rented.
Sure.
And they're going to, they started with very temporary accommodation, but
sure.
I would say it's becoming pretty obvious that they'll move into, nothing is sacred. If you've got a property, they will try to get in the middle of how that property gets occupied.
Sure. I think time will tell. I certainly don't stay up at night worrying about competitors or potential competitors. I think that they've done a lot for the industry. I think they'll continue to do a lot. And I think it'll be interesting to see if they end up trying to move further upstream to the actual professional, or if they continue to do what they've been doing, which is anyone can effectively be a landlord.
Yeah.
We'll be curious to see if they try to move more towards professional companies and create an offering for them, which is really our core customer, which is, it's not the everyday man who's trying to rent an apartment. It's the professional who's trying to do business in a better, more efficient way.
Yeah. It's interesting because there have been other startups. Lovely is one that I mentioned to you once.
Yeah.
These companies that are putting themselves in the position of essentially trying to help the landlords, the renters, present and manage their properties.
Sure.
There are a bunch of other services there that even if you were kind of just beholden to one man, or however you said it.
Sure.
How did you say it?
One master, I think.
A master, yeah, one master.
Affectionately, so.
I love my customers. But yeah, so you've got like that, but they also need other services to help manage their renters, whether it's helping administer the renting side,
totally
weird concierge stuff,
Totally, yeah.
Is that something you guys might do? Or?
So we've seen an explosion, I think, of some that are point solutions, some that, in the case of Lovely and some of the other listing sites that I've seen, where they really kind of focus more on the consumer side, really sort of function like media companies in many ways. And I think Zillow is the prime example of that. With regards to concierge services and other things like that, and to kind of circle back on your original question, which is, will we ever go to consumer? No, not explicitly, but I do think that there are opportunities to either get closer to the transaction, layer on additional either, more functionality to our existing software, or new features, new products to help cater towards that flow so folks can communicate more effectively.
Okay, so now with Nestio, you're not like a sort of serial entrepreneur of tech startups, and yet you've now found yourself as a founder of a tech startup. Can you give us a little bit of the backstory of how you ended up where you are? It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, so I
not a typical story.
No, it's not. I went to college here. I've been in New York for about 15 years now. I loved it. Always knew I wanted to start my own business. Took a semester off without asking mom and dad, which didn't go very well. And they were like, get back in school if you still have this crazy idea.
Was that a startup or?
It was, I was interning for a media publication. I had this concept that I wanted to bring to fruition, and the company was willing to work on it with me. And I was like, great, I'll leave school, I'll cut out, and I'll get to work. And I made an agreement with my parents, and they're like, listen, you still have this crazy idea, you want to start your own business, we'll emotionally support you, which was very important, not financially.
That's good.
So, so I graduated. My father's a mentor of mine, encouraged me to get a background in something. He's like, you love to talk, go into sales, go into business development. So I initially took a job at Nike in their satellite office in New York, and then moved on to the Wall Street Journal. And I started to kind of peripherally touch real estate and some of the things I did. I always loved real estate. Then found out about a program called TechStars, which was making their way to New York for their first class. Put in an application sort of as the underdog. I had known my co-founder for probably about 1.5 to 2 years at that point, and we were fortunate enough to get in, and kind of away we went.
But you started it first as a sort of consumer thing. Did you have like a specific idea of what you wanted? Or did that come over time when you started learning more and more about the market, and then you kind of oriented the business to fit what you saw as the gap?
Yeah, so initially when Mike and I, when we were in TechStars, it was sort of like, what do we build? We got in with a back of the napkin idea. And there were companies of sort of varying levels there. We had a company with $1 million run rate at that time, someone who was going on to raise a Series A, and we were sort of like the starter entrepreneurs, and launched effectively a consumer-facing application.
Was your co-founder like the technical co-founder?
He was the technical co-founder, yeah. And he, we initially started a consumer-facing application, sort of scratching our own itch as apartment hunters, and realized probably about halfway through the life of the company, so probably about 3.5 years ago now, that there were lots of issues surrounding the data, the way information was marketed and communicated, which resulted for us in listings that were stale, never existed to begin with, et cetera. And then I did some really deep discovery on the professional side. I shadowed customers. I worked out of their offices. I spent as much time as I could within the industry.
Stalked them, in other words.
I stalked them, and I told you I stalked them, like just admittedly stalked them. And then finally they were like, all right.
Not at all weird.
Not at all weird. I think some of them maybe were weirded out, but I think most of them admired my persistence.
They liked the chutzpah. Yeah.
They did, and they
I
gave
can
me a
imagine
shot.
in New York real estate, they're pretty ruthless, so they're like, I like it.
Oh yeah, and they like personalities too.
Yeah.
And like I'm a pretty extroverted, like love building relationships, love meeting new people, and I like being customer facing. So I think they appreciated it, and we're like, all right, we'll give this woman a shot. Let her in a little bit.
That's good.
Yeah.
Did you find it a bit of a boys' club, or is it okay? I mean, one of my closest family friends, she's like a mom to me, is a woman. She's a real estate master of Las Vegas, Nevada. She's
that's awesome.
Yeah, she really knows her things.
Yeah.
But I kind of, is it a very male-dominated? I think of like the Kushners and so on. You know, it's like the Trumps. You know,
Totally.
they're very.
So, you know, I mean, I think you would think so, and I think I don't know if I initially went in thinking that. I don't know if I had any preconceived notions, but it's funny. I can't speak to the ratio of men to women, but what I can say is when I do come across really great women, and I have, particularly in the industry, they're very, very collaborative, and they really, like, genuinely want to help. It's way more collaborative than competitive, which wasn't really the case in advertising. It was way more, it was a bit more cutthroat. Yeah. So it was very welcome, both on the real estate side and obviously the tech side as well.
But so you were saying how like real estate is the land that tech left behind, which is a nice way of putting it. A polite way, a light way of putting it. But that kind of like also poses a problem because on the one hand, it's like, ooh, ripe for opportunity, but on the other, you're getting a bunch of people who are like, I'm fine. I'm making loads of money.
Sure.
Why do I need to fix something that I do not feel is broken? So does that pose like a challenge for you guys in terms of growing your business? Or?
Yeah, so it's a great question, and I'd say a couple things around that. I think there's always that challenge of, is it an education problem or an awareness problem, right? Is a landlord going to Google and typing in, rental software, right? Or, marketing automation software? Not yet. But I think we're, from what I've seen from when we pivoted the business 3.5 years ago, when I was salesperson 0 and literally trying to call folks to get them to care and not hang up the phone on me. There's a mindset shift, I think particularly over the past few years, that I'm personally really excited about. And I think that's happening from a few different things. One, more competition, right? So that landlord who was the house at the casino is now looking to the north, south, east, and west, saying, holy shit, right? Like, there's new developments breaking ground, topping off. They will outmarket me, out-amenitize me. I need to start thinking about how do I stay competitive. Secondly, I think consumers are demanding more, right? Like, I mean, Zillow, Trulia, they're now companies that are 12, 13 years old now, if not a little bit more. A little older than that, and they're just used to engaging in shopping experience or customized experience in a certain way. So they're going to the landlord and saying, what do you mean? I need to fax my application. So they're demanding more.
So they'll just not go to the one who's asking for things like that now.
Sure, so I think that there's just a lot, there's sort of these external factors that's causing a shift, which I'm personally really excited about.
Okay, we're running out of time.
Okay, awesome.
See someone who's going to bully us off the stage in a second. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thanks, everybody. Oh, it's so hot.
Okay, we have 2 more companies as part of the Founder Spotlight and 1 more moderator. I don't think you've seen enough of him this show. He's my fave. So please welcome to the stage, John Biggs.
Oh, I feel loved. So we're going to look at a video of Bowery Farming. Irving Fain's going to join us in a moment. We're going to see how they make food on a roof in Brooklyn.
Agriculture is at the epicenter of so many different global problems. We actually consume about 70% of our global water supply through agriculture today. And if you just look at the US alone, we use about 700 million pounds of pesticides every single year. Separately there, you've got globally a population that's growing to between 9 and 10 billion people, according to the UN, by 2050. And to feed that growing population, we need somewhere between 50 to 70% more food. What really attracted us to the problem we're solving at Bowery is that while those changes are happening, 70 to 80% of the population is going to be living in and around cities in the next 35 years. So we became pretty obsessed with this question of how do you provide fresh food to urban environments in a way that's more efficient and more sustainable. We looked at this question of providing fresh food for urban environments in a way that's more efficient and more sustainable from the ground up, meaning we wanted to figure out what's the best technological approach to solve that problem. And ultimately, we have built both hardware and a proprietary software system from the ground up to build large-scale commercial indoor farms. And we are able, in this completely controlled environment, to grow vertically stacked. So we use LEDs to grow vertically so that we can use the cubic space of an indoor space much more efficiently. But we also grow 365 days of the year, totally independent of weather and seasonality, which uninterrupted and undisrupted reliable supply of quality food is a major change in agriculture, just to start there. But we also grow with absolutely chemical-free food. So no pesticides, no herbicides, no fungicides, no insecticides. We sell ourselves to wholesale providers. So we sell to supermarkets, grocery stores, and to restaurants as well. And the end consumer is anyone going into those restaurants or purchasing the product, at a grocery store. So we think about our customers both from the standpoint of the retailers and food service providers that we sell to, but also the end consumer that's coming in and buying the Bowery product.
So let's bring out Irving Fain. Come on out here. Welcome to the hot zone. How's everybody doing? Is it nice and hot in here? Yeah, beautiful. How many of you guys are entrepreneurs so we understand who we're talking to? Like 3? What's everybody else doing here? We thought there was a basketball game. All right, so Irving, I'm going to tell a story real quick to kind of set the scene. A couple months ago, I was at a conference, and I had just closed a startup myself. And I was talking to somebody who knew me from the startup world, and he asked me how it was going. And I almost welled up in tears, because it was out of frustration and out of the sheer horror of my own failure. When have you had that experience? Have you had it yet? Would you like to have it?
No, I think in some ways the difficulty of building a company is you have at least a miniaturized version of that experience on a regular basis. I mean, it is an incredibly emotionally intensive experience all the time. And what I say to people is, you can finish a day on the highest of highs and wake up the next morning and get a phone call or get an email overnight that starts you on that lowest of lows. Or you could finish a day in a terrible place and wake up the next morning to completely different news. I mean, it really truly is like every day is a different day.
Is it always an external thing that does it to you? And you in particular. How do you cope with that kind of thing?
I don't think it's always external. I think it's part of being an entrepreneur is sort of venturing into the unknown and getting comfortable in dealing with, to an extent, the fact that there are a number of important variables that you can't definitively know on a regular basis. And you have to try to learn and understand and validate those key variables as quickly as possible, but there's a period of time where they will remain unknown. And that unknown nature, I think, is, for me and for any entrepreneur, can be a scary idea, and it can be a scary notion, because you're looking down the pipe and saying, well, if these things that I think are true end up not being true, or these things that I don't think are true end up being true, that's going to test the assumptions that I've made and potentially put me in a position where I've got to rethink a bunch of areas about what I'm building. Okay,
so what you're basically saying is that in the cubicle world, let's say we're working for a bank or whatever, you have these long periods of not doing that much, most of the time. I mean, maybe you're like writing an email here or there, going to a meeting, doing stuff, but what you're saying is that you do things in series, and the spaces in between those things are full of abject terror.
Yeah, and you're constantly doing things. You're constantly doing different things, but you have to recognize that no matter what you do, there's going to be a question mark hanging over things. If you work at a bank, maybe you win a deal, maybe you don't, but the bank is most likely going to be around.
It's not going to fall over because you forgot your meeting.
Yeah, it's one deal, in the lifetime of a bank. If you're waiting for that major customer and that deal doesn't come through when you thought it was going to, that can be a crushing blow. I mean, that can really test your question. That can test your own conviction around, hey, does this really work? Do people really want my product?
Okay. So your product is very specifically kind of hippie, fancy food stuff, right?
Not at all.
Well, hold on. I got a point here. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm basically trying to ask, at what point did the ideal of what you're trying to build, the ideal food that's close by, that's local, that's delivered daily, that's nice and fresh, and that uses no chemicals, at what point did the ideal bump up against the reality, and how did you deal with that?
Yeah, so it's important that actually we are not building or producing food that's inaccessible to most people. Like, our goal is to provide better access to high quality food to more people. And so part of the assessment that we used before diving into moving forward with Bowery was, can we actually do that? Because for us, it was important to understand and make sure we weren't just going to produce this inaccessible premium product necessarily. So we spent 1.5 years researching, doing as much work as we could, testing different growing methodologies, testing different technologies, but everything we were testing was at a relatively small scale. And I think an interesting moment for us was this time where we stepped back and said, okay, the next step for us needs to be to build a full-scale commercial farm. Okay. We don't have a full-scale commercial farm now. We know what we're doing works in this smaller scale. We think it works in this commercial scale, but we don't actually know. And it was a very interesting period going from this, hey, we've got this small scale thing and a lot of really good ideas and smart thinking, to actually having a fully operational and built farm.
When did you have to pitch to raise enough money to make the full-scale commercial?
So we were sort of in a fortunate position because I'd been in technology for a long time, and so I had been staying in touch with people as I was working on Bowery and as we were thinking about Bowery. And so we had folks even early on who said, hey, we'd love to give you a little bit of seed money to just get started. And my point of view was, listen, I don't want to take money from people to essentially fund the science experiment, because there's a lot of questions in my own mind around, was this even going to work? And I didn't want to take money and then 6 months later come back and say, hey, so that thing we told you we were going to do, we're not doing, but I have this really good idea for an app, so trust me, this is going to be cool too. And so we held off on raising money for a while. So by the time we were actually ready to raise, we had a year and a half of work under our belt. We had people who'd been watching us over time, watching our progress, kind of understanding what we were doing. And so they'd already gotten a lot more comfortable with the process, where we were, and what we were trying to do.
What would you recommend for somebody out here who's trying to raise money that might not be in your position?
Yep.
I mean, who do they talk to?
So,
how do you even approach that person?
I mean, I am a firm believer that you want to start building relationships as early as possible with people who you're interested in raising money from. And in no way is that necessarily an easy thing, but trying to get in front of people, socialize your idea. Sometimes people are really worried about sharing their ideas because they're worried they're giving away something secretive or something in that idea. Giving someone a chance to poke holes and ask questions. What I usually say to people is, if you're not coming up with a dozen plus ways that you could be wrong or your idea couldn't fail, you're not looking hard enough.
Yep.
And so you want that external feedback along the way, and it gives someone else a chance to get to know you, you get to know them, and ultimately they can watch you execute, and when the time comes where you're ready to raise money, they can look and say, hey, this is somebody I've gotten to know, I like what they're doing, I've seen them accomplish X, Y, and Z, I've seen them fail on a couple of other things, but see how they've responded to that failure, I'm comfortable backing this person.
Okay. Is there a point in time when you thought that, yeah, you're going to have to tell all your investors that you're going to quit and build an app?
There wasn't a point in time where we thought we were going to have to quit and build an app, but it was definitely an interesting and at moments nerve-wracking time when we were building our farm, because here we are in this massive empty warehouse, and we know there's going to be a farm, and I'd never embarked on a construction project of this scale. And we have all these people, oh, this is the timeline, this is how it's going to look. We had a very extensive project plan built out, but you're still staring at an empty warehouse at the end of the day, and you know that is going to become a farm. And telling all of our investors and telling the people around the table, hey, don't worry, here's a picture of a construction equipment inside of a building, but there'll be a farm here in a few months. Saying it and then believing it and seeing it happen was sort of two different things.
So you're actually fairly lucky because you've already done this before. Yep. You had the opportunity. So for you, something like a long-term building project could actually be managed. You could actually handle that, and your people wouldn't freak out, right?
I think I was fortunate because it was a combination of the excitement and enthusiasm that people had for what we were building and just the size of the idea, but also the fact that because I'd known people for a while and I'd known a lot of our investors and they'd sort of seen me build something before, they were a bit more comfortable to say, okay, you don't have this big farm, but I trust and believe that you will ultimately have it. But I trusted and believed it as well, but I didn't have it or know it was there. So there's still, again, going back to that uncertainty, you have to get comfortable living with a level of uncertainty as a founder.
Okay, tell me about the worst pitch you've ever had as a founder. Like me, I want to beat up VCs, just in general. But not in a most Christian and loving sense.
I think the funny thing is there's some investors who completely understand what you're doing right out of the gate and get it, and then you can see those moments where somebody comes in and they don't understand at all what you're trying to do. I remember in my last company, like very early on, pitching to an angel investor sitting in a Le Pen here, like it was on like 56th Street, and trying to explain to him what we were building, and him just looking at us with a complete blank stare. We were like 10 minutes into it, and I'm like, shit, we got an hour of a coffee with this guy. I don't know how I'm gonna take up an hour. And he just kept asking me, oh, is it like this? And you're like, no, that's not at all what I'm talking about. Oh, so do you mean that? You're like, no, not at all. And you just realize, I think I was younger then, and it was frustrating to me that someone didn't get it. I think now I've gotten to the point to say, there is no such thing as a deal that's for everybody. No deal is interesting and exciting for every single venture capitalist. Like some deals are exciting to these people and other deals aren't exciting to them, and vice versa.
What happens if the deal's for nobody? What happens if nobody picks it up?
I mean, maybe I'm an optimist. I probably am, 'cause I'm an entrepreneur. I think that there's always an opportunity to raise capital if you have the perseverance and you try, and you kind of, it may not be your optimal idea. You may cobble together an angel round from a lot of people, but you can get there. I think at some point, if you literally just can't get there, or you move down the stack so much further, taking a step back and saying, maybe it's not you necessarily. What is wrong with what you're pitching? What's the consistency in feedback you're getting? What are people telling you? Where are the common themes? And maybe there's something happening here that you haven't thought about. Maybe there's an angle that's more problematic than you expected. How can you take that back to the drawing board and come back with something different?
Okay.
I wouldn't give up, though.
Yeah. What advice would you give yourself now that you've done this a lot? Somebody brand new, starting out.
Everything takes longer than you think.
Yeah.
I say it to my team all the time. I forget it myself. It's amazing. And I think everything always is going to take longer than you think. I'd say three things. That, manage expectations. It's really important to manage expectations of the people around you, your investors, so they understand what to expect from what you guys are doing. It can be easy to get so excited about your own business that you can almost talk too far ahead of yourself and the company. So managing expectations and just the focus.
Okay.
You know, I think being ready for the unprepared. Like no matter how much you prepare, shit is gonna happen that you weren't expecting, and it's gonna mess you up.
And speaking of that, somebody asked me to ask this question of all the founders. If you and a three-toed sloth were to get into a fight, who would win? And let's talk about a sloth that can actually move like faster than a sloth.
So is it a three-toed fast sloth,
Fast sloth,
or
yeah,
just
like
a three-toed
with the
sloth?
claws.
I think, actually I don't even think. I would definitely win, assuming the sloth didn't take to the trees.
Okay.
If the sloth took to the trees, I probably can't climb a tree the way I used to when I was a kid. And so that may give him.
You could still probably hit a tree. You could probably get up there if the adrenaline was going.
I could take the tree down, bring the sloth back down to the ground, and probably retake him on the ground again. I think that's my expectation.
All right, perfect. That's all we needed to know.
Fantastic.
Irving, thank you.
Hey, John, thanks so much.
Appreciate it. All right. So next up, thank you, Irving. Next up, we have Function of Beauty. This is Ahir Dosa's company. It's all about hair. I take very good care of my hair, and I'm very interested in this. Could we watch that video?
Before Function of Beauty came along, the problem is you'd walk into a drugstore or a salon and be overwhelmed by an entire wall of different options. The problem is those options didn't really change too much, and were definitely not tailored to you, a customer. So it was just decision overload with zero satisfaction with whatever you ended up walking out of the store with. So we come to the stage and we basically say, rather than companies coming up with these pre-prescribed formulations, we want to come up with something that's revolutionary in the beauty space, which is a very individual and unique formulation for every single person. Customers no longer have to figure out how to do the different trade-offs. They just tell us exactly what their hair profile is, their hair goals, everything they kind of want in a shampoo and conditioner, and then our chemists and our algorithm figure out the rest. Right now, our prices are $18 for a small bottle or $23 for a big bottle. That includes shipping. So we do it in terms of sets. So $36 for a small set, $46 for a big set. It's more expensive than what you would buy at probably a CVS or Walgreens for the most part. But it's pretty much on par with what you would walk into a Sephora, and then generally cheaper than your salon brand. We ended up doing a pop-up store in Nolita last fall, which went really well. What was really cool about it was customers for the first time were able to see the magic that is function of beauty, that they could actually see a bottle being placed under a funnel and watch all of these ingredients kind of come in. And that kind of inspired us to actually launch a flagship location. Hopefully by this summer, or at least at the end of the summer, we'll have a flagship location in Soho or Nolita, where customers will be able to actually experience the chemistry and algorithm and all the cool technology behind the brand. So it's not just something that resides on the web, it's something that is actually tangible.
All right, Zahir, if you want to come out. Welcome, welcome. I'm embarrassed I did not dress as well as you.
Yeah.
But you're in beauty.
Yeah.
Your hair is so lustrous.
It wasn't always this way.
Really?
Yeah.
What did it used to look like? You used to like
that, with a super buzzed.
Oh God, what happened to you?
I decided.
You decided. All right. Okay. That's frightening. So I'm going to start with the sloth question. If you and a sloth were to fight,
Yeah.
do you think you have the tenacity to take down a sloth?
I would. Or I'd die trying.
Okay.
So if I'm in a fight, I won't lose.
All right. So.
Well, I could lose through death, but ideally, and I'm a pretty good tree climber, so.
Or was our mic dead? All right, good. Do we need to go back to the sloth question? Did you hear the sloth question? If you were to fight a sloth, would you win?
I would win.
You would win?
Yes.
You believe implicitly because of your tenacity?
Because of my tenacity. Now I could die trying.
Yes.
Which is.
So you guys would be in an embrace of death.
Yeah. And if the sloth tried to run away, I would chase it up a tree and take it down.
Okay. Explain this whole shampoo thing. So I have hair goals, right?
Sure.
What are my hair goals specifically?
So everybody's different.
Yes.
We offer people the ability to choose 5 hair goals. So it starts with your hair type, and so that builds the base of your formulation. But let's just say, you're...
You can touch my head if it's...
No.
Okay.
I think I got a decent set. But let's just say you want to start growing out your hair. You can choose lengthening. You can choose volumize. If you think, you might be starting to lose hair, you can think about doing some replenish hair or anti-aging. And then if you want to change the color or do a cool dye job, I'd probably recommend color protection.
Okay. So why did you choose shampoo? You guys went to MIT, you and a co-founder.
Mm-hmm.
The co-founder was a woman, right? And she was a chemist?
Two co-founders, yeah.
Okay.
So one of my co-founders went to MIT, the other went through a different path, but formulation chemistry, yeah. So my dissertation, so the PhD I did at MIT was focused on value chains and trying to optimize value chains using computer science as a mechanism for making things more efficient. So I looked at a bunch of bloated value chains and realized that beauty is probably one of the most bloated value chains you can imagine. And so that got me into my first beauty startup, primarily as a proof of concept, just to say, if I eliminate middlemen, if I go direct to consumer, can I do it? So that was a success. And then reading customer feedback, everybody said that they had a different idea for how to improve. And generally, you have to produce like 100,000 bottles of each formulation, so that was impossible under the current system. And so that's when I came up with the idea for Function of Beauty.
Okay, so it's almost like 3D printed shampoo.
Almost like 3D printed shampoo.
All right. So this is interesting. So a lot of these guys, everybody tells them you have to follow your passion. This has to be like something that you were born into. When you were a child, you came out wanting to make shampoo.
Yeah.
But you basically wrote a dissertation and said, what is the crappiest industry that I could get into to fix and improve? And if it had been, I don't know, dog food, you would have gone dog food, right?
I probably would have. Now, ironically, we joke, my co-founder and I joke about how this was our childhood dream and passion. Ironically, it was for him. In 3rd grade, he actually wrote a paper on shampoo production. Me, on the other hand, it was basically like, what's the biggest problem I can solve? Now, I would lean towards retail and CPG just because I love front end, like I can code full stack, but I love front end development and I love a product that you can actually feel, touch, brand. But yeah, so I'm passionate about function of beauty. Before this, I would not have.
So you're more passionate about the function part, and then your co-founder is passionate about the beauty part.
Correct. Yeah.
So that's interesting. So you guys needed each other to take it off.
We did, absolutely.
Could either of you have done this by yourselves?
No, I think one of the reasons why we were able to get so much money initially was we just had obviously a huge a huge solution to a huge problem. But the second half, I think we just had the perfect team to do it. So, I could do the computer science, algorithm, front-end, marketing stuff. One of my co-founders could come up with the actual stuff to put in the algorithm when you say these are your hair goals, whatever, this is what should come into a bottle. So that's the formulation chemist. And the last is my co-founder who actually came up with a way of making it all possible. So actually being able to automatically fill every single bottle in a way we've never done before.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about so your wife is here in the back.
My wife is here in the back, yeah.
Now, has she ever told you to stop doing this?
No. She's been my biggest supporter and fan. Obviously, she has beautiful hair, and so that she's probably biased and incentivized.
Okay.
She had beautiful hair to start out with, but she does say that she starts wearing her hair more curly more often as a result of our products. So yeah.
Well, was there ever a time when you guys were fighting each other because you wanted to keep going and she wanted to stop?
That's a great question. So she never wanted me to stop. I think there was one point where he and my co-founder needed to move to Stamford, Connecticut. And I decided to just up and leave Dallas in the matter of 4 days, saying, honey, we got to move. So I think that was, I think I've learned to start having conversations.
And why did you have to move? Why did you have to move so quickly?
I needed to be closer to the product. I wanted to go all in. I was afraid if I half-assed it, it would just be a great idea that just didn't end up going anywhere.
Well, why didn't you do it back down in Dallas? Why didn't you just start running it there?
So the Northeast is great as a cosmetic corridor. Plus, I needed my formulation chemist. And if she needed to move to Stamford, Connecticut, I was willing to do that to make the company happen.
Okay. So you guys have a product, and it looks very delicious. I would like to eat one of the blue ones.
Don't do that.
All right, good. You had to market this product.
Yeah.
So you guys made an amazing product, but you couldn't sell it, right?
Well, initially, so we had great growth initially, but the problem with it was, but not crazy growth, not the growth we've seen now. And I think one of the big things was, and this is Joe from Airbnb, our original thing was functional beauty, personalized hair care. And he's like, the biggest mistake most entrepreneurs make is they focus so much on what their company does and not why they do it. And so that's when he came up with the tagline, celebrate individuality, as something that would be a core mission and focus. So we ended up halting all marketing and PR, launched in October, and have gone crazy ever since. But now, kind of going back to it, we've now been able to at least come up with a great product, but what's that next step? Like, how do we become one of these great brands that we always hear about? And I think that has a very strong lifestyle and branding component. So I think right now we sell products. I think we're working on how to actually sell a brand.
What does selling a brand mean to you? What do you want to do?
I think it's clearly expressing to customers, like, this is what you're buying into. Here are our values. Here's the lifestyle piece to it. Here's the expertise, like why our products are great. Here's what hair experts have to say. So it's everything beyond a product. Every touch point, every emotion that a customer feels. It's a little fluffy, but I'm realizing more and more how important it is.
How can you create that? How can you, as a guy with beautiful, lustrous hair?
Well, this was probably a first step. One thing I realized is I probably wanted to grow out my hair to truly understand what this experience would be and how different formulations impacted. It's hard to feel much when you have shorter hair.
My hair is it's like straw.
Yeah. Once you start growing out, then you start realizing. We were telling customers to shampoo and condition every day for certain hair types. Like, that's impossible. Like, if you tell, and now I know because it's a pain to do it. So I think that's one point, is like really starting to understand consumer behavior. But I think it's going the next level. If your mission is to celebrate individuality, like, what does that mean to us as a company? What are things we find inspiring? And then what are some thought pieces that we can throw out into the world as well to back up our company and our story?
So you've launched in October. What did you think your next most important hire would be? And what do you know your next most important hire is going to be?
Well, that's a really good question. We had to let go of somebody early, right when we launched. We wanted somebody to really focus on the content and creative part of marketing. And we realized we were just kind of pigeonholing our head of marketing there. So it was nice to see when you make room for people, how they can grow and expand. And she's done a phenomenal job, as we've seen. But I think our second thing is also just, I was coding and designing everything when we launched. So being able to take that off my plate, and we now have a full stack developer and a creative director / designer, both of which have been, incredible for me to. I never thought there would be a day when I would stop coding, despite what other founders said. It's crazy how quickly that day came, and how grateful I am.
Is there anything you guys think that you really messed up in the beginning?
I do think it was one of it was this tagline on what we did. We also had like these muted spa colors. We were handwriting names on bottles. So I think the idea was there, but I think the execution just wasn't at the level that we saw it, happen and grow since October, since our relaunch. So I think if I could have gone back in time, I would have started with the why we're doing it. But yeah.
Why were you doing it that way? Did you think that's what people wanted? Did you just see it in your own head? How did you confirm that people didn't want a handwritten bottle that looks like, I don't know, sandalwood?
Customer feedback is an important piece, and when they don't like something, you hear about it pretty quickly. But I think it came from that engineer folly, right? So one of the cool things is this is the first time all of these engineers have really gone, deep into the beauty industry and say this is finally the new and better way of doing beauty formulations. But I think the flip side of that is you just see it as such an obvious solution, like personalized hair care, and so you focus so much on the solution you're bringing to the market rather than the actual product, why you're doing it, all the other things that make a brand so important. And I think that was a huge learning experience for me to be able to get a little less geeky and a little bit more in touch with the customer.
Did you ever think you were going to not pull it off?
Absolutely. Without a doubt. I mean, we had these great sales, and then suddenly, we raised this round from angels, and suddenly you're watching the money slowly go away as you're investing in growth and whatnot, or in capacity building. There's 5 months where we just had very minimal sales without marketing or PR or anything. And I think, it was tough. I think at that point, that was probably the lowest of the lows. And then the second, I actually was leaving for my honeymoon, and I saw the first day of sales go out the day before I left on this cruise with no internet. And I knew it was going to be great. You're going
to make it?
So,
All right, very cool. All right, and you would beat a sloth.
And I would beat a sloth.
To death.
Maybe not to death. Maybe I'll just because I do feel I'm very anti-cruelty to animals. So
this is a hypothetical sloth.
Okay,
no
a hypothetical, mean, cruel sloth who would hurt other animals.
Yes, an evil sloth.
Take him down.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us.
All right, thank you guys.
Let's give these guys a round of applause.
I'm good. I got one attached to my face, Britney style. Okay, so we have a bit of a break, but before we go, I need to reiterate one last time. You do want this MIXhalo app, and I'm telling you that as someone who does not ever come up here and tell you to download anything. I'm not trying to plug anything. I'm saying they're going to do a demo of a product, and if you don't have the app and you all try to download it the moment that they're up here, it's going to be too late, okay? So go to mixhalo.com/TC if you have an iOS device, download the app. There are earbuds for you in the back, wired earbuds if you need them, because you will. And go to break. There's serving beer out there. Enjoy yourself. We're going to come back with the winner of the Battlefield and a MIXhalo demo with Incubus and Pharrell. It's going to be sick, okay? See you in a little bit. Bye-bye.
Greg Nelson, number 1. Number 1.
Are you working on
TechCrunch Disrupt. 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 Battlefield. 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 TechCrunch. Disrupt TechCrunch. Disrupt TechCrunch. Disrupt TechCrunch. Disrupt.
Time to disrupt.
Disrupt.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Disrupt MC and TechCrunch editor, Jordan Crook.
What's up? Wow, now we're excited. All we have to do is bring rock stars in the house, and you guys are like, yeah, Jordan's back. I can tell how excited you are. Okay, for the final time, I'm going to tell you, this is your last chance to download that MIXhalo app. We've got, all of the instructions. It's very clear right here. Get it done. And without any further ado, I think it's time, right? Are you guys ready? Yeah? Okay, cool. Please welcome to the stage Michael Einziger from MIXhalo and our moderator, Anthony Hop.
Hey Mike, how you feeling?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I'm trying not to freak out. I feel pretty good.
I'm a little freaked out.
Good, we're in the same boat. Well, so we are all here to experience MIXhalo, so let's start with the obvious question. What is MIXhalo?
MIXhalo is a new Wi-Fi technology that allows for audio to be heard by large groups of people, like at a concert or a live event of some kind. And it was basically born out of my day job is playing in the rock band Incubus, and I've been playing concerts for quite a very long period of time. And you'll notice most musicians, while they're on stage playing concerts, are wearing in-ear headphones. And what we're listening to is studio quality audio that's coming from a mixing console, and it's being mixed and balanced for the headphones that we're listening to. So we have a much sort of clearer sound on stage than is out there in the audience. And I wanted to be able to give the audience access to that same source of audio that we have while we're performing on stage.
So, since we're here at TechCrunch Disrupt, this is a tech startup. Tell us a little bit more about the technology.
Well, the technology, originally we set out to build an app. That was what we thought we were going to be doing. But we learned pretty quickly that a standard Wi-Fi deployment can't handle a crowd like this. You get a lot of people on a Wi-Fi network, it just crashes. So we've built a system that functions differently and is capable of theoretically handling an infinite amount of devices listening to it at any time. So it's a really exciting advancement.
And so everyone in this room is going to experience it. For people who are watching at home or reading about it later on, when are they going to be able to try out MIXhalo?
We're still we're doing research and development right now, but we hope to have it out in the marketplace as early as the fall.
Awesome. Well, I think you also brought a friend/investor to tell us a little bit more about MIXhalo.
Yeah, our good buddy Pharrell Williams is here. Pharrell, you want to come out? There he is.
All right. Hey guys, welcome Pharrell Williams to the stage. All right. Mr. Williams, how did you hear about MIXhalo?
First of all, thanks for having us. Second of all, Mike.
So when he told you about it, what was your response?
I was kind of like, man, why didn't I think of that? It's one of those things as an artist, it washes over you instantly, where it's like, man, we've done this a million times, and never once does it ever occur to any of us that we should be offering that same experience to the audience. And that's what I thought, man, this is brilliant. And then your mind goes into that spiral of, oh, well, it's going to be good in seminars, it's going to be good in conferences, places like this, this is going to change the way that people interface with speakers and performers from now on.
So, as you said, we're all used to this very specific concert experience. You all hear the exact same sound from the speakers, or depending on where you are, but essentially it's the same sound. Now that we're going to hear it through MIXhalo, how do you think that changes the experience?
It changes it because you really get a sense of what the performers or the speaker is hearing in real time, and it's a different sensation that you guys may or may not understand until you try it. And that sensation is being able to walk around and nothing changes with the acoustics of what you're hearing. So you walk to the left, you walk to the right, nothing changes. Unlike in a performance, you're hearing all the chatter, you're hearing people around you. This gives you a direct input, if you will, into what's happening in real time with everybody else that's in concert.
Yeah, MIXhalo makes the best sounding spot in the room wherever you are.
So, last question. Are you guys ready for having concerts where you just look out and everyone's just wearing their headphones?
I don't know, maybe. Yes, absolutely.
I guess we're about to find out.
Well, actually, really the answer to that is all of us on stage, we've been wearing headphones for the last like 20 years. So we're just waiting for everybody else to jump on board.
All right, well, I think it's time for everyone to experience this. So you guys are going to go backstage, you're going to get ready, and I'm going to talk you guys through installing MIXhalo. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Maybe go over to that side.
Okay. No? Oh. It was him. It was him. It's his fault. Oh, no. Oh, my. I'm going to be thinking about this for, like, the rest of my life. Okay, some distraction. How many of you guys have downloaded the MIXhalo app already? All right, the TechCrunch side has. For those of you who haven't, you need an iOS device. And if you have an iOS device, go to mixhalo.com/TC. If you have an Android device, go to the MIXhalo booth in the back, and they may still have a few more iPods. Once you have, mixhalo.com/TC. Download the MIXhalo app. This may also take a little while. Once it is downloaded, you're going to go to your settings. And wow, this is really thrilling stage stuff. So you're going to go to Settings, General, and then I know the slide says Profiles. The slide is a lie. You're actually going to go to Device Management, and then you're going to say you trust MIXhalo, because of course you do. You're here, right? And then once you've trusted MIXhalo, you're going to go to Wi-Fi and select the MIXhalo network. This is really important. You've got to be on the MIXhalo network. Once you're on the network, it will tell you that you have no internet connection. That's what's supposed to happen. That means everything is fine. The last two things I have to tell you are, one is you want wired headphones. Because the whole point is, one of the key selling points is that it's going to be very, very low latency. So if you're using Bluetooth headphones, please switch them out, essentially. And the most important thing is, again, MIXhalo has a booth in the back. And so if you need any help, if you're having any problems, if you just don't have the right device, don't have the right headphones, go back there. They will, knock on wood, be able to help you out. So once you've done all of that, you're just going to open the MIXhalo app. You should see a play button. Once you hit play, you should hear music. That means it's working. So it's going to tell you have no Wi-Fi, but you're going to hit play in the MIXhalo app, and you're going to hear music. How many of you guys have done that and can hear music right now? Oh, you hear me. That sounds horrifying. Yeah, absolutely. Is anyone having any troubles, any concerns? John Biggs, what's up? It's waiting to download? Okay, let's, no? No audio? Okay. Well, maybe go to the MIXhalo booth? We'll give it another few minutes. Yeah, I'm just going to hang out here. Well, any other questions besides me being like, I can't help you? That is going to be the first sentence of my obituary, is that asshole who didn't shake Pharrell's hand. And I'm ready. I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. I'm 100% okay with this. So you guys are all in the process. Again, mixhalo.com/TC, and then download the MIXhalo app, settings, general device management, approve MIXhalo, go to Wi-Fi, get on the MIXhalo network. You need wired headphones. How's it going, Jordan?
It's time to go.
Oh, it is? It is? All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, let's start this demo. Incubus!
Hello. guys ready?
Gracias.
Yo, Brandon.
Yes, Michael.
You want to invite our buddy Pharrell to come out here and join us?
Yeah. Yes. Pharrell. Where's Pharrell? Yes.
The legend of the phoenix all ends with beginnings. What keeps the planet spinning? The force of the beginning. So we come too far to give up. So let's raise the bar. To the stars. She's up all night to get some. She's up all night for good good. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to the sun. We're up all night for good fun. We're up all night for good. We're up all night to get lucky. 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 The planet has no rhythm, but his gift keeps on giving. What is this I'm feeling? Girl, if you wanna leave, I'm with it. Oh yeah, everybody sing it. Come to mind to give up who we are. When it's sing it, raise the bar and our clouds to the stars. She's up all night to the sun. I'm up all night to get some. She's up all night for good fun, and I'm up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to the sun. We're up all night to get some. We're up all night for good fun. We're up all night to get lucky. 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 TechCrunch, make some noise. Welcome to the MIXhalo experience. Come on, Brandon. Now we come too far to give up. Everybody sing it. Raise the bar and our cars to the stars. She's up all night to the sun. I'm up all night to get some. She's up all night for good fun, and I'm up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to the sun. We're up all night to get some. We're up all night for good fun. We're up all night to get lucky. 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 We're up all night to get lucky.
Thank you, everybody, so much for coming and listening. Hope you enjoyed it. Thanks so much.
You should hear what you're missing.
Okay, cool. Just making sure. Oh, I'm supposed to go on. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you too. The new yeah. You're welcome. I'm just kidding. I do nothing. Actually, that's why I'm here. So before we get into the Battlefield winner, don't file out. The show just started. Before we get into the Battlefield winner, I have a couple things to say. The first is that I walk the Startup Alley and stuff, and a lot of you say, oh, thanks, this is such a great conference, blah, blah, blah. I literally just come up here and talk to you. That is my main purpose. There are a bunch of people that make this conference possible, and I'm going to just talk a little bit about them. One of them is 511 Productions. They set up all of this stuff. We've got Ned, Matthew Panzarino, Matt Burns, the whole editorial staff that moderates all the panels, our events team, Emma, Leslie, Joey, and all of those folks. And this is all because of them. So if we could just collectively, big round of applause for the folks that put this together. And Christine Villarreal, don't forget her. And this is the end for me. Yeah, I know, right? Sucks. You guys have really loved me this whole time. I've really felt it. So anyways, I just want to say New York is where I live, and I'm so happy to be here with you guys, and thank you so much for being a mediocre audience to me. I really appreciate that. And it's been an honor and a pleasure. And now I'm going to throw to Ned Desmond, our CEO. So thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Everyone, well, we're about to get to the big moment you've all been waiting for, which is the Battlefield Disrupt Cup, who is going to be the winner. But before we get there, we have to thank the incredible people who make it possible. the people and the companies that make it possible to have a great hackathon on the weekend, great speakers on the stage, a tremendous startup alley, display, and exhibit area. Without these sponsors, we couldn't do all of that. So I'd like to thank each and every one of them. This will take a minute or two, and then we can have a big round of applause at the end. So our partner level sponsors include BMW, DevPost, DigitalOcean, Esri, General Catalyst, IBM Watson, Live a Moment, Mamava, Microsoft, NetCapital, Nexmo, PubNub, Red Bull, Salesforce, Sequoia Capital, Skolkovo Foundation, Taiwan Startup Stadium, Universe, VeriSign, and Verizon. Our product level sponsors included CBRE, Delivery.com, and Environment. Our exhibitor sponsors were 3Pillar, Affectiva, Autonomous, Awake Chocolate, Barocas, Bevy, Bira 91, Clarified, Dynasty Wealth, Espio, Garofalo Enterprises, Giphy, JustWorks, Talentica Software, Topcoder. And our media partners included Adsemble, Chexology, ChickTech, Digital NYC, Elavaco Foundation, Future Labs, Girls in Tech, Grand Central Tech, Lyft, Startup Digest, Techstars, VR AR Association, and WeWork. Let's have a big hand for those sponsors. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to welcome to the stage Matthew Panzarino, the editor-in-chief of TechCrunch, and Samantha Stein, the head of our Battlefield competition. Please give them a big round of applause.
Thank you, Ned, for your inspiring sponsor read. All right, so how did everybody like that? Was it good? It's always nice to hear technology that actually works. So we had an amazing Battlefield. Obviously, we had some great speakers too. Hope you enjoyed those. But we know the Battlefield's a highlight. It's a highlight for us. We get to watch these companies go through the entire competition, get grilled by the judges, get coached by Sam and her team, and get pulled through this, and you know, honestly come out the other side hopefully stronger, no matter if they win or lose. But it's always exciting, of course, to crown winners, and that's what we're about to do. So without further ado, let's go ahead and start perhaps with the runner-up.
Our runner-up is Collider Tech. Woo!
Come on up. We have the traditional drinks for Collider. We spare no expense. Imported all the way from wherever that is made.
Up here. Come on. Take a picture. Amazing job, you guys. Congratulations.
Thanks for being here. Congrats. Congratulations.
Amazing job.
Good job. Head right up this way. They'll take care of you. You can get that started. All right. Now we've come to the end, my friends. It's really encouraging to see that so many people were in attendance throughout this. We have an enormous team of event staff, Battlefield staff, and everybody else that works on these. Very hard to put them on. So we're happy to see that it's received so well. So thank you very much for that. But we are now ready to go ahead and announce our winner of the Startup Battlefield, TechCrunch Disrupt Startup Battlefield. Thank you. 2017 NYC. And the winner is
Recordgram.
Recordgram. Give them a hand. Recordgram was discovered at our meetup in Miami, and they made it all the way here.
Woo! Amazing job, you guys. Picture. Look at it. Awesome. Congratulations. I don't know how you did that. You did great.
Thank you all very much.
Amazing.
Reckigram made it all the way from a meetup in Miami. They were chosen as a wild card by your votes as the audience. And
Amazing job. Congratulations.
Presented on stage, fought it out with all of our other incredible, deserving companies. So give them one more round of applause, and thank you very much.